We now come to motion on business of the House today. Minister to move formally.
To move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And we now come to the debate on matters to be raised before the forthcoming dissolution. Deputy Chief Whip Marcus Jones to move.
To move.
The question is that this House has considered matters to be raised before the forthcoming dissolution. Mother of the House, Harriet Harman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, this is my last speech, but the House of Commons records show that I've spoken in this chamber 9,880 times. But I have to say that when you discover that the Prime Minister was only 2 years old when you were first elected, you realise it is time to move on. But every time I've spoken in this chamber, I've had a profound sense of how important this House is and what a great honour and privilege it is to be a member of this Parliament. And through good times and bad, I have felt that great sense of responsibility and privilege to my constituents. And the thing about being an MP is that you are, for your constituents, their one and only MP. And it's absolutely down to you to be standing up for them, speaking up for them, and on their side through thick and thin. And I want to thank my constituents of Camberwell and Peckham for actually being on my side through thick and thin as well. Now, I've not calculated even my absolutely brilliant members of staff, and I want to pay tribute to all the staff who I've worked with over the years. Even my brilliant members of staff can't calculate how many times I've voted during those 42 years, many thousands of times, but I would say two things about that. For the first 15 years, between 1982 and 1997, I voted assiduously every night, sometimes even through the night, and did not win a single vote. Now, opposition undoubtedly is public service, but we'd rather be in government. And I hope that the person who I hope will be elected as my successor to Camberwell and Peckham, Miata Fanbuller, who I think will make a great contribution to the House, I profoundly hope she will be on that side of the chamber. The second thing I want to say about voting is that I've never voted against the whip. And that is not because I can't, it's not because I can't think for myself, or I'm stupid, or I'm supine, nor is it because I think my party has always been perfect, far from it, and indeed I fought for change from within my party. But I've recognised I was a Labour candidate. I was elected as a Labour Member of Parliament, and I've been proud to be that, and proud to be one of the team of Labour members in my constituency and all around the country, that great Labour family. Towards the later years of my time in this House, I've had the great joy, really, of working much more cross-party and working as chairs of select committees. And I want to pay tribute to my colleagues on those select committees for the very important work that those committees do. And I want to also thank the House of Commons staff, the clerks who do such excellent work, but indeed all those in this House of Commons who work, whether it's the security people who keep us safe, the caterers, the cleaners, many of whom are my constituents. They are all part of our democracy, and we should be grateful for their work. I'd also like to say that latterly it's been really a joy and a pleasure to work with women across the House, women all sides of the House, and I see some of the sisterhood sitting there on the back row. And that has been a huge change for the better. Although it was as long ago as 42 years ago I first came into this chamber, I remember so well coming in as I did at a by-election, standing at the bar of the House and looking, it was just ahead of Prime Minister's questions, looking at the serried ranks of men on all sides of the House, standing there in my red velvet maternity dress and feeling completely out of place. And of course, I was out of place in a House of Commons that was only 3% women and 97% men. And to those people who look back through rose-tinted glasses and with nostalgia and talk about the good old days in the House of Commons, I would say the House of Commons is better now than it was. It is more representative. And the women who are in this House of Commons now, 30%, it's gone up from 3%, they also know that it is not that we are doing them a favour letting them be here. They are a democratic imperative to make this House of Commons representative. They need to have their voices heard. They will not be silenced, and they are an essential part of a modern democracy. People sometimes ask, what would you say to a young woman now with all the difficulty, the threats, social media? Would you really encourage a young woman to go into politics? And I would say absolutely yes. Though it is hard, it is really important, if you feel you can make a change, and you can, to come into this House of Commons. And though at times it's been hard for me, I wouldn't regret a single day of being here in this House of Commons. Now, when I was first introduced 42 years ago into the House, my husband, Jack Dromey, was sitting up there in the gallery, beaming down his 100% support on me, as he always did. And obviously he's not here today, but my 3 children are here in the gallery, beaming down their 100% support, and I'm so grateful to them for that. Now, in a few hours, these benches will all be cleared and the House will fall silent until after July, and then it will be absolutely packed with freshly elected MPs from 650 constituencies across Scotland, Wales, England and Northern Ireland. And it will be those members of Parliament who hold our democracy in their hands, and it will be them that hold the future of our country in their hands. So now it's time for me to pass that responsibility on to them, so no pressure.
Theresa May.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is indeed a great pleasure to follow the speech of the Mother of the House. She has a longer record in this chamber than I do, but I wanted to pay tribute particularly to the way in which she has championed the cause of women in this place and women's issues more generally throughout her time in this House. And it's been a pleasure, perhaps latterly. I think in our early days we may not have perhaps worked together quite so well, but latterly to be championing those issues together. Can I also take the opportunity, while talking about women in this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say both to you and indeed to my right honourable friend, the Chairman of Ways and Means, the Member for Epping Forest, what a pleasure it has been to have both of you in that chair, and the great good humour, kindness, but also firmness when necessary, which you have both dealt with our proceedings, and I wish you both all the very best for the future. I would like to give a few more thanks before I come on to some remarks to be made before the dissolution of the House. The first is a thank you to my Maidenhead constituents, who, at 7 general elections for 27 years, have elected me as their Member of Parliament. And I have always put a great store by the relationship between a Member of Parliament and their constituents. And I consider my Maidenhead constituents to be the best of British. They are hard-working, they are entrepreneurial, they're compassionate. I am struck in all of my 27 years by the enormous effort my constituents put into helping others and the voluntary work that they do around the constituency. So I have been delighted to represent this magnificent constituency. I'm the only will be the only Member of Parliament for this particular constituency, because I was the first and the boundaries are now changing. So there we are. That's my place in history. I would also like to thank my Maidenhead Conservative Association, all the officers over time, all the activists. I think we all know those who deliver the leaflets and knock on the doors and raise the funds are an important part of our democracy and of our politics. I would also like to join the Mother of the House in thanking the House of Commons staff, those who are seen, but also those many, many staff who are unseen and unheard. And I particularly would like to thank those police and security staff who keep us safe. I think it was brought home to us on that sad day of the Westminster Bridge attack when PC Keith Palmer lost his life, that there are those who are willing to put themselves forward in order to ensure that we can be safe and this Parliament and this part of our democracy can continue. I'd like to thank my staff in my office. I've had a number over the years. Currently, Cameron Bradbury, Ryan Loveridge, Emma Willis, but particularly Jenny Sharkey, who has been with me for 23 years and has been through all the thicks and thins of my time here in Parliament. And a huge thank you to them. Most members of the public don't realise the enormous job that members of staff for members of Parliament do and the significance of their role, and we owe them a great debt. And then my final thanks, before I move on to other comments, is to thank somebody who I think I should describe as my best canvasser-in-chief. It's quite a good leaflet deliverer as well, who has been alongside me and supported me for every one of those 27 years in this place, and for my time standing beforehand and as a councillor in the London Borough of Merton, who has also been the person who was there when I was Prime Minister in the evenings when he needed to make the beans on toast and pour the whiskey when the day hadn't gone quite as well as I'd expected it to go, and that, of course, is my husband, Philip. It will be a great wrench to leave this place. If I can say that I first wanted to be a Conservative Member of Parliament from the age of about 12. And I was always a Conservative. I've never been a member of another party. I have always been a Conservative in the room, and I will continue to be a Conservative in the room. This place, being in this place, is a huge privilege, but it also brings with it significant responsibilities. And I just wanted to take a serious moment to comment on some of those responsibilities. Our responsibility, first of all, is to democracy. Democracy has raised living standards around in countries. It has led to the betterment of people in so many parts of the world. But sadly, democracy today, I fear, is under threat. And while it is easy to answer the question, what is the greatest threat to democracy, by saying, well, an autocratic state like Russia or China, actually we should never forget the dangers to democracy from within. The United Nations, the most recent United Nations Human Development Report showed that for the first time ever, more than half the global population support leaders who may undermine democracy. There's polling evidence that an increasing proportion of young people do not think democracy is the way to run a government. We in this mother of parliaments should do all that we can to show the value of democracy and the importance of democracy, because it is democracy that enables people to have their freedom, to be the best they can be, and to do what they want to do rather than what the state is telling them they must do. So we have a real job, I think, as politicians, both continuing in this House, but also as politicians who are leaving this House, to make sure we do everything we can to maintain democracy. And we saw, sadly, in 2021, on that January the 6th attack on the Capitol, that great bastion of democracy, that our democracy is actually more fragile than we have thought over the years. So I urge everybody to champion that cause. This place is also important because it enables us to be a voice for the voiceless. I was able, as a number of members of the House were earlier this week, to attend the funeral of the late Frank Field. He was a man who spent his life in this place giving voice to the voiceless, ensuring that truth was told to power, and we should never shy from doing that. And it is important, powerful as this place is, and powerful as MPs may feel they are, that they should always recognise there are those who do not have that power, and MPs should be there for everybody and should give that voice to the voiceless. And there has been work on a number of issues across this House to do just that over the years, and I'm pleased to have been able to help in some of that work. And then my final comment about responsibility is about the job of being a Member of Parliament. I think it is the best job in the world. And of course it has its frustrations, particularly has its frustrations when you're in government and people don't vote on your own side for your legislation. 3 times. But there we are. That is, we get over these things, we carry on, we come back. But it is a really important job. And the key to it is to represent constituents. And I worry, and I've said this elsewhere, and I'll say it here in this chamber, I worry that today there are too many people in politics who think it is about them, their ambitions, their careers, and not about the people they serve. And being a Member of Parliament is a public service. We are there to serve our country and to serve our constituents. I've enjoyed my time. As I indicated, it's had its ups and downs, but I've enjoyed my time. I can say to all those on these benches, I spent 13 years in opposition. You do not want to do that. Go out there and fight to make sure that a Conservative government is re-elected at the election. I wish my successor in the new Maidenhead constituency all the very best. And to all those who return to this chamber after the election, I ask only that they remember the importance of our democracy, that they can be a voice for the voiceless, and that their job here is not to advance themselves, but to serve the people who elected them.
Barry Sheerman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I feel it a great privilege to be able to speak here today. I am the longest-serving Member of Parliament on these benches. I think I'd forgotten that I was elected on the 3rd of July in 1970. Well, maiden speech on the 3rd of July 1979, and here we are heading for a 4th of July general election. So I've been here a darn long time, nearly always on the back benches. In the midst of time, I was for 11 years on the front bench under various Labour leaders, and I've had the privilege of doing a range of jobs in this House. And I suppose when I'm thinking back and thinking of this sort of advice I'll be giving to Harpreet Hupel, who will be the Labour candidate in Huddersfield, coming in for the first time, and I was thinking this morning of what I was going to say, and in terms of advice to new members coming in. And it really echoes some of the things that the former Prime Minister, who was a good friend of mine over the years, and we can be friends across the... I remember, the Right Honourable Lady made me remember when she stood down as Prime Minister, I said, do not just disappear, stay on the back benches. And she has stayed on the back benches because, as she said, it's a wonderful thing to do. And when I got elected in Huddersfield, I was so privileged. I'd had a hard time. I fought Edward de Cowan in Taunton as my first seat, and surprisingly, I didn't win. Although I think I was the last Labour candidate to come second in Taunton. However, when I did arrive here, I found I was representing, really, the classic town of Britain. I can't say the average town of Britain, but if I'm an economist, I was at the London School of Economics with some very difficult people, one of them sitting right in front of me here. But I did learn that to use the tools of the economist in terms of assessing the sort of job that I was going to do. First thing I did as a young Member of Parliament, I assessed, as far as I could, the strengths and weaknesses of my constituency. Indeed, I raised some money to get Terence Conran's partnership, and the Conran, who used to have to come to Huddersfield and do an assessment of this once vibrant manufacturing. What was its future? Because we knew there were going to be less manufacturing jobs, we knew that the world was changing, we knew in order to have the high quality, well-paid jobs that Huddersfield had had for 100 years, to maintain that, we had to have a diverse economy that was doing other things. And one of the great things his report said, make sure that you expand that polytechnic, get it into being a university, because that is the future for the skills this country needs. And actually, I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I had Sir John Major in the constituency recently doing the Harold Wilson lecture, and I did remind him that thanks to him and to Ken Clark, another old friend of mine, Huddersfield transcended from a polytechnic to a university. And it's absolutely crucial, I think all members will be aware of just how vital universities are in the towns and cities of our country. And the only partially political thing I'm going to say urgently today is that there is a real threat to the long-term stability of the higher education sector in our country. And when I chaired the Education Selectee and we looked at a very good report on the challenges for higher education worldwide, it became so clear that we had to invest in our universities in the future, and we had to make sure that there was a diverse stream of income coming to make sure that those universities were viable. We are at a critical point for all parties at the moment to assess that and to do something radical about it. It is so important indeed. Can I just revert also to the role of a Member of Parliament in Parliament? Can we get the message out more? As the former Prime Minister, what a wonderful job this is. You know, I'm well known on these benches as a bit of a troublemaker. The Speaker and the Deputy Speaker have a really interesting expression on their face sometimes when they're not quite sure what I'm going to speak on on a particular topic. But I decided after my 10 years as a Select Committee Chair that I would just do Parliament. I would be here. I would raise the issues. I would campaign. And much of the success that I've had, Madam Deputy Speaker, has not just been doing the party political job. If it wasn't for my partnership, well, the leader of the House, all those years ago, the House might not know that I was involved as a very young university teacher in a head-on crash as I was coming back from our second daughter's baptism. Someone drove into our family car, head-on, wrong side of the road. And I thought at one stage my wife was dead. She actually was unconscious, but we all survived, the children and myself and my wife. And when I got into this house, I was determined to make sure that seatbelts were introduced as the law of the land. It had been defeated 13 times. But working on an all-party basis, we worked on it. My only successful private member's bill was to ban children from the front seat being carried in cars without restraint. And Ken Clark more or less helped me with that, but only on the basis, I think, that he would stop me pushing seatbelts for mandatory seatbelts. And it was a difficult job. Back in the day, many people know that Mrs. Thatcher, Margaret Thatcher was against it, Michael Foot was against it, the whips would stop it happening, and we had to bounce out of the House of Lords at a critical time, the night before the royal wedding, Charles and Diana, yes, when a lot of people thought, what a lovely weekend, you know, get away on Thursday, don't have to come back till Tuesday because of the public holiday, and we hid our troops all over the house, all party, and when the Lord's Amendment came back down here, we managed to get seatbelts. And a very nice a wonderful friend of mine in the World Health Organization at a conference 3 years, just before COVID came. It was the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me, Madam Deputy Speaker. Barry Sheerman, with his obsessive interest in transport safety, has probably, worldwide, has probably saved more lives than any other politician on the planet. That's a rather nice thing. I don't believe it, but it's nice that it was said. But, Madam Deputy, I wanted to make the point that there was a time where people said all party groups were dangerous or disreputable. Do you know, some of the best things I've done in this House is on a cross-party basis. You know, campaigning on the environment, campaigning for educational change, campaigning for clean water, all the things that we are passionate about. And I spent my life as a social entrepreneur looking for people who want to do a little conspiracy, not gunpowder in the basement with the 36 barrels of gunpowder, but a little conspiracy to do something that needs doing. And the only criteria is I've always still doing, attract someone with experience, knowledge, but passion and courage. And on an all-party basis, you can do that, and we have done it, and I hope in the future more of that will happen. Because it is essential to this House that it does, that we identify what needs to be done, and we use those sorts of little plots and plans and ways of making sure things happen, and involving people from outside. I've always found that if you say, we want to do something, and I'm looking here at the chairman of the Justice Committee, when we started looking at miscarriages of justice. And we found that there was a whole world out there of senior KCs and people working in probation and everywhere else who wanted to work with us to do something about the real inadequacies of the justice system. So wherever I've looked, and the Right Honourable Gentleman and I have become friends over the years campaigning on a number of things in the justice sector. But the real opportunity here is to have this seat in the constituency. You learn so much of what are the problems there. Because if you're doing your job, every year you're doing that. What's child poverty like? Yes? What's employment? What's happening in the economy? Look at your constituency and see what is the need, not just tomorrow and the next day, but over the next 5-10 years. I sometimes get irritable, and I don't want to criticise too many people in this House or who have been in this House, people that waft in here, have a go at being a minister or a shadow minister, and they think, well, I've done that, and off they go to do something else. I don't believe that to be the right kind of spirit. I think the spirit of being a parliamentarian is a sacred trust. Once you're elected, you have a sacred trust and responsibility to the people that live in your constituency. And you should make that your priority. Not trying to become famous, not trying to get a nice little niche somewhere. The prime responsibility is your constituency and its future welfare. And I hope, as new people, I know Harriet, who, as I said, will very likely replace me on July the 4th, I am sure she will be carrying that standard. But can I also say something, Deputy Speaker, about the bigger issues? That I've always been a person that, because of my commonality with other members here at the LSE, to know the causes of things. That was the motto of the London School. Know the causes of things. Why is this happening? What's this change? Social and economic change. And I've been in this House when some really good things have happened and some absolutely disastrous things have happened. I am a totally committed European. Not always. When I was a very young candidate and a councillor in South Wales, somebody asked me to speak to the local Women's Labour Party because the local Labour MP was much too enthusiastic about Europe, and I voted. I spoke against Europe, and then I grew up. I saw the huge benefits of being a European linked with Europe, both for our common defence, but also the future of our economy. And as a Member of Parliament for high exporting, the top quality fashions and women's wear and men's wear, the top quality engineering, everything top quality in Huddersfield depends on the export market. And if we do not have that, and we've had some very severe cutbacks since we left the European Union. And I suppose Huddersfield, like everywhere, so 2 of the Kirklees constituencies just voted to remain and 2 voted just to leave. So that was a very mixed picture. And I want to finish my remarks by just going on to say, not only should we all be looking at our constituencies and listening to the voices, and we also should be campaigning. We also should not get too depressed about life. I used to teach. Many Conservative MPs are really desperately envious of me, because at the London School of Economics, I was taught by Michael Oakeshott. Michael Oakeshott, some people regard as one of the greatest Conservative philosophers. I not only had his History of Ideas course, but I did his special subject, 2 years, a group of 8 studying Machiavelli. What a privilege. But because I was interested in the history of ideas, I used to lecture the history of ideas. And I was always absolutely struck by Thomas Malthus, who was the rector at Bath. And he wrote the theory of population. And the theory of population is that so many people are breeding so quickly that the country would not be able to feed the people of the country. And it was the end of the civilized world, which we hear. And as I lecture about Malthus, I think about the present concern with global warming and climate change. Because that, to me, is the existential challenge that we all face. And we're coming to the end, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I wanted to end on this note, that I am an optimist. Malthus was wrong because he underestimated how clever human beings are. We revolutionised the agricultural production, you know, with the crops, the rotating crop system. We had fertilisers. We discovered not only canals but railways. We transported goods and people. We changed the whole basis of the Malthusian project. And can I just say that today, this existential challenge of climate change, global warming, is there. It's going to happen. I recently helped launch Here Comes the Sun, Professor Stephen Jones' book on this. The fact that it is coming, but we as human beings are clever. And we will, with our universities, with our businesses, with people here, come to get the answers so that our planet doesn't start to fry and life on this planet ends. That is my message today, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been a privilege and an honour to be here. I have wonderful staff in Yorkshire, wonderful staff here. I've given hundreds of young people a chance into politics with all the intern programmes that we've had with the LSE and Cornell University and so on. Thank goodness that I've had that chance to be here all these years. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you, fellow parliamentarians. I love you all.
Ben Wallace.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we don't have time for the anecdotes that all of us have experienced in my term in 19 years of being a Member of Parliament. I could give you my trip to Iran with Jeremy Corbyn and Jack Straw, which was something out of Monty Python. I turned out to be the most pro-European of the three. It was certainly an extraordinary experience. Or the touching and important time I visited with the Right Honourable Lady from Barking to her constituency when I was Security Minister, and we visited a mosque together at a time for one of the Right Honourable Ladies in this House who has campaigned against anti-Semitism for years and years and was the very best of Labour's position on her Jewish communities and the Jewish members in her party for many decades. Those are the touching points that make it as an MP and go with you in your memories. I think I'd like to, first of all, I may just say thank you to, first of all, my family. The people who make the real sacrifice for us to be in this house. It's not us.
Yes.
It's the wives and the husbands and the children who put up with bullying, they put up with separation, they put up with all sorts of concerns. And in today's world of social media, they put up with hate as well. And without them, none of us could be here at all. To my staff in my office, I am very privileged that Zoe Dommett has worked for me from 3 weeks of the day I was elected, 19 years. Some of us have colleagues who seem to get through staff like a rotating barrel, but luckily Zoe, Alf Clemson, Susan Hunt and Una have worked for me for many, many years. Alf Clemson was my sergeant in the army, and he is still working for me today. And the staff of the house, without the clerks, the waitresses, the maitre d's, the doorkeepers, none of us would be able to do their job. And I know how long after the debates have got interesting, they are still having to hang around this house, where many of us can go home or elsewhere. They are absolutely key. They do everything for all of us, without judgment, without party political bias, and they never, ever, in my experience, have been anything other but polite and supportive. And we should absolutely thank them all the way. I was going to list all my civil servants, not all 240,000 from the Ministry of Defence. I have been very privileged in this House, and I want to thank the Right Honourable Lady for Maidenhead for giving me the chance to be her Security Minister, to serve in government and govern. And a part of our job, as well as representing many of our constituents, all our constituents, it is to govern on their behalf as well. And that is a true privilege, and it is also luck. I used to see many colleagues who think it was their right to govern, who think only they are the special people. We are chosen by whips and prime ministers, often at random. You're not special. You're not the one. You should never take it personally. And you may have a month, let's face it, in the last few years in this government, could be weeks. You may have years. And I felt I was incredibly lucky to govern on behalf of my constituents and the constituents of this government alongside the team that is the government. And that is what it is, a team. I had never voted against the government. Luckily, Mr. Whip, luckily, the smoking ban thing never made it. I may have been voting against that part of the bill, and luckily, my unblemished record will remain. But it is a team, and we shouldn't forget that what allows us to govern are our civil servants. Hundreds of them. My private officers, my private secretaries, who do hours and hours and hours, unknown, unnamed, often blamed by, I'm afraid, some colleagues in the media for things not going right. If it doesn't go right in government, it is because you are not governing right, because you are not a good minister, because you are not doing the extra hours you need to do, because you are not making yourself clear, and you are not taking an interest in how you govern. You govern not just by brand and declarations and policy. You govern by using process, by using the right people, and using policy, and you communicate. And if you're good, you will govern across this House as well. This House was at its best during Ukraine. This House was its best when I worked with many colleagues on all sides of the House, including the then leader of the Scottish National Party as well. This House was at its best when Keir Starmer and I could sit down and talk about the secrets and the threats to our constituents. This House was at its best when we had a Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Lady from Maidenhead, who knew security, took the hours and the days it takes to read into the intelligence and treated it with the severity that it needs.
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Member, and he's making an outstanding speech. Can I just thank him for the role that he played as Defence Secretary and the courtesy that he showed right across this House, to the Leader of the Opposition, to myself and to the then Leader of the Liberal Democrats. Because importantly, he was gracious enough to make sure that we were briefed on a bi-weekly basis. Because there are times, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this House must come together when it comes to national security. And what an example the Right Honourable Gentleman set, and I thank him for the role that he played during that time.
Madam Speaker, I think one of the lessons I learnt when I was first elected to the Scottish Parliament in 1999, a bit like behind enemy lines at that moment for a Conservative in 97, there were 13 of us out of 123. But I learnt very quickly you were very surprised by who was nice to you, who was helpful to you. And I remember Dennis Canavan, a former member of this House, never made it quite past the Tony Blair vetting system to be a member of the Labour Party in the Scottish Parliament. Hard left in definition. He was the supportive, kindest new new member of Parliament to me. You never know where you get your support. You should be open for it, and you'll be amazed how people's politics are often separate to their kindness and their support for what they want you to do. Because we are all in this House to do the best job for our constituents, and those are the people I should thank last. My constituents, Lancashire and Wyre and Preston North. I won a seat in 2005. I won in opposition. I remember sitting in the cabinet of Liz Truss and realising I was the only member of the cabinet who had been in opposition at that moment. When I stood down last September, I had been the last minister appointed by David Cameron who had continued to be a minister throughout. I've served 5 prime ministers. I think that's probably a record, probably self-inflicted by the Conservative Party, but nevertheless, to serve 5 prime ministers as a minister uninterrupted is nevertheless not only an experience, but also shows that the times of change we are living in. And I do not think, I'm afraid to say, that any party is going to be insulated from those type of changes.
Yes.
Our public, our discourse, our media, the social media pressures are changing our society, and not for the good. People are not wanting to take time in decisions. People are trying to do things at the rush. There is a lack of stability in our society. There is disinformation. There is division. There is aggression. And I fear very much, as someone who has studied the threat every day for 7.5 years, both as a security minister and a defence minister, that we are moving into a period of a world which is less stable, less secure and more anxious. And that is also here at home on these beautiful shores of this country. It saddens me because as a young man, and indeed as Defence Secretary, I often or sometimes would have to inflict violence on behalf of the state to defend others. It is no easy thing to do, and we should never celebrate it. But we have to do it to keep ourselves safe. But I always think of the victims or the consequences of those actions that we take. People don't realise that the sole authority in government for the use of lethal force is with the Secretary of State of Defence and can be or is vetoed by a Prime Minister. We are the only two who, in the end, make the decision often that affect people's life and death and who send people in harm's way on behalf of this state. That is a very important responsibility, and whoever does that job next, from whichever party, I know they will be well supported by the men and women of the armed forces and the civil servants and the security services who absolutely put sacrifice and duty first and should be an inspiration to us all. I was taught at Sandhurst the motto, serve to lead, that the way you lead people, whether it is your troops or the public, is to give up yourself, to sacrifice yourself for their service. And that means sacrificing your ego and sometimes your ambition, and sadly sometimes your private life comes at that cost as well. But ultimately, if we don't in this House realise that duty and service is how we serve this country, then I don't know who else will. And we must maintain those standards and maintain that principle for eternity as long as we can. Because as my right honourable friend said, across the world, people are not believing in democracy, they are not believing in the rule of law, and people look to Britain. And when you go around the world as Defence Secretary or Prime Minister or Foreign Secretary or opposition, people look for Britain still, for tolerance, for democracy, for the rule of law, and we must recognise that is part of our DNA and our core. I am sad, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we will have another general election. Of course, that is the nature of this wonderful democracy. It will be my 6th, but I won't be fighting this. And I know, across this House, many of our colleagues of different parties will lose their seats for no fault of their own. They will have done everything in their time here. They would have served their constituents sacrificed family time, they would have done their very best. They'd have tried to answer the email from the impossible constituent. They would have put up with threats, and they will lose their seat because on polling day, someone will decide they don't like your Prime Minister or your leader, and that is the way of things. People shouldn't take it personally, and I say to colleagues here who may not be back in this House, my experience is if the boundaries don't get you, the electorate will one day. Don't take it personally. Don't take it personally. You are loved by all of us, and you will remain so. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. Thank you to this House, which I used to dream about joining when I was a young boy at school. It was the only A-level I actually enjoyed. I was inspired by a teacher. I got a D in it, I'm afraid to say. My children just laugh at that all the time whenever I tell them. But nevertheless, politics is about people, and when we forget it, we are in trouble and we are worse for it. And the final thing I would say, as an election is approaching, we're already in it almost, is that I always tried to make sure that defence was a core part of government, not a discretionary spend stuck on the end. Yep. We hear on all sides of this House lines like defence doesn't win elections. Well, it can lose them. Yep. I live in the northwest of England, and I'm not trying to be party political, but loyal, patriotic Labour voters rejected the Labour Party in 2019 because they felt that leader at that time didn't care about defence and them. Defence matters. Defence is not an add-on after health and education. When we come to our manifestos, please invest in defence. Make sure it's core. Don't let leaders say things like, when economic conditions allow. We don't say that about health. Yep. We don't say that about education. Exactly. Because I am frightened, having read so much intelligence for so many years, that by the end of this decade, if our armed forces and our security services are not match fit for the threat that is coming our way, we will only have ourselves to blame, and it is our children that might have to go and fight for us, and they deserve to be as protected as possible with the best equipment and the best allies. Thank you.
Before I hand over to Deputy Speaker Nigel Evans, I hope you will forgive me if I indulge myself slightly by taking this last opportunity to thank everyone for the kind remarks that have been made over the past day or so about my stepping down. I was deeply touched by what Mr. Speaker said this morning, and I want to thank him for all the support he has given me over the years, as well as my fellow deputy speakers. It has meant so much. We've had some difficult times in this Parliament, and Mr. Speaker's leadership and that of his team has essentially got us through it. But despite those pressures, we have managed to have quite a lot of fun and laughs, and it has been a great team to be part of. It's been a privilege to be in this chair, to witness at first hand the work members of this House do on behalf of their constituents and on behalf of the country. Yes, it can get a bit argumentative, and yes, it can get rather passionate sometimes, as I witnessed recently myself. But that is the price of our democracy. And as others have said, we are lucky to have it. And I'm proud that as Deputy Speaker, I have been able to play a part in that. I also want to thank once again all the staff of the House for making the House work so effectively, as others have said. And the wise and calm advice of the excellent clerks, and of course the utterly magnificent doorkeepers who look after us all so well. This really is water. It's not gin and tonic, as somebody said to me yesterday. Like others, I have been extremely lucky to have had a brilliant team in my constituency office and excellent advisors here in Parliament. Very lucky with my local Labour Party, who have worked so hard and so diligently over the years. I wish all right honourable and honourable members well for the future, whether they're standing again or not standing. And finally, I want to thank the people of Doncaster. I've been honoured to serve as their representative in Parliament for 27 wonderful years. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dame Margaret Hodge.
Well, I'm going to start by thanking you, Madam Deputy Speaker, because you have been the fairest, most tolerant, patient, and wonderful Deputy Speaker that we've had, as indeed have others. I think, we should thank, all of us here should thank the way that you've conducted sometimes very, very difficult debates, always in a calm and disciplined manner. So my thanks to you. And I did also want to acknowledge the speech by the Right Honourable Member whose constituency I've now forgotten. Thank you very much. For not just, I think, being incredibly kind to all of us individually when he was Security Minister and we all faced challenges. I was always astounded by the amount of time that you were willing to spend with us all individually and support us through those difficult times. But I hope he carries on with a very strong voice beyond today in a different capacity, ensuring that we do actually do the one most important thing that we can do as a government, and that is defend the British people. She left her seat, but I also wanted to acknowledge the position of the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead. She and I were both candidates in Barking in 1994. When I did beat her, but I've got this wonderful video of us both. She as Essex girl, me as a rather harassed mum at the time, and she very quickly transformed herself from Essex girl to Maidenhead woman, and then had an incredibly successful career here. So thank you to her. I'm going to start, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just by saying I did my very first maiden speech from this place, and I remember it well. I was absolutely petrified that I was going to stutter, and I did get through it. My husband and my 4 children were there watching me for that speech, and I did the usual thing of sitting down, listening to a couple of speeches, and then we all went to have a cup of tea and some scones. And then I came back for the wind-ups, and I went and sat up there in the corner. And suddenly, I had this mighty voice of Betty Boothroyd admonishing me for having sat in the wrong place, because I hadn't a clue that the protocols of the House meant that we had to sit where we gave our original speech when we came back for those wind-ups. And I felt really, really told off in a way that I then realised that that was the role of the Speaker. Another early experience, which I must share with the House, and which reflects the challenges so many of us face in balancing our lives between our responsibilities as members of the House and our responsibilities as parents and carers at home, happened early on in my career. So Tony Blair had just been elected as leader of the Labour Party, and I knew that if I sat behind him in PMQs, the good burghers of Barking would think that I was really working hard. So you had to do that. You had to bag your place about half an hour before PMQ started. So I did that, sat down, felt really pleased with myself, and waited for PMQs to start. In those days, this is so long ago, we didn't have phones, we had pagers. And I was sitting there, PMQ started, Tony made his first contribution, and suddenly my pager went off. And it was my 15-year-old daughter saying, "Mum, ring home, emergency." So I thought, goodness, she was supposed to be revising for her GCSEs. Has the house caught fire? Is she going to tell me she's pregnant? I had no idea what it was. So I gave up the seat, rushed outside, picked up the phone, said to her, "What is it, Anna? What's happened?" And she said, "Oh, nothing, Mum. I just wanted to see whether you had your pager on silent." I think that's enough of the funny reflections, but I should perhaps just mention one more, and that's when my dental bridge fell out as I was giving a really impassioned speech on transparency in British tax havens. And I suddenly thought, what on earth happened? And I was rescued by my honourable and true friend, the member for Oxford East, to whom I will always remain indebted. She immediately intervened, which meant I could sit down, sort my mouth out, and then get up and continue with my contribution. As with us, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank all the staff here in Westminster who make our lives easier, safer, and more effective. It's only when you're about to leave this place that you realise how well we have all been looked after by everybody here. From keeping our rooms tidy and clean, to providing endless food and drink, to keeping us safe, to supporting us in committees, in the chamber, to making sure that we stick by the rules, to recording the words that we speak. We have the most brilliant team of people who put up with a lot and on whom we're all very dependent, and to whom I want to express my heartfelt gratitude and thanks. And I want to thank both all the staff who've served me. I haven't managed to hang on to anybody for 21 years, 30 years actually, but I've had endlessly wonderful staff supporting me both here in Westminster and in the constituency, and of course all my constituents in Barking, who I love deeply, and the party that has supported me down the years. But I also want to thank the very, very many members of this House, both in my own party and across the chamber, in all the political tribes, for the friendship, as though so many have shown down the years, and for the willingness of so many MPs who've displayed their willingness to work across the House, together across the chamber, to achieve the changes we all believe will make Britain a better country. So often, Mr. Deputy Speaker, politics is portrayed as poisoned, polarised, personal and painful. And sometimes that's what it is. But the best work we do in this chamber, in the select committees, through the all-party parliamentary groups, happens when we do come together, when we find a consensus, and when a shared ambition and approach brings us to a collective solution that we can all support. And when we do work together, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we achieve much more lasting changes that really will make the world a better place. But as I do leave this position, I just want to reflect on one thing that I would like to share with the House. We're living through a period of increased and increasing mistrust of politics and politicians. When I first became an MP, I was always really proud to tell people I met that I was an MP. For me, it wasn't a job, it was a vocation, and I'm sure that's something that many of us share in this chamber. And like most people who seek election, I just wanted to play my little part in making the world a better place in which, for me, we could equalise life chances in every community. But things have changed in the last few years, and now, I don't know if others feel the same, but I often feel that I have to apologise to people for being an MP. We're too often distrusted as a group, and our efforts are ridiculed and mocked. And it's not, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that people are apathetic about politics. It's that they're angry about politics. The fact that we don't listen, that we exist in our own bubble here in Westminster, that they feel we're in it just for ourselves, that we put party before country, and that we put self-interest before our constituents' interests. That may not be true, but that's what people feel. And we all know here that politics really does matter. It matters a lot, and it matters in every family, in every community. I know that, and we know that. From my very first campaign when I first became an MP, to change the rules governing the prescribing of a particular painkiller whose side effects had a life-changing impact on a constituent of mine, to the recent campaigning I've done for smarter regulation to turn the tide on dirty money. Politics matters. What we decide here can make a difference. And my fear is that the anger that people feel will turn to apathy, and people will not use their democratic right to vote in the general election. A low turnout could well be the main headline coming out of this coming election. So, of course, we need to clean up politics, stop the abuse that has become too commonplace in too many ways, from ministers not abiding by the Nolan principles to money, too often dirty money, buying access, peerages, honours and contracts. But we must also go back to our basics, the basics of listening to our constituents, responding to their needs, not our needs, and reflecting their priorities in the work that we do here. I hope that the next group of members of Parliament, when they're elected on July the 4th, will take that all really seriously and will see rebuilding trust in politics and in democracy as a prime objective that they have to fulfil during the next Parliament. Leaving is bittersweet, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've already signed up to piano lessons, and I'm hoping to spend a bit more time with my too many grandchildren who haven't seen enough of me. But I also know that this has been the privilege of my life, being a member of Parliament, meeting and mixing with so many talented, generous, warm, committed, principled people has been a pleasure, a joy, and a privilege. And I'll miss it like mad, but I wish everybody really well.
And thank you, Margaret, and we'll miss you like mad too. Thank you. We love you. Matt Hancock.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I wasn't expecting to make a speech today. I didn't know that there was a slot today for valedictory speeches. So yesterday I spoke about the importance of the NHS in the statement and said that that would be the end. But I saw Mr Speaker last night, and he explained that today some time will be given over. And having had the whip restored this week to the Conservative Party, I'm delighted to say that many, many colleagues have asked me to have said you should go and say something and reflect. And I'll start by saying what an honour it is to follow the member for Barking, who taught me an enormous amount when I was a new member of Parliament, because I served on her Public Accounts Committee. It was actually our Public Accounts Committee in theory, but as chair, it was very much her Public Accounts Committee. And one of the jobs I undertook to do was to ensure that I read every single word of every single draft report, because what she was so brilliant at was occasionally sticking... She's laughing, which I take as an admission of guilt here. She knows what I'm going to say as well. Sticking in a sentence that really put the boot into the government and putting it on about page 29 and hoping that nobody else in the committee would notice. And I took it on myself to read the detail, and I learnt that from her. I have found serving in this House, of course, to be the privilege of my life. I'm sure we all feel that. And I agree so strongly with the words of the former Prime Minister, the member for Maidenhead, and also the former Defence Secretary, in terms of the importance and the value of public service. Politics, no matter how difficult it can be, politics is public service, because in a democracy it is the only way to translate the will of the people into the governance of the nation. And we are the channels through which that should happen. I want to thank some people who've helped make this happen for me. I want to thank the people who got me into politics in the first place, in particular Dr. Michael Hart. He's also the man who spotted my dyslexia And Nick St Aubin, he's the man who suffered most from my dyslexia because I was his agent in the 2001 general election. He was the member for Guildford. And if I may retell this terrible story, he wrote his election address and I put it into a very early version of PowerPoint. And he wrote this lovely phrase, "I want to unite the community." And I thought this was great, and I put it into the headline. And it was only when 42,000 of these election addresses had been delivered that he picked it up from his own doormat and said, "Matt, why have you written, 'I want to untie the community'?" He took it very well, but unfortunately he lost the seat. And I didn't speak about my dyslexia for 20 years after that because of the shame that it brought me. But he also forgave me, which was a truly heroic act. I want to thank my staff here, in particular Helen Dudley, who retired recently a few years ago, and Elizabeth Hitchcock, and the countless others who've supported me in my office here in Parliament, but those two have always held the thing together. And especially in times in government when it is hard to give as much time as you would want to your constituency duties, they really have acted. Frankly, I think both of them were preferred in West Suffolk and did a much better job than I could have done. I want to thank all the civil servants who served and I worked so closely with, and also put in a word for special advisors. Just one short story about why special advisors are such a valuable and important part of our political system. In the pandemic, there was a moment just after we'd started the vaccination programme, and we had you might remember, we had an interval, a gap between giving the two doses of the vaccine. I can't remember exactly how long it was. Was it 12 weeks? And one of my political special advisors spotted a tweet from an American statistician which said that because the impact of the first vaccine is so much greater than the impact of the second, if you reduce the gap in weeks between the first and the second, then you will save many lives. He spotted this tweet. He brought the tweet to me. I took it to Professor Whitty and to Professor Van Tam, who were the clinical leads. They ran the maths. They verified it. We spoke to the regulators. And despite this being novel, within 9 days, we took this from a tweet spotted from an American statistician to government policy announced here, and it was followed throughout the world. And that is calculated alone to have saved 10,000 lives in the UK. There's many, many more staff I'd like to thank. And of course, those in West Suffolk, Dorothy Whittaker, Lance Stanbury and Bobby Bennett, my three agents over the years. And as the former Defence Secretary said, also my family, and in particular my children, because the impact of the scrutiny of politics, especially when people make mistakes, has a huge impact on them, and they have put up with a lot. But it's in the nature of politics that people don't see what a team effort it is. Many people have said that today. What will I miss most? I will miss the single answer to that question, and absolutely unambiguous, I will miss colleagues most. In difficult times, colleagues supporting you, both on this side and across the House, has been incredibly powerful. I'll miss the ability to contribute to national debates. The single vote I'm regretting not being able to take part in is the vote on assisted dying, which surely will come, and which I've come to support very passionately. But politics also, I'd reflect, is noisier and is harder than it was 14 years ago when I first came into Parliament. The nature of social media has made it more difficult, and the nature of the world has made it, sadly, more dangerous. But even through this, one of the things I've tried to promote in my time is the power of technology as a force for good. It's something that the Honourable Member for Huddersfield and I have both campaigned on together over the years. Yes, we must ensure that it is harnessed for the power, for the technology is harnessed for the benefit of humanity, but by God, we've got to make sure harness it we do. We cannot stand in the way, and the UK is at its best when we're at the forefront and when we harness the power of modern technology. And my prediction over the next 14 years is that the impact will be far greater on society, not just on the economy, but on society and politics, than it has been even over the last 14 years. We are living through the slowest rate of change of our lives. It is only going to get faster, and I hope that this place is ready for that. And I couldn't I couldn't finish without a word about the NHS and the role that it plays in our national life. The Right Honourable Lady, the member for Maidenhead, asked me to be Health Secretary and said we need to improve the tech in the health service. Could you do that? And for 18 months, I thoroughly enjoyed myself trying to improve the tech in the health service. But then, of course, the pandemic struck. And I want, for one last time, to say thank you to all of those who rose to the occasion and did so much to get us through, to deliver the safety that was needed, for instance, the shielding programme, which isn't mentioned as much as it should be for protecting those who were most vulnerable. And, of course, the vaccine programme, which was, without doubt, one of the country's finest achievements in peacetime. I want to thank colleagues with whom I work incredibly closely and who helped make that happen. And some of you were heroes of the pandemic too. And I leave just with this. I think it is impossible for a political party, those aspiring to govern, to win without some of these lodestars. It is impossible and wrong to win without being on the side of the future and trying to represent the youth of our country who are coming through and may see things differently to how we do. I say that even as a 45-year-old. It is impossible to win, and you don't deserve to win without a true love of the NHS. And I'm proud to serve a Prime Minister who is from an NHS family. But that true love is important because the people believe it and because it is true. Finally, it is impossible to win unless you truly want to serve your country. I believe that people come into this place, everybody comes into this place wanting to make their country a better place. I've tried my hardest to do that for 14 years, to reach out, to try to do things differently and to try to embrace the future. It's been an honour and a privilege, and I thank you.
And thank you, Matt, and thank you, NHS. Ian Blackford.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I have to say it's a real privilege to speak in this debate and to listen to all the reflective speeches that we've had right across the House from Honourable and Right Honourable members. And I have to say it's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable member for Surrey Heath. And I don't know if he recalls the engagement we used to have when he was at DCMS. And I actually regret that he moved on when he did to the health portfolio, because we'd had an important meeting discussing support for Gaelic broadcasting, and he was generous in recognising the strength of the argument that I had put to get greater support for Gaelic broadcasting. And what happened? He left, and the moment was gone. And I can't help reflecting on an engagement with another government minister, the member for Surrey Heath, when he was the agricultural minister, and we were having some debates about support for Scottish agriculture, and it was a typical feisty Scottish debate. There was a lot of passion, perhaps some surprise to the officials that were in the room. But it ended up with the Right Honourable member saying, would I come with him to the Treasury and make the case? I thought, hang on, you're the government minister, you're supposed to be doing this. But I'm glad to say in that case, it was about getting the convergence uplift money to Scottish crofters and farmers, and that is one that we were successful in doing. And I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, that is a good indication of when this House is at its best, when members of Parliament across the House can come together and we can achieve decisions which are for the benefit of our constituents. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is an honour and privilege for every member to serve in this House, but for me there is something particular about representing a remote and a rural constituency, the largest constituency in the United Kingdom, 12,000 square kilometres. It's the same size as Northern Ireland. The importance of engagement that you have with your constituents. And the one regret I have with the election coming as early as it has done is that I've had to postpone my summer surgery tour. And for those that know the West Highland, and I can see from those smiling around the chamber, that's a 3-week tour visiting many islands, visiting actually 32 places to hold constituency surgeries. And I regret I spent yesterday unravelling all the plans that there are for that, and I wish my successor every success in doing that. My last constituency engagement was actually on Tuesday when I was up in the Isle of Skye at the Gaelic College, where we were celebrating the 50 years of that college in the presence of the Duke of Edinburgh, and I'm glad to say that the college continues to flourish. But there is that important role that we all have representing our constituents. Many other right honourable and honourable members have talked about the importance of coming here to serve. And we all do that because we believe in public service. We all believe that we're here to try and make the lives better of our constituents. Of course, we come from different political persuasions. In my case, in my party's case, of course, although we respect this place and we respect the job that we're here to do, our job is to, as Winnie Ewing once famously said, not to settle up, but it's not to settle down, but to set it up, and to make sure that we advance the case of Scottish independence. But when we come out this chamber, when we pass through these doors, we leave the arguments behind. Because in the end, we're all here to do the same job, to represent our constituents. And those members in the opposite benches, they are not the enemy. They're our colleagues. And we should remember the importance of having respectful debate and respectful dialogue. And I regret, as others have said, the polarisation that we see in society, the toxicity of our social media. And all of us, each and every one of us, and those in the media as well, have got a responsibility to make sure that we show appropriate leadership and that we get to a better place. And yes, as was said earlier in the debate, that there's encouragement for young people to come into Parliament, into politics, that people are not put off. And sad to say, it is the case today that many people will question whether or not that they want to serve. I was elected to this House in 2015. I made my maiden speech on the 28th of May 2015. It was, Mr Deputy Speaker, one of my shorter speeches. It was only 11 minutes. I will not attempt to detain the House too long this afternoon, but I did quote from the words of Donald Stewart, who was the first SNP Member of Parliament to be elected at a general election in 1970. If I stray into controversial matters, they will, in a sense, be impartial controversies, since as a nationalist member, I shall be in controversy with both sides of the House from time to time. For that reason, if I stray, I hope that will be less objectable to the traditions of the House. Now, I can remember having given my own maiden speech, and I have to say that when the 56 SNP MPs arrived, we were made to feel very welcome by many colleagues across the House, not least by the member of Goole, who I see is sitting in his usual place at the back up there. And having given my maiden speech in the second day, and of course the SNP then being in the position that we had to respond early to every debate, you found very quickly that you were being asked to speak in debates, often on subjects that you knew very little about. And I took some advice from the honourable member from Goole, and I said to him, Andrew, what am I supposed to do? I'll not say what the subject was. And he said, Ian, it's easy, just attack us. That, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think was the best advice I was given, and I hope I've been true to that advice over the course of the last 9 years, but in a constructive manner. But I know the Right Honourable Lady for Camberwell and Peckham is no longer here, but when she spoke about never having voted against the whipping advice, I do recall very early in that 2015 election as well that the member for Brighton Pavilion had moved a 10-minute rule bill, and the SNP member for Perth and North Perthshire had said, go into the yes lobby, I'll offer to tell for the the right honourable member, and I went through the lobby to find out that the whipping advice had changed. We were abstaining. I became the first SNP MP to rebel in that Parliament. And I guess that is now a matter. Well, I didn't keep it up. I think I showed myself, and I suppose I was then really giving the whipping advice for much of the period post that. But and of course, let me come back again to 2015, because 2015, 56 SNP MPs being elected, one Conservative, one Labour, one Liberal Democrat from Scotland. It was almost a complete whitewash. And that, of course, came several months after the Scottish independence referendum in 2014. And it perhaps is worth just gently, politely, particularly given where we are today, reminding the House that we had just had the Smith Commission, that we were told at that point that Scotland was to lead the UK, that it was a partnership of equals. And I have to say with regret, that's not often proven to be the case over the course of the last few years. And I stress that one of the things that we did is that we respected the result of that 2014 referendum. But of course, it's our right to continue to put the case for Scotland to be an independent country in elections to Westminster and elections to the Scottish Parliament. And I will say to this House that that constitutional question has yet to be settled. It's yet to be resolved. And there is the fundamental question as to, given it is a union of equals, how Scotland is permitted to leave that union if it chooses to do so. And the reason I make that point is because in the election to the Scottish Parliament in 2021, there's a majority of independent supporting members. So what is the mechanism, as will have to be addressed at some point, if the people of Scotland show through election of members of Parliament, whether here or elsewhere, that they have a desire to achieve a different solution? And I also accept that for the SNP and those that believe in independence, that we're only going to win that argument if we can win the economic argument, if we can show that Scotland can, should and will be a prosperous country. And we're faced today in all the challenges that we face, and we heard earlier from the honourable member from Huddersfield about everything that's happening with green energy. But my goodness, what an opportunity that we have with the potential for wind, for solar, for tidal. But that will only become an opportunity for us if we're able to command the supply chain and drive the investment that we need into that industry. But of course also, that desire to achieve economic growth ought to be for a purpose, and that purpose is to making sure that we can improve our public services. And I say to the other side respectfully that when we have that debate about the future, whether it's here or whether it's in Scotland, that we have to have that engagement with everybody on that. And let me just reflect very quickly on the issue of economic growth, because it would be my contention that ever since the financial crisis in 2008, that we have struggled to create the circumstances of sustainable economic growth. And indeed, I was just looking at the statistics this morning of the growth of the US economy since the pandemic, which has been 8.9%. But the relative growth for the United Kingdom over the same period has been 1.7%. Now, we can, as we do, we discuss budgets, financial statements and all the rest of it. But we need to have that debate about the fundamentals. How do we up our game? How do we drive in the investment? How do we drive up productivity? Because all the pressures that we have, and the talk about tax cuts and the talk about investment in our public services, are only going to be addressed when we consider the fundamentals about how we deliver sustainable economic growth in this country. And of course we had, if I may say so, the disastrous premiership of the previous Prime Minister and the weaknesses that were exposed in our mortgage market of not having long-term fixed mortgages, for example. And we can talk about the fact that, yes, there are some encouraging signs with the economy, but when it comes down to real people, and we know that 5 million households have been exposed to rising mortgage rates since the beginning of 2021, and by the analysis of the Bank of England, given where we are now, and even with, I hope, the prospects of some reduction in interest rates over the coming period, that there are still going to be another 5 million households that are going to be exposed to rising interest rates over the coming period. And when we stop and think about that, and what does it mean? It means that on average, people are paying 40% more for their mortgages than they were doing prior to the rise in interest rates. And also, if I may, let me just very quickly reflect on what has happened over the course of the the last 9 years. My goodness, the pace of change, Brexit, COVID, and of course the situation that we've had with Ukraine and now Gaza as well. And if I do have one regret over all of that period, and I accept that across the United Kingdom that people voted for Brexit, although in Scotland we didn't. We wished to remain in the European Union. But when I think back to that Parliament of 2015-17 and indeed 17-19, I would contend in this House that there was a majority for staying in the single market and the customs union. And the previous Prime Minister, the member for Maidenhead, talked about the 3 votes that she lost in this House. But it's a pity that across the House that we didn't come together. And yes, we could have allowed the Brexit to take place that people in the United Kingdom voted for, but it didn't mean that we had to come out of the single market and the customs union. And I regret the economic self-harm that we've had as a consequence of that. But also when I think back, and I'm glad about the progress that's been made this week on infected blood, progress that's been made on Horizon, but my one regret is that we haven't yet successfully dealt with the WASPy women. And I know this is now going to fall to the new government, but I hope on a cross-party basis, on a consensual basis, we can recognise, accept and deliver justice for the WASPy women who were facing an increase in women's pensionable age that simply wasn't communicated in the right manner, and we have to deliver justice to them. And I respectfully see the Minister on the front bench, and she knows the issue I also want to see some resolution on, is the issue of footballers with dementia. And we think about the suffering that they and their families are going through and the need to classify this as an industrial injury. And I hope in the next Parliament there is some closure on that issue. I will begin to wind up, Mr Deputy Speaker. For much of my time in this House, I've had the privilege not just of being the MP for Skye and Lochaber, but being for the SNP Westminster leader, and I'm grateful for the opportunity that I was given by colleagues. And I have to say, the relationships that I had across the House in that period, and I talked about the member for Preston, and the engagement that he had with other people, and I think as an example of what needs to happen, that cooperation that needs to happen when we face situations as we do. And we should reiterate here again today that all of us will stand by our friends in Ukraine, that we must see Russia push back and we must see liberty, freedom and security delivered to those people. But I do regret that the House hasn't been able to come together to the same extent over Gaza, because all of us are watching the humanitarian crisis that's taking place there. And I hope that we can show leadership on that issue, that we need to bring peace and security to that region, that we recognise the importance of delivering a two-state solution, that both communities can live together, and the responsibility that there is on this House in showing leadership to make sure that we can get to that point. Finally, let me thank the staff in the House of Commons that do a job day in, day out to make us feel welcome, to support us, the security staff, the doorkeepers, the catering staff, the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker for the roles that they play and the courtesy that they've always shown to me. But I want to thank both my constituency staff and indeed the leadership staff that I had at Westminster. And the job that we all have as politicians, we only do because of the abilities of those that tirelessly work in support of all of us. It is a bittersweet moment leading this House for all of us that are departing. I thank everyone for the cooperation, sometimes the arguments that we've had as well. But we should remember that all of us come here to serve. What a privilege it is for each and every one of us. I thank the voters, all the voters of Skye and Lochaber. It has been the privilege of my life. And finally, I first came to this place in 1980, and I came with my partner who's sitting in the under gallery. And so there is a sense of closure that having come here all these decades ago, today we will be leaving. Thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you, Ian, and good luck to both of you. Robert Halfon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was thinking as I was watching this debate, sitting in this beautiful chamber, and thinking of my constituency of Harlow when I was sort of not so long ago campaigning outside Lidl's. supermarket, which I did regularly, handing out leaflets. And one time, genuinely true story, a lady came up to me and said that she had my leaflet through her letterbox that very morning, and how handsome I looked, she said.
Quite right.
But then
right.
She followed it up by saying, "You look bloody awful in real life." And I say that story not just because it's true, but also because, you know, however wonderful this place is, however incredible it is to be an MP, your constituency, especially in a place like Harlow, they bring you back down to earth with a bump. And that is very good for us because we go back to our constituencies. And we do our community days every Friday, every Saturday, often on Sundays, and our constituents tell us what goes on. And I regularly go almost every Saturday to a wonderful sandwich cafe with incredible coffee. I will in a second, just let me finish. Of course I'll give way in a second. To a wonderful sandwich cafe, and in that cafe, in the centre of the town, the constituents who are there, my goodness, they tell you what's what. They tell you really what's going on, whether it is their child who can't get special educational needs support, or somebody who can't get a house, or whatever it may be. Of course I give way.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend. I was driving through Harlow one day, and to my shock, I suddenly saw the honourable member sitting by the dual carriageway under a bloody great big sign with "Vote Halfon," and you couldn't miss him. And I thought, my God, there's someone that knows how to campaign.
I thank my truly honourable friend, and it's true, it's going to be a strange election, because every single election that I've done 6 elections, 2001 onwards, and 2005 where I lost by 97 votes. I have stood by the roadside with a massive sign, usually "Please cut fuel duty," from 6:30 to 9 in the morning, or from 4 till 7 at night, and waving at all the cars. And one time, there was a van that used to pass every day, and they used to scream obscenities at me, and they even brought an inflatable "Up Your" sign to wave at me.
It was Bob.
And just before polling day, a few days before polling day, they threw a mild water bomb at me, just a balloon, but it was fine. And then on the last day, on polling day, had gone on for 6 weeks almost. On the last day, on polling day, they got out of the van, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, what are they going to do to me? And they slapped me on the back, said, "Good on you, mate, we're voting Conservative." Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Parliament, as I say, it's an incredible place. An Essex MP came to my school, although I was brought up in North London, and said that the Houses of Parliament had over 1,000 rooms. And I demanded to go. I demanded to see these 1,000 rooms. I had to see every single one of them. And I came here on a tour, not seeing, sadly, all the 1,000 rooms, and sadly I haven't seen all the 1,000 rooms to this very day. But I decided on that day, at 10 years old, that I would be a Member of Parliament, because I thought this Parliament was so beautiful. I thought the central lobby that I'd been in was so incredible. I thought that being in Parliament I loved history. You're part of living history, every single one of us. Now, I wanted to be in Parliament for another reason, because although I very rarely talked about it, because I didn't want to be known as a disabled MP. And when I was born, I couldn't walk. I used to walk on tiptoe. Perhaps I should have gone into ballet in Covent Garden. And I was told I would never be able to walk. I was told I should go to a special school. The doctors wrote to my father saying this, and I remember seeing the letters even at a young age. And then my father found this incredible professor in Great Ormond Street Hospital, who literally decided to, he understood what was going on, and I had operations right through my childhood, right through to adult life. And I wanted, because when you are an MP, what is being an MP about? It's giving public service, it's looking after your constituents, it's serving the public. And I felt that the Great Ormond Street Hospital, this Professor Lloyd Roberts, the first person who started it off, was, it was the man who changed my life, and therefore it was my chance, by being an MP, to help change other people's lives for the better. I should say that I was in another hospital and then moved to a nursing home, and none other, and so she tells me, I think I sort of remember it, none other than Nadine, the former MP of Mid-Bedford, Nadine Dorris, was a nurse while I was in this hospital. So I think perhaps she's the only MP who's seen me in my birthday suit. And less the plot, more the pot, as it might be. Now, being an MP, you have to do things for your constituency, and you also champion causes. And as the former Defence Secretary said, you also sometimes have a chance to govern. And I felt that when I came in, I wanted to do three things. Was to build an even better Harlow, to champion the cost of living, because we think about the cost of living now, but the cost of living in constituencies like mine, it has always been tough. And I have constituents who are both partners. One works in the day and often one works in the evening, and people say to me, we work for 48 hours and we still find it hard to keep our head above water. And the reason why I started the Fuel Duty campaign was because my local McDonald's had started charging for parking for more if you stayed there a certain time. And I said to the franchise owner, why are you doing this? And he said, because people are parking overnight because they can't afford to drive back home. Parking overnight, sleeping in their car because they couldn't afford the cost of fuel. And I just realised that this was the central issue, and it's also why I campaigned as a Conservative for the living wage. And I was proud to attend Cabinet when George Osborne, the former Chancellor, announced it. I was also proud that I was his PPS. Now, PPS is usually known as bag carriers. The Chancellor, because of my legs, sometimes helped me carry my briefcase. So I think I was the first PPS in history where the Secretary of State carried the bags for the PPS rather than the other way round. Now, my other issue that has been the most important issue to me in the House of Commons has been championing apprenticeships and skills. And the reason for that is something that happened to me way back in 2008. And I go into a building in my constituency. I wasn't even MP, I was a parliamentary candidate. And I met some young kids who were being looked after by the Prince's Trust, an amazing organisation. I love that organisation with every fibre of my body. And Catch 22. And they had started talking about apprenticeships, and they wanted to do skills, and there were no offerings for them. And these were from kids from very disadvantaged backgrounds. And I said to myself, on that day, if I get elected to Parliament, I am going to champion apprenticeships and skills. And my first speech in the House of Commons was about trying to get more schools to encourage their children and their pupils and their students to do apprenticeships as well as going to university, to transform careers advice in our schools so people would understand the apprenticeship offering. And I'm very proud of what this government has done. We often talk about schools and success in education and reading, but I'm very proud what this government has done on skills, and I believe that actually history will show with the huge apprenticeship reforms that you can now do an apprenticeship in everything from aeronautical to zoology to degree apprenticeships, which my right honourable friend introduced, who spoke a moment ago. Over 200,000 degree apprentices. You can do them in every subject. They are now regarded with prestige. Our T-levels are prestigious vocational qualifications. We have over 20 institutes of technology teaching prestigious tertiary education. I have visited my local college. I love my local college, Harlow College. I have visited over 110 times since I've been a Member of Parliament because it has taught me, the college, the staff, the students have taught me everything that I know and helped me along the way when I was championing apprentices. So to be made the Minister for Apprentices twice, for apprentices skills and latterly higher education as well, and I'm hugely grateful to the Prime Minister for doing that, was a huge moment for me because as a select committee chair or as a backbencher you can campaign for things, and I did get through apprentices for prisoners through and more careers advice for students in schools, but as a minister you can make policy, and it is an incredible honour to be able to make policy. And some of the reforms we've done in the past couple of years, the lifelong learning entitlement, for example, that will revolutionise adult learning, the improvements to the levy, the hundreds of millions of pounds being spent on apprenticeships, in fact billions of over 2.7 billion by 2025, will make a huge difference. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know, we stand up, we get all the credit for all these things. But I could not have done one thing without... just one second, yes, I will. But without the most incredible staff. And they are the people who work very long hours. They look after us, they're loyal. They do the hard work, they do the research, they help prepare the speeches. And I want to just name a few who've been with me over the years. Some have gone, but I hope the House will forgive me because these people have been incredible. Anne Russell-Day, Paul Abbott, Victoria Thornton, Janet Ballard, who is watching from above, Melanie Torino watching from above, Maria Bellissimo, Hannah Ellis, Holly Papworth, Ethan Harris watching from above, Natalie Dilworth, Anna Taylor watching from above, Alex Griffiths, Simon Carter, who started me off as my agent, Dan Swords, now the youngest ever leader in the House of Commons, youngest ever leader of any council in political history, Harlow Council, and former apprentice in my office. Emily Burdick, Clive Russell-Day, Aaron Fowle, Howard Cox of Fairfield, UK, and of course my wife, Vanda, who is watching and stood with me thick and thin. I will take the thing.
If you need it, I will.
I always love interventions from the honourable lady. I've got to thank the wonderful residents of Harlow. They are tough. They want you to work hard, champion Harlow, to fight hard for Harlow, and they expect the best from their MP. And I've worked really hard to help regenerate our town, and we've had some wonderful things happening. I also want to give particular thanks to the editor of our newspaper, Michael Casey, and the reason why he is a very special individual is that we used to have 3 local newspapers in our town, 3. They were free of charge, they went to every home. And this man set up an internet newspaper that now has literally millions of hits. And he gives me a hard time, which is his right. But if it wasn't for him, we would have no news in Harlow. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't need to suck up to you anymore. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't need to suck up to you anymore because I'm not standing again. But you've been a wonderful person to me, as has all the other Deputy Speakers. I'm a huge fan of Mr. Speaker as well. I hope he's in place for many years to come. He has shown me nothing but kindness. And I particularly want to thank the doorkeepers. I hope he doesn't mind, but one of whom who's sitting there knew me when I was a researcher. Every single one of them are extraordinary and decent, and I am hugely, hugely grateful to them. And the tea room staff, because they have, I love it. I call it the lorry driver's caff for MPs. But they have helped me. They have helped me every single day. I love every single member of the tea room, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I just want to genuinely conclude with just 3 asks. I won't be here anymore to make a nuisance of myself on fuel duty. So I ask, whatever happens to the future government, that we keep fuel duty frozen and keep cutting it, and let's remember the Prime Minister cut it by 5p when he was Chancellor. Secondly, that we continue as a House to champion apprenticeships and skills, and that I was the first MP to ever employ full-time parliamentary apprentices in my office, and I hope there is one day a scheme, as well as the intern scheme, that the Speaker sets up to get more apprentices in MP's office, not just in the civil service of the House, however brilliant that is. As I said, I never talk much about my legs, and I'm going now, and I'm very lucky to have had the kindest officers and doorkeepers and everything in the world, but and the Segway, which I've run over a few MPs' toes, from Michael Fabricant's, from the member for Lichfield's toes to the former MP for Milton Keynes and a few others in between. And everyone has been very kind, and it will be not the same scooting through here and asking everyone to put their legs up, especially the ladies. But it is a terrible place for people who have difficulties. The lavatories are never working, the lifts are never working, the doors are always shut. There is just not enough understanding, and it's not about producing a press release saying we're an inclusive and diverse employer. It means nothing. I have had great chats in the last few days with brilliant House of Commons staff, and as I said, every single member is brilliant, but there has to be change, because everybody should be able to access this easily and comfortably, whatever their background. So I urge the new Parliament, you, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and all the speakers, just to make it happen for once and for all. And finally, to my wonderful party that I joined at 15 years old. It is a family, it's a dysfunctional family. But it's a family nevertheless. And I feel like I'm kind of leaving home. It's a wonderful honour to have been a member of the Conservative Party. I'll still be a member and help as much as I possibly can. Let us go out there and be a compassionate Conservative Party. A compassionate Conservative Party that puts social justice and helping the disadvantaged at its heart. Let's not sound too angry, which we can do from time to time. And let's go out and support the Prime Minister, and let's try and win this general election. To literally my last words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and when I resigned, I quoted Tolkien because I love J.R. Tolkien. I'm looking forward to the Tolkien Society annual Oxen Moot later this year. But he wrote, those who know Lord of the Rings will know that when Gandalf finally, they'd all conquered the ring, and when Gandalf had took the hobbits back to the Shire, he said, I'm not coming with you to the Shire. And I just want to read you what Gandalf said to the hobbits. He said, I am with you at present, but soon I shall not be. I'm not coming to the Shire. My time is over. It is no longer my task to set things right, nor to help folk to do so. And as for you, my dear friends, you will need no help. Among the great you are, and I have no longer any fear at all for any of you. Now, I'm more Bilbo than Gandalf because I'm small, I have fat feet, I do like a smoke, I love the countryside. And Bilbo said, as he said, for me, although I'm not in Parliament, the road goes ever on.
Yeah. Thank you, Robert. We'll miss you. Julian Knight.
It's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman. He's been a tireless work, unflinching for motorists. I know that very well myself. And I'm very glad that in his valedictory he gave a nod to the legendary Howard Cox, who has also been a friend to me over the past 2 difficult years. And also his advice that he offered as a candidate. I didn't follow it in terms of standing by the side of the road with a sandwich board, but I did get in a cab and ask lots of questions. I wish to put on record my thanks to my constituents who have been a source of comfort, support and enlightenment over the past 9 years. I also wish to thank my wonderful staff, past and present, who have been unstinting in their support, but have been put through the mill well and truly. More about this later, Mr Deputy Speaker. The very best thing about being an MP is the interaction with constituents, and it's been a privilege to represent the wonderful communities of Solihull and Shirley. Privilege, Mr Deputy Speaker, seems such an inadequate word, but it's the only one we have, and I truly feel it. Chief wins have included a £60 million investment in the local hospital, a fairer deal for our superb schools that cope so much with so little, and fighting outrageous plans to strip the borough of police services. In Parliament, it was a huge honour to have been the chair of the Digital Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee from 2020 to 2023, and I think those committee we made a real contribution, particularly in the areas of post-pandemic, helping the industries and head injuries in sport. Mr Deputy Speaker, up until December of 2022, I would have encouraged anyone to become a Member of Parliament. Sadly, I would not do so now, due to the toxicity of this working environment. Mr Deputy Speaker, be assured at this juncture, I will be careful, as there is an ongoing, wide-ranging criminal investigation being undertaken into conspiracy to pervert the course of justice, fraud and forgery involving multiple individuals. Against all precedent, in December 2022, I was named in connection to an allegation by the Conservative Party. Why was I named when multiple members who have actually been arrested have not been named? A special case was made for me. I believe, Mr Deputy Speaker, it was for the following reasons. Firstly, pressure from honourable members over my work in combating racism at Yorkshire County Cricket Club. It is no coincidence, in my view, that this occurred 3 days prior to Mr Rafiq giving evidence once again in front of the committee, which he testified to exactly the same dirtying of his name that I have faced over the past 2 years. It was exactly the same modus operandi, Mr Deputy Speaker. Secondly, I lack friends in high places. I played a major role in the current PM failing to win the leadership. In addition, I made 2 complaints to 2 different chief whips about drunken bullying and harassment by a government whip. All I wanted, Mr Deputy Speaker, was an apology and for it to stop. This bullying was witnessed by an independent female friend who has supplied an affidavit which is currently with the police in order for them to take action. What is more, I whistle-blew on 2 occasions over Islamophobia and racism that I'd seen in my party, and nothing was done. In fact, one of the culprits is standing at the next election. And finally, I think they wanted to make an example of me. They'd had their fingers burned over the issues relating to Mr Pincher, and a new Prime Minister wanted to be seen to be getting tough, regardless of the fact that I told the Whip's office about the allegation back in February, and I kept them informed throughout that time until my suspension. When I was cleared by the Met Police without an interview, I became aware of a horrendous campaign of lies emanating from certain people within my own party. A boycott was arranged of my select committee, and I felt compelled to resign. Friends were pressured to drop their association with me. There is an allegation by the Byline Times website that an investigation was closed by the Met, was moved to Essex at the behest of government ministers. This is utterly unprecedented. I think my clearing by the police so soon as they'd taken the unprecedented step of naming me publicly was deemed a serious political embarrassment, and the vultures were already circling around my seat, and honourable members know exactly who they are. Let me briefly, Mr Deputy Speaker, outline the effect this has had. I think of myself as a real Conservative, and I have been driven from my party. I am sitting on these benches rather than those. I have contemplated suicide on multiple occasions. Every night I wake at 3 a.m. Every night. I've lost my position and my future. My family has been placed under unbearable toll and misery. And we are ordinary people, Mr Deputy Speaker. I drove to my selection night in a Skoda Fabia. I didn't take a helicopter. Staff, both past and present, have been made ill by the barrage of innuendo contained in a malicious dossier and relentless press harassment. Honourable members, we must be very careful for our future. I'm really actually irrelevant in this. I will go off somewhere else. If what has happened to me is allowed to pass, then it will happen again, and it could change the course of this country's history. You could have an honourable member removed by unfounded accusations and disgusting rumours in a hung parliament. Just imagine what that would have done in 2019. Now, I will retire to private life, relieved but saddened. I hope that one day we will see a real Conservative party again, a party that does not tax to the pipsqueak, that believes in liberty and a small state, that doesn't hang innocent men out to dry. The last 14 years have, I'm really sad to say, going to be proving a bit of a waste. Our legacy will be a Labour government with bankrupt ideas and uninspiring leadership. Only true conservatism has the answer this country needs, and my only hope is that the crucible of this election will lead to a rebirth of real free market conservatism. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Very much. Colonel Bob Stewart.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry to have to follow such a speech, and I feel sympathy. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's been a real privilege for me to be here. 14 years gone like a flash. In my 28 years in the army, I never thought for a moment I would come to this place. After all, most of the rank and file in the army view politicians with deep suspicion.
It's not just them.
So when I, after a few years having left the army, told my army colleagues I was trying to be a Conservative MP, they accused me of having smoked dope. But in truth, for 14 years, I have felt that I've been in metaphorical uniform still. Look, all of us are in metaphorical uniform. Every single member of this place serves their country. They may not wear a uniform, but my goodness, they could easily do. I've never sought advancement. I like the backbenches. I never wanted advancement. I told this to David Cameron when he was Prime Minister. He said, "You won't get it either."
Didn't go to Eton.
I've made my share of mistakes in this place.
No, never. Surely not.
I'll mention one malapropism. I intervened on my good friend, the Honourable Member for Tewkesbury, once. I stood up to say, I'd like to thank the Honourable Gentleman. But I stood up and I actually said, I'd like to spank the Honourable Gentleman. Now, I then corrected it Hansard very kindly suggested that they could amend their script, and I said, by no means do that. It's far too good. If they will remember me for anything, it's for spanking the honourable member for Tewkesbury. May I end by thanking colleagues for putting up with me?
Too short.
I mean, I've really made some pretty decent friends considering you're not in the army. I like the staff. I particularly like the doorkeepers, many of whom are ex-military. I thank my office staff, Dr. Razor Tabrizi and Neil Cropper in particular. I also thank my wife, Claire Popielski, for putting up with me for 30 years so far. After all, she's given us 4 kids, 4 children. Julie? I think that should stand, whatever it was. I'm sure it was very rude. I'd like to thank my wife for bearing 4 children, Julie, Delphine, Ophelie, and Xavier. I have to say, honourable members, at least 2 of them are in the military. Hooray. Now, old soldiers aren't meant to die. They don't die. Apparently, they just fade away. Well, to hell with that. I don't want to fade too quickly. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
And thank you. Yeah, more. Thank you, Colonel Bob. You've been a true and absolute friend ever since I've known you, and you've gone beyond in helping me in my greatest time of need too. I love you, Bob. Joe Churchill.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to stand here, but it isn't without a sad heart. When I was thinking what to say, I thought, should it be a thank you? As we've heard, we are sent here by our constituents. And in my case, they've sent me here 3 times. And for that, I'm inordinately grateful. But the greater privilege I've had is they've let me into their life to help them. And to what the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead said, we come here and we should always remember that we come here to serve. And we should serve with courtesy and with a smile. And we should make sure that we are always second in the queue to our constituents. I have had the most enormous amount of fun, whether it's in my constituency or whether it has been in this place. And I find it very difficult to run through that list of thank yous. But my first must go to my team. Leslie in particular started walking the streets with me, and no comments. And Leslie, I'm sorry for the turn of phrase. When I was selected to be the candidate back in 2014, and she is still in my office, running it and being a star. And supporting her now are Wendy, Laura, and the wonderful Helen, who previously worked next door for the Right Honourable Member for West Suffolk. And she has served this place for 42 years. Wow. And so it is to people like that, and Carolyn, who came before, and Harry, that I thank, because it is them, our staff, who really do the lion's share of caring for our constituents week to week. I would like to then place on record, as many others have, for the glue, the bit that sticks us all together, the doorkeepers, who, as they've hugged me this morning and yesterday, their gold emblems have jangled, and I have remembered. Oh, come on, ladies and gentlemen, they are the crown jewels. You ask them. So, it's not going anywhere, says the Honourable Member for Winchester. But, no, they are the glue, as are those in the tea room. I will be sad never to have that special cup of coffee poured by Godfrey ever again, with the little heart on top. But those who make sure that our committees are ready, that our select committees are doing that job that is so important, holding us to account. The clerks who sit and will answer any question of process. To them, I give my thanks. Because if it wasn't for you, we couldn't do that thing of upholding democracy. And we do it, and we do it well. And we work across this house as people who come here to serve. And when we lose the ability to do it courteously and kindly, and to work for the betterment of each and every person in this country, we are all losers. So long may that continue. And then after the glue, I wanted to thank all those who have served me in private office or in the civil service. I had the privilege of being asked to go into the whip's office. There are many, both former whips and current whips in this room. The Honourable Member for Canvey Island is, in my view, a star amongst us. She makes sure this chamber runs, and she sits early morning and will have her breakfast, which is often a piece of brie or gorgonzola she's picked up from Marks and Spencer's on her way in. And you're never quite sure if it's your own feet or if she's off having her breakfast. So, she is an institution. And long may the people of Canvey Island return our special star. To the Deputy and others, thank you. Thank you for never disclosing that I probably have one of the bawdiest sense of humours in this place. No. Near or far, if any of you remember, we serve. And the Whip's office, whilst it sometimes gets spoken about with perhaps not in the best of terms, we care. And those of us who are in there care very deeply that the colleagues that are in this place are looked after. And it isn't only about the votes. It is about making sure that one of the toughest jobs that we are called to do, because others are right, it is a vocation, that we are supported in that. And we support each other, and we support each other within our own family, and we look across and we help others where we can. So, to the Whip's office, where I was a retread in the last occasion, thank you very much. And it was truly the honour of my life to serve in the royal household, and for the Honourable Member for Canvey, and indeed the Honourable Member for Nuneaton, to be at the King's coronation, but also to walk in front of the coffin of our late beloved Her Majesty. So I went from Whip's office into health, and a pandemic occurred. So there we were, and what we had in many ways was our finest and our best coming to the fore. And we should never forget that. It took a toll on our country and our finances. but we showed ourselves at our best. Agile, committed, caring, and as the Right Honourable Member for West Suffolk, who I served under, inventive. And the vaccine developed by those fine minds that we have running our businesses, employing our people, did us proud. And to serve alongside the Chief Medical Officer and the two deputies and the Chief Dental Officer and others was another privilege that I will take from this place. Being able to take the gene editing bill through in DEFRA is a Brexit bonus to me, and hopefully will serve as a lasting legacy to farming. It was not the way I would have chosen, but it is the way we are walking, and you are better to find sunshine when you walk than to always look upwards and see rain. I came here as a cancer campaigner, having had it 3 times. Life is a joy. To represent is a joy. And I will leave this place in a position as Employment Minister, doing something that I think is incredibly special and very conservative. That is making sure people have jobs. Because if there is anything we are about making work for people and giving people dignity. Because with dignity you can make choices, and with choices you can thrive. And that brings me on to the final bit. Because what you can do with your job is look after your family. And for me, my family is everything. I wouldn't be here if my husband hadn't said to me, be happy and work for your constituents. I will support you all the way. And many have spoken about the toll that is taken on their family. And for my family, it's been no different. So I am going to enjoy them. The whole noisy, bawdy bunch of them. Because to me, they are the very best in my life. So I leave here, and I leave here with a heavy heart, because I adore this place. We are lucky. I adore many of you. I think we are a fantastic party. To be one of the Blues is the best team, in my view. And I will carry on fighting for the Blues, because this country needs compassion, and it needs hard work, and it needs people who believe we are the best to represent them. I have represented the very best of this country in Bury St Edmunds, and I will miss you all. But serve our country well, because it truly is the best. Thank you.
And thank you, Joe. I gave you a hug last night. I'm sorry there was nothing jangling.
Speaker, if I could be paid in hugs, I would be very rich.
God
the last
bless you.
couple of days has been wonderful, and to all those constituents who have written to me, thank you.
God bless you. Lochaber.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I welcome this opportunity to put on record my heartfelt thanks to all those with whom I worked during my time as a Member of Parliament for Reading West. To my constituents, I'm enormously grateful for putting their faith in me through 4 successive general elections, and over the past 14 years as an MP, indeed the 4 years prior to that as a parliamentary candidate, I've had the great joy to work with so many brilliant people and organisations across Reading. And together we've campaigned successfully to set up one of the first free schools in the country, the All Saints Junior School, still rated outstanding. We founded a new secondary school, the Wren Secondary School. We won funding for upgrades for local train stations at Thiel and Tilehurst, and money for a new station in Green Park. We got the money and ensured flood alleviation schemes were built in Tilehurst or in Purley, and we secured a vital road crossing upgrade on the D Road in the vicinity of several primary schools. We kept Pinson's Hill green. We campaigned successfully together for stronger sentences for dangerous driving and for strengthening the legislation to deal with illegal encampments. We got the number 33 bus redirected from the Birds estate. I could go on, Mr. Speaker, and every colleague here will have a similar and probably a longer list than me. But the one thing I hope they will all agree on is that without the strength and the energy and the commitment of our constituents, none of what we do locally would be possible. And so I thank each and every one of my constituents from the bottom of my heart. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's also been a real privilege to serve in government in a whole range of roles and departments. And I came into the role of Business Energy Secretary as COVID came upon us, the COVID pandemic. And I want to thank everyone in the government system and outside who played such a vital and important role in making sure that we got support to millions of businesses and supported jobs up and down our country. And as my right honourable friend said before me, my friend for Bury St Edmunds, is that we should be proud of what we did during that COVID pandemic as a government. My right honourable friend for West Sussex, Suffolk is not in his seat, but he talked about vaccines. The Vaccines Task Force sat within the business department, and we worked collaboratively across government. And if ever there was a beacon for how a national mission should be deployed, it is the Vaccines Task Force. And like her, I also want to place on record my grateful thanks to all the scientists, the folks in industry, the NHS and civil servants who worked so hard to ensure that our country was the first in the world to deploy a vaccine. The last of the roles that I did in government was on COP26. And you know, I've been told by very many people internationally, including those in foreign governments, that COP26 was one of the biggest soft power wins for the UK in decades. We did lead the world on the green agenda. And again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this would not have been possible without the tireless work of so many of our brilliant civil servants, many of them unsung heroes, and of course the UK's outstanding diplomats across the world. And when I worked on COP, I genuinely felt that I stood on the shoulder of giants. And, you know, we have for many years enjoyed a strong political consensus on the need to reach net zero in our economy. And I believe, and I know many friends here believe, that we are stronger for it. And I very much hope that that consensus is maintained in the critical decades ahead, because I can tell you, the world wants our country to continue to lead on the green agenda, and I hope that we will do so. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also want to thank my friends in the Reading West Conservative Association, who first put their faith in me when they selected me in 2006. And I also thank, like all other colleagues, my brilliant parliamentary staff over the years. Now, it's always invidious to name individual colleagues and pick them out, but I want to particularly place on record my thanks to Jessica Innes, who has patiently worked with me for many more years than I think she would care to remember. Also to Will Saunders and Rachel Quinn, who continue to work right to the last day for the constituents of Reading West. And I know that all their mums and dads will be thrilled that they get a mention in Hansard. I also want to thank my own family, my wonderful mum and dad, my fabulous wife, Ingela, and my brilliant daughters, Isabella and Charlotte. And as we all know, we couldn't do this without their support. Mr. Deputy Speaker, serving as a Member of Parliament is a rare privilege, and I will always carry a piece of this place in my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Dame Tracy Crouch.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I suspect this is going to be one of the most emotional speeches I have ever made in Parliament, and so I apologise now for any snotty, ugly crying that may follow. I had hoped to hold it together, but then I'm following the Honourable Lady for Bury St Edmunds and the Honourable Gentleman for Reading West. It's just not going to happen. I am I was the 305th woman to be elected to the House of Commons in 2010. And I would really like to thank very much the Honourable Ladies for Camberwell and Peckham and for Maidenhead for being the pioneers for people like me to enter this place. I don't come from an ordinary political background. My parents weren't interested in politics. I didn't go to private school. It was something that was very much beyond what I thought would be my reach. But it is because of the work that they did to encourage women like me, like others, friends that I see around us, that we are here, and I am able to make what will be my final speech in this place after 14 years. Now, I keep reminding myself that I have taken this decision to leave, and I have done so for what I think are all the right reasons. I know that everyone's cancer journey is different, but for me, my breast cancer was life-affirming. It has given me a renewed sense of the vulnerability and fragility of our short lives, and with the big 5-0 on the horizon, this election... This election was the opportunity to seek a new adventure. I don't know what that is yet, but I guess that is part of the excitement. So clearing out the office is a wonderful way of reminding me and my team, and more about them later, of some of the incredible things we have done. I found a newspaper cutting from 2010 when, shortly after I got elected, I intervened to secure a wheelchair for a young boy who had faced months of delay and was therefore housebound. The cutting has a picture of him in his chair, which had spiders on it. He looks so happy, and is a reminder that while 99% of what we do never gets into the public domain, it is fundamentally important, and for some, life-changing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, stop crying for this episode. Now, I'm not a particularly sentimental hoarder of things, so perhaps I don't have as much being packed up for the loft as colleagues, but it's been fun to find old election leaflets. Oh my goodness, I look so young in 2010. Letters from Prime Ministers, plural, and colleagues, past and present. It was good to read again some of my big speeches that the office got banned for me, such as the most terrifying proposal to move the Loyal Address, my 10-minute rule bill to protect youngsters from abusive sport coaches, and it was nice to flick through the ministerial documents, such as the sports strategy and the review that cut the steak for fixed on betting terminal, something I should always remain incredibly proud of, even if I was the thorn in the side of the Honourable Lady for Maidenhead by resigning from her government. But it is easy to forget in the chaos of any day's inbox how much we actually do in this place. It is also easy to forget how often we work across party lines. I found in my piles of stuff the Christmas card that Paul Goggins sent me 10 days before he died, inside the order of service for his funeral. Paul and I worked on the issue of mesothelioma together. I came in during the recess after he died to add my name to all his amendments on the mesothelioma bill so that I could move them for him and then push 2 or 3 of them to a vote. I've worked with the member for Batley and Spen on loneliness, having met her before she came to Parliament at a reception with her parents to honour her sister Jo, whose plaque has always been in my eye line. I've worked cross-party on countless sports-related issues, as well as played in many cross-party sports teams, whether it's netball, cricket, rugby, and of course football. I take home with me treasured medals, including my Guinness World Record medal that I and the women's football team secured, trophies such as the much-coveted Pancake Race Trophy, and various politician, parliamentarian and campaigner of the year awards, which are all going to thrill my husband as he seeks to carry the weightier ones up the ladder into the loft. But of course, everything we do here is only because of the trust that our constituents have given us. And it's beyond words how honoured I feel to have been elected 4 times to serve the people of Chatham and Aylesford. I cannot begin to describe how lovely the vast majority have been to me over many years. I'm not some fancy pants posh Tory to them, just Trace. The girl that goes and stands on the terraces of Chatham Town Football Club, or politely tells the ref how he may have made the wrong call at Aylesford Balls. I got ID'd in my local supermarket at the age of 42 because I was wearing a hoodie and tracksuit bottoms, and the new young worker didn't know who I was, much to my delight, but the abject horror of the supervisor. However, during my time as their MP, I've seen much change in the constituency. There have been enormous housing developments that have not only altered the rural landscape forever, but have put incredible and unforgiving pressure on our infrastructure, which in turn brings an immense amount of casework. And this is where I turn in my speech to thank my team. In 14 years, I've only had 14 members on my payroll. 2 of my team have worked for me in that entire time, and I'm truly indebted. Theo was with me on my campaign in 2010, and I offered him the job when I stepped off the platform. We recruited Sarah Jane shortly after, who is the most brilliant caseworker. They know what I think before I've often thought it myself. Theo knows from the way that I type if I'm sending back a strongly worded email by the way I hit the enter key and dive straight into the sent items to see whether he needs to batten down the hatches. SJ knows how much I hate injustice and will fight the authorities to the end on behalf of residents. Given that they have been in my life longer than my own husband, I shall miss them enormously. Current team members Will, Harry and Nikki have been amazing support despite my decision to stand down impacting them. And Nikki in particular has been amazing in that she organises all my constituency events such as the Over 55s Fair, the Apprenticeship Fair and Community Heroes, the output of which means I've met tens of thousands of constituents in person in positive, inspiring environments. I'm so proud of my previous members of my team who have gone on to incredible jobs both inside and outside of Parliament. I've tried not to think of any member as staff, but as a valuable part of who I am and what I do. I've respected their contributions to my work on behalf of local residents, and I've tried hard to never let people think that I do it all alone.
A wonderful friend of Wayne. Delighted. On the spirit of not doing everything alone, might my honourable friend confirm whether, in fact, it was members of her team or perhaps unnamed colleagues who supported her in putting a row of question marks behind the leader of the opposition's seat on the benches a few weeks ago, or perhaps decorating other colleagues' offices with certain items?
Tell all.
I'm not sure what she's referring to, nor would I have ever, Mr Deputy Speaker, on reshuffle day called the most ambitious colleagues to pretend to be Downing Street. Wouldn't have done that at all. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank all the people here who make Parliament work. From the cleaners, the posties, the wonderful catering staff. We've already heard about the members in the tea room. Particularly like to thank Godfrey, who brought me in, absolutely wonderful young man who brought in some Ghanaian honey, especially for me to make honey and lemon, and who allows me to smuggle in my son during that 1 October half term where we're not on recess, and cook some sausages and beans. And I'd like to also pay tribute to the late Julian, who, when I was pregnant, refused to let me have egg from the hot plate. So sorry if you eat egg from the hot plate, everyone. But I'd also like to pay tribute to the clerks, Hansard, the doorkeepers. I see the principal doorkeeper standing in his place, who once caught me on a school day, shall we say, having a drink in a pub in Maidstone. The only sort of kind of defence that I have is that he was also there. But I'd also... and to John, who's standing next to him, who has been in this place when I first started in 1996, as have some of the security staff, including Gio, Michael, or Sticky as he's known, and to doorkeepers behind the Speaker's chair, who I promised I would make reference to Tweedledee and Tweedledum out the back there, who are always quick with a sweet or a glass of water, a chirpy smile and some crack about South Africa winning something at rugby. Like my old friend for Bury St Edmunds, I got some good hugs in with many of the staff yesterday. I'm so grateful for their support. They have looked after us incredibly well. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my family and my friends. I'd like to particularly thank my husband, Steve. He's supported every decision that I have taken in this place. He's very proud of me. He knows how to use the washing machine better than I do. And is also exceptionally keen that I get another job as quickly as possible so I don't get under his feet. My son Freddie, who at 8, he doesn't really understand. He sort of gets it, he sort of doesn't. But he is very much looking forward to me being home a lot often. Or at least he says that until he realises the regime of homework that I were on imposing upon him. But ultimately, I'm looking forward to having a summer off and spending some time with them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I made this choice to go, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. I still had things to do, laws to pass, issues to raise, casework to finish. But ultimately, it has been a pleasure. For my friends who are standing, I wish them... I know. Oh no, he's not standing either. Right. I am. Honourable friend for Burton Gould, who I've known since he was a young student at McDonald's, and I taught him how to make a Big Mac, who was going on to bigger and better things in management at McDonald's. So for my friends who are standing, I wish them a safe election. And for those who are not, I wish everyone the best of luck for the future, whatever or wherever that may be. Yeah.
Thank you, Tracy. I love you. I think we better hear from your mate, Andy Percy.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to have you in the chair. You've been a friend and an ally and a support since I first came here, sir. Thank you. And it is honestly a privilege to follow my honourable friend, the member for Chatham and Aylesford. We've worked together actually 3 times. When I was 16, I was working at McDonald's, St Andrew's Quay in Hull, and the member for Chatham was my floor manager. She was much more senior to me. She had a white shirt, and she was the one who told me what to do with my pickles and where to place them, if I remember. And we worked together then for the member, our right honourable friend, the member for Halton, Price and Howden, for a period, and this is our 3rd time working together. And I can also confirm she's offered me a job already, which is washing her windows, which I might well do. So it was a real privilege. And actually, in the run-up to the 2010 general election, we used to have a little bit of a thing where we'd ring each other every Saturday, but I'm sure she remembers which song. But if ever a particular song from Dirty Dancing came on, we used to ring each other up and sing it down the phone at one another. Or if we missed each other, I'd then pick up my voicemail to have Tracy Crouch singing Hungry Eyes or She's Like the Wind down my phone. And I really wish her all the best. She's been incredibly brave these last few years, and I love her to bits. So, when I spoke at the Boundary Commission review to argue in favour of the abolition of my constituency, I said that this was the closest I could get to speaking at my own funeral. That's how I opened. But actually today feels a bit like that, because as I look at my name on the screen, it will be the last time I speak, and it will be the last time we see Brigg & Gould, because Brigg & Gould, of course, is being abolished at this election and being split 4 ways. It will also mark the end of 24 years in elected office for me. I was expecting there to be howls of disbelief at the idea that someone with such good skin and who looked so young could be... but I 24 years, I did 10 in East Yorkshire and North Lincolnshire, 10 as one of 2 Tory councillors on Hull City Council. There are now none of us. A period as a parish councillor in my village of Ermin, and of course 14 years here now. And I have to thank all of the people who voted for me in my various positions locally, the electors of Newland and Bricknell Ward in Hull, who gave this working class lad from the worst comprehensive in the worst performing education authority in the country his first opportunity in elected office. And then, of course, to the absolutely wonderful people of Brigg and the Isle of Axholme, who returned me last time with 71% of the vote, and I will be forever thankful, and it's genuinely the privilege of my life to have served them here. I also want to thank the Conservative Party. I started leafleting for the Conservative Party when I was 11, in part thanks to a lady who's long since departed, Mrs Stonehouse, who was at that point in her late 70s, early 80s, and I was the local paper boy, and I started delivering leaflets. And the Conservative Party is a family. It's a thoroughly dysfunctional family, and there are at times when I don't want to spend another moment with those members of my family, and then at the end end of the day I remember we are all family, and I love them dearly, some more than others. I want to thank Mr Speaker, and you, of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, but particularly Mr Speaker, for who's not here because I've already thanked you, so it's not one over the other, for his support over these years as well, and also all of the House staff here, the doorkeepers, everybody who does everything to keep us and this place functioning. Thanks to obviously the tea room staff, but also to Anthony and Richard in the Strangers Bar, who are thoroughly wonderful people, and also to different colleagues here. There are so many who I've made friends with over the years, some who have gone. Gitto Bebb, who was my greatest pal in this place in that first couple of terms, to Lord Wharton, James Wharton, who's now Lord Wharton, my former flatmates, the members for Pendle and for Swindon North. We lived together in that first term. My new colleagues since the 2019 election who've been particularly fun to me, with me, the member for Burnley, my wonderful constituency neighbour, the member for Scunthorpe, who in her maiden speech described me as like a father figure to her, and I can actually reveal today that we are family. We're very much family. Anybody comes after this one, I'm coming after them. But it's not a case of father and daughter. It is brother and sister, and she will forever be my elder sister. And also, there are so many, as I look around here, so many great colleagues and friends who I am so proud to have served with. And I want to pick out, he's not here, but my chum, my mate, the Chief Whip, the member for Carmarthen and West and South Pembrokeshire. When we all got here in 2010, we used to hang out in James Wharton's office. The member for South Staffs would be there, and we used to have such fun in this tiny little office. We knew why we were here. We were all part of a team. We knew where we were heading, and it was the best of times for me. I also want to thank David Cameron for giving me, and I texted him this week actually to thank him for giving me the opportunity, because I was put on the A-list, and when I came here lots of people didn't like the A-list, and people used to come up to me saying how terrible it is, all these A-listers, because they'd look at me, listen to me, hear my accent and think he couldn't possibly have been on the A-list. But I was able to put on the A-list, which allowed me to then stand in my local constituency. I did text him this week saying, however, I am sorry I ended up being a disappointment to him, because I did vote against the whip 80 times in that first Parliament. But when he once pulled me up for it, though, I did point out that meant I voted with the government 90% of the times with the Conservative whip, which was a lot better than the Labour MP I'd replaced. I also want to thank the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Maidenhead, who gave me the honour of being a minister in the Department of Local Government, and also our current Prime Minister, who I think is a thoroughly decent human being. And I, of course, want to thank my family and all of my friends, my parents, my mum and dad in particular, my grandparents who aren't with us anymore, but my parents in particular, who didn't need degrees and family money to give me the values that I believe I've exhibited in this chamber. There are lots of other people I'd want to thank, of course, so many friends over the years. My constituency neighbours, the member for Cleethorpes, my right honourable friend, the member for Halton, Price and Howden, as I've said, of course, my honourable friend, the member for Scunthorpe. I'm proud to have served as a minister, but I'm most proud of having served as our trade envoy to Canada, a country I've had a lifelong love affair with. There's a drinking game going on, how many times I can say Canada, Canada, Canada. But I want to thank two people who supported me in that role in particular. Our two consul generals who helped me in that role. Kevin McGurgan, Nicole Davison and her wonderful partner Karen Ferguson, all of the High Commission team and all of the people in the High Commission here in Canada who helped. I am conscious of time, so I'm coming on to my staff. There's a couple of them here, but I'm keeping them till last because I said I'm really going to spill the beans on them. But I also just want to say, as I said, it's been a privilege of my life to serve the people of East Yorkshire and North Lincolnshire. We are the best of this country. We tell people, we say what we think and we like what we say, and we're blunt and we're clear and we're concise about it. And I'm proud to have locally helped deliver on some of the things that I hope have made life a little bit better. Cutting the Humber Bridge tolls, the member for Beverley did a lot on that. You wouldn't know that by the time I got into my literature. I'd completely and utterly written him out of it. I'm proud to have brought the Imagination Library, Dolly Parton's Imagination Library, to my area, and we will shortly be delivering the 1,000,000th book from that scheme, and it has had a real impact on our preschool literacy rates. I also set up a first responder scheme and have spent 12 years now at weekends volunteering in the NHS with the Yorkshire Ambulance Service. I was out at 1 o'clock in the morning this past Saturday responding to calls, and that has put me in some of the most difficult of positions, but I've been proud to have done it, to have supported the steel industry, to have secured huge amounts of money for flooding, representing the most flood-prone constituency, and also now through my bid writing scheme service I set up to have now secured £2.5 million. We've got DFIBs all over, secured the town deal for Goole, and of course, in more recent time, funded and produced in my constituency, thanks to the brilliant work of Oliver North, 156 ambulances for Ukraine. I am just coming on to my closing remarks, but I have to thank my local councillors, my local party who've been brilliant, particularly Councillor Rob Waltham, the leader of our council, who has been my agent in all of these elections and is utterly brilliant at making you do things you don't want to do in the pouring rain. So thanks to him. And to my staff, who have worked alongside me, the ones who presently work for me, Kasim Qureshi, who's up there, Julie Reid, Sarah Hayes, Elaine Marper, Mark Kerman, Tom Bramham, and Peder Owen, my former parliamentary staff, Robert Lingard, Andrew Barrett, and we all live on as friends to this day in the beer club, and there's a game going on with my former staff as if I get beer club into this, I'm doing all right, and others who have come and gone, Corey, Craig, Aidan, Leon, so many more, Pat and Liz. Pat, who worked with me for 10 years when I was a councillor, when I was made a minister, they rang up my Goole office and asked her from the private office, how does the minister like his tea or his coffee? She went, well, I don't know, he gets his own, which I thought was wonderful. And then she said, some people rang up asking about this bloke called the minister, and I had to say, who do you mean? But they never, ever failed to make absolutely clear to me that my presence in the constituency office was nothing but a pain in the backside for them. So to Pat and Liz and to Georgina and others, and all of my interns we've had over the years, particularly those from the US and Canada. I also want to thank other teams I've worked with, Conservative Friends of Israel, particularly James Gerd, the political director, who is a close friend of mine now, with ELNET, with the Anti-Semitism Policy Trust, who I've worked very closely with, and Danny Stone, who is up here again today. Also Surrogacy UK, who I work with on my APPG for surrogacy. And then just to conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am so proud to have served in this place. It is an amazing privilege to get that opportunity, but I am sad to be leaving at a time when a couple of issues particularly close to my heart are in the news and are of such a concern. And the first of those is the appalling rise in Jew hate, in anti-Semitism in this country. It breaks my heart to see Jewish people in this country frightened and afraid to go about their business in this country, showing their faith. It's a stain on our democracy and on our country. It's happening across the West. And it is, Jewish people really are, anti-Semitism is the canary in the coal mine. And the second thing that really breaks my heart is just the tone of political discourse and the way in which we seem incapable of having a discussion and a debate without it turning into threats, personal abuse and all the rest of it. I'm the first one to be blunt and to believe in a really clear and firm tell people what you think and be not afraid of how you say that, and be forceful at times if you need to be, but also in the need to be respectful and appreciate at the end of the day that the people on the other side of politics are motivated by the same things, which is to do good. It's just we disagree about how to get there. Unfortunately, today, our politics is becoming so toxic and so awful that we forget sometimes that we are all here motivated by exactly the same thing. And I've been proud to work across the chamber with various colleagues. The member for Skye and Lochaber, who was in earlier, was very generous to me. I would be generous to him too. And also the Honourable Lady, the Shadow Minister. We worked together very constructively in the Brexit years. So I will just end by saying I've met some absolute rotters in my time in this job. None of those rotters are in this chamber today. Actually, I've just spotted one. But I have generally, despite the rotters, have worked and served with amazing people in this place across the political aisle. It is, as I say, it's been the privilege of my life to be here. I never thought I would be, and I count everybody in this place as a friend and thank everybody for serving alongside me.
You're a true friend, Andy, and I know I'll see lots of you in the coming months, and you come up and campaign for me at the election and stuff like that. Love you loads. Chloe Smith.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I begin by thanking all House staff through you, as so many colleagues also have done. The first thing I think I need to say to Honourable and Right Honourable friends is that it is literally my fault that we're having a snap election. It was me who legislated for the removal of the Fixed Term Parliament Act that allowed the Prime Minister to call it whenever he chose. So I'm sorry for the emotional rollercoaster of that. I too would like to start by thanking my constituents who have placed their trust in me 5 times, and that makes me the longest serving Member of Parliament for either of the 2 Norwich constituencies in modern times. And I'm deeply proud of that, and I'd also like to thank all of the volunteers of Norwich Conservatives. I too need to thank my office team, including the wonderful Alice Burt, who has worked for me for 14 years, since the August of 2010. And after quite some tough personal times shared with a few colleagues here on these benches and beyond, I also really want to thank the friends here in this place, including but not limited to the Honourable Lady for Bury St Edmunds, who helped through that. And after those times, it is then the right time to step back for me and my young family, and indeed to step forward to the next chapter of life, having come here as the baby of the house, as then at the age of 27, and at the ripe age of 42, I can feel a few Douglas Adams jokes coming on here, which is that I now know the meaning of life, of course, and I can now say so long and thanks for all the fish. Come on, that deserves a little more than that. Are there no more readers of Douglas Adams on these benches than that? It has been an absolute privilege to serve Norwich North. I've been most proud of the employment project that I began in my constituency called Norwich for Jobs, and also very, very proud of the investment that I've been able to secure, such as the fact that new train carriages now serve the whole of East Anglia, and that is really material to people's jobs and prosperity. It's been also a huge honour to be able to serve in government, Mr Deputy Speaker, and to lead both the biggest department in government and one of the newest. I take the passions from those departments, the labour market, technology, forward into my new challenges, especially to be able to continue to work to help those who are economically inactive into the right jobs for them. I'm really proud as well of this House, like so many others who've spoken this afternoon. I want to just give the example of when we came together across party to be able to pass the British Sign Language Act. I think we all know how important that is for many constituents. In fact, in many cases it was downright iconic, and I'm very proud to have done that. Can I take that opportunity to urge not necessarily the members here who are not all standing, but those who are standing, to be accessible in their campaigning, And I'm afraid to say that does go on from making sure that there is a sign language interpreter, whether it is raining or not in Downing Street, and likewise for all of the major party announcements from all parties. Let's do that so that 100% of voters and citizens are included in our political discourse. I'm also glad to note that one of the last quite substantial things that this House has done this week is to progress the needs of the victims of the infected blood scandal. That reminds us of what we have to do better and what we have to get right. And from the last Parliament alone, I expect we will think again about some of the very major decisions we have had to take in those 5 years. I think of all the policy choices, the terrible trade-offs that came from the pandemic alone. I regret some of those, and I do hope those are the subject of a real debate in the years to come. From my roles in government, I've got a deep respect for a number of things that I just wanted to touch upon. From my first government role in the Treasury, the notion that the public finances must be sound. From effectively a decade as the Constitution Minister and also serving in the Northern Ireland office, a huge respect for how our Constitution and how our democracy works and how our union holds together. Working in the Whip's office, as a few others have also mentioned this afternoon, gives you a deep respect for elected accountability through this place. And the role of Minister for Disabled People, Health and Work, shared by my honourable friend here on the on the front bench, reminds us of the importance of the public services that we hold in our duties, and reminds us again of the opportunities to help people into work and into the positions that are best for them. And then finally, being able to support my right honourable friend for Chippenham in covering for her as Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology not only allowed us to write history, actually, Mr Deputy Speaker, in terms of how we do maternity leave at the very highest levels, but also gives one personally a very great sense of perspective and possibility through what is ahead for our nation. So, having served, indeed, as a minister under all 5 Conservative Prime Ministers, I need to gently correct my right honourable friend for Preston and Wyre that I actually share that record with him, as he articulated. The 6th Prime Minister that he and I had both served under, served in this House under, was, of course, Gordon Brown. I perhaps might add a further anecdote to this point, which is that I wonder if I might be one of the only members of the House who's been mistaken for not one but 2 other members of the House, one of whom is a man. And I speak, of course, of the absolutely wonderful and late James Brockenshire, who it was a huge pleasure to work with in the Northern Ireland office and in so many other capacities, as many of us did. But I think it was Quentin Letts, then of the Daily Mail, who called us both, wait for it, robot twins with bog brush hair. And it was... more hair than he does. I thought... I thought to myself, if that is what it takes to match up to James Brockenshire's record of public service, then I am proud to have been this. The other member that I've been mistaken for is none other than the Honourable Lady for Brighton Pavilion, which is perhaps a little more unusual, some would think. But there was one absolutely wonderful resident in Norwich who, brandishing a green poster from her garden 2 doors down from my house in the street, said, "I think this poster is yours." And I said, "I really don't think it is. I think it must be yours. Allow me to return it to your garden." And she said, "I think I recognise you." And I said, "No, I'm sure you don't." She said, "I do. You're that Caroline Lucas." I corrected her, moved on, and left her to her green activities. Can I say I hope she and others vote Conservative in the election to come. I also want to thank my right honourable friend for Maidenhead, now briefly left the chamber, but who was in fact the campaign manager of my by-election in July 2009. And I'm deeply grateful to her for that and a number of other ways in which she taught me how to do this job. And I think we can all, from that, remember the joys of July elections. Let's put the sun hats on, let's get the sun cream on. Don't forget to have an ice cream. And can I thank my honourable friend for South Norfolk, who I think is going to speak later this afternoon. But I still owe him a dinner for the leg that he broke while campaigning for me in Norfolk that summer. So I thank him. And I thank very many others who did come from across the country to help us in Norwich in that by-election. Returning then to Norwich and to Norfolk, I just want to say what an enormous privilege it is to be able to have served in my own home county. Having grown up in Norfolk, it was as great an honour to be able to speak at my own old high school as it was to be able to speak at the United Nations in governmental terms. Both of those things are equal in the work that we do, both for our community and for our country. I would like to thank my mentor, the noble Baroness Shepherd from the other place, who was my Member of Parliament whilst growing up. She first met me aged 12 and I think promptly recruited me to the party and to the cause. And of course, like others, I would like to pay tribute to my family, to my parents, but also to the family that have grown since I've been an MP. As we say in Norfolk, in a phrase that sums up tenacity and determination, we say, keep a trushin' on. Keep going, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I just want to finish on a semi-comic note. It's just that in my recent experience, it's been a little bit like election, referendum, baby, election, pandemic, cancer. Perhaps I'm looking for a quieter life, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But I do hope that I never lose that sense of service, of empathy, of listening, and of care for what people do, people need and people believe, because that is absolutely what we are here to do. So can I wish the next generation of public servants the courage to change what can be changed, the serenity and the determination to keep a trushin' on behalf of constituents, and the wisdom to serve both our communities and our country.
Thank you, Clary, and best of luck for the future. Nikki Aiken.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I rise to speak for the last time in this place, I rise as the 505th woman to take her seat in Parliament, but the first woman ever to represent the cities of London and Westminster. The seat was first established in 1298. So it took us a while, but we got there eventually, ladies. And I'm absolutely proud that last year I was given the freedom of the city. It has been, as so many of our colleagues have said, such a privilege to represent what I consider to be the capital of the capital, home of Parliament, to the monarch, our legal profession, and of course the City of London and the most amazing West End. The cities of London and Westminster is, I think, the most amazing constituency to represent. And it has so many iconic sites, but the most important part of my constituency is the people and the neighbourhoods. Soho, Marylebone, Pimlico, Fitzrovia, Covent Garden. I could go on, Belgravia, Knightsbridge, the city. And in every single part of this constituency there are amazing people and amazing residents' associations and amenity societies, and I want to thank every single one of them for their support of me, and I've been very, very proud to receive quite a lot of emails and letters since I announced I was stepping down. Just many saying, I've never voted Conservative, but I voted for you. So I thank them all. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's been a short time. It's been one term. I didn't expect it to be one term. I thought, well, I hope I might scrape a second term. But in that 4.5 years, I started on the greasy pole of the ministerial ladder, being appointed quite early on as the PPS at then the. It wasn't DLUC then, it was, what was it? MSc. Such a long time ago. But I found quite early on that it wasn't for me, because as payroll, I think the whips probably realised as well, but as payroll, I couldn't say anything. And many of my colleagues know me quite well. I don't like to be, quiet. So I did ask the then Chief Whip if I could step down, and he said yes, okay. So since then, I have been able to campaign, and that's what I love. I love to campaign, and I'm delighted that in this one and only term that I have served, we have secured the short-term Let's registration, and we have one of the first things I did achieve, and I'm probably one of the proudest moments, is securing the amendment to the Domestic Abuse Bill, which introduced the fact that children are now recognised as victims if they're living in a household where domestic violence or domestic abuse exists. And I'm sure the now Lord Chancellor will never forget the conversation we had when I was a very new Green MP and didn't realise as a government MP you shouldn't really lay amendments.
Told that in the first week.
The Lord Chancellor was the minister taking it through, and we had some what I would call robust conversations, but he did come around to my point of view eventually. I have campaigned since I got here to repeal the Vagrancy Act of 1824, which makes it illegal to rustle. I am very, very sad that the Criminal Justice Bill will not be going through wash-up, and therefore the Vagrancy Act, sadly, will remain on the statute books. And I would plead to whoever leads the next government, and I hope it is the Conservative Party, that they do repeal the Vagrancy Act. Please see that through. Other things that I'm very proud of doing is the newborn baby screening. When the Secretary of State for Health, the Right Honourable Member for West Suffolk, from the first ministerial meetings I've ever had, when with the heel prick, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we only test for 9 diseases in newborn babies, the lowest in the Western world. And with working with the then Health Secretary, we changed that, and now, today, babies are now tested for hundreds of diseases, so I'm very proud of that. And then obviously the Fertility Workplace Pledge, which I had a private member's bill, but we all know what happens to some of them, and therefore I set up the voluntary Fertility Workplace Pledge, working alongside brilliant organisations, including Fertility Matters at Work and UK Fertility Network UK and others. And we are now having companies, big and small, across the country signing up to have fertility policies in work. And also, I really, really do hope that the next government will see through the idea I had only recently, which is the British Jewish History Month. And I have tasked the Honourable Member for Hillingdon with this task, and I hope, and I know he will see this through, because he knows what will happen if he doesn't. And, but finally, from all my campaigns, Mr. Deputy Speaker, maybe there's one that may be well known, and that's pedicabs. And I have to thank all my honourable friends on this side who were quite surprised to find it in the King's Speech, and so was I, to be honest. But it has been my life's work, believe me, to secure pedicabs licensing scheme for London, and 2 private members' bills, a transport bill that never saw conclusion, and then the King's Speech. And I have to put on record my thanks, and some will be quite surprised by this, but my thanks to the former member for Uxbridge, who, when having a conversation with me, said, "What is happening to pedicab regulation?" And I said, "Well, you may want to have a conversation with the Honourable Member for Christchurch." He responded, I can't actually tell you exactly what he responded, but he did make it clear that there were no pedicabs in Christchurch, and I said, "I know that, sir." Anyway, a couple of weeks later, I have a text from the then Prime Minister saying, "Where are we with pedicabs?" And I said, "We're still not getting it through." And he said, "Leave it with me." This was at 7 o'clock on a Saturday morning. The Prime Minister of the day says, "Leave it with me." By 4 o'clock that afternoon, I had the then Transport Secretary phoning me up saying, "We're going to put pedicabs in the Transport Bill." But obviously that didn't happen. But then when the Honourable Member for Richmond became Prime Minister, I am absolutely delighted, and I will always be thankful for him and his team for putting pedicab regulation into the King's Speech. And it will make such a difference to central London, to tourists, to women, and girls' safety, and also to local residents' amenity. So I will thank you, and I do thank you all for supporting me in that. Mr Deputy Speaker, there has to be some thank yous before I leave this place. Obviously, my amazing office, who are here today, Louise, Parry, Ben Sewell, Lucy Scoffin, James Lloyd, and obviously and Harry Mackay, who have been amazing, and I could not have achieved anything like I have achieved today. 32,000 pieces of casework, apparently. Not that I've done much of that. You all know you don't do your own casework. And I also have to thank my amazing association team, to Reese and Paula, and to my I've started something, haven't I? And to my long-suffering agent James Cochrane. My dear close friends, my outside of this place, friends are so important. And Kate and Andrew McCarthy, Claire Hambro, Christopher Flight, Daniel Astaire, Sally Vernon-Evans, Josie Lyon and Julie Malloy have kept me sane. And obviously my amazing parliamentary friends, the Trophic women, though thanks to the Honourable Member for South Ribble for pointing out to me that actually it wasn't trophy women that I thought it was Trophic women. And also the amazing members, and I'm not going to be able to name everybody, but for Brecon and Radnorshire, Eastleigh, Rutland and Melton, Aylesbury, Stafford, Moorlands, Romsey and Southampton North, North Dorset, Swindon South, North West Campshire, Elmet and Rothwell and Redcar. And I have to thank the Honourable Member for Redcar for pointing out to me on my birthday once that I was old enough to be his mother and he would be my firstborn. So thanks for that. And obviously for my friends across the aisle, as we've heard in this place, it is so important to have friends from across the aisle. And I will always be grateful for the Honourable Member for Vauxhall, who has been the most amazing constituency neighbour. And we did so much together, particularly with the 5th anniversary of Westminster Bridge terrorist attack just last year. And also the Honourable Member for Cardiff West, who many people in this place have been quite surprised when they've heard me refer to him as Sir, because he was my teacher in school. And also, finally, on the other side, there are many, but Westminster North, she and I have campaigned together on very many issues over the years in Westminster, and I know she's stepping down and she will be greatly missed. I have to also thank and blame perhaps the Honourable Member for Harlow, who's no longer here, who actually got me into the Conservative Party aged 19. And I will always be grateful for him. A long time ago, yes. But thank you to all the staff here, to the doorkeepers, the tea room, everybody. And I'll always miss having our sweepstakes with the doorkeepers outside about what time we're going to be finishing. And also to
especially this way.
Yeah, exactly. I'm finishing. To the speakers, Mr Deputy Speaker, you and I have known each other far too long, 30 years, I think. And also to Mr Speaker, who has been an amazing support to me over the years as Westminster leader and now here in this place. And I also have to thank my family, to my husband, Alex, who it's his fault I'm leaving, I'm afraid. He is now in Abu Dhabi, living the dream and working very hard.
Tax-free life.
To my son Harry, who is doing his A-levels, doing his English A-level today. He would be here otherwise. I was 7 months pregnant with him when I first got elected, so he's known nothing but me being an elected politician. And to my gorgeous daughter Georgia, who is the reason why I'm here, really, because when she was first born in 2004, I was as determined to show her that women can achieve in public life. And so it's all her fault, really. That's how I want to end. I want to say to any girl watching this, or any mum of a girl watching this, you have every single right to stand for public office. It doesn't matter what your background is, where you're going, where you've been, you have got to consider standing for public office. We have got to hear more women's voices in this place and across all political spheres. We are 51% of the population. We give birth to the other 49%. We need to be heard. So, as I say, if this girl from Cardiff from a comprehensive education can become leader of Westminster City Council and then the first woman MP for the cities of London and Westminster, then you can too.
And diolch yn fawr, Nikki, and thank you for reminding us that if it wasn't for our staff that we'd have to work ourselves. So I look forward to seeing you and Alex in the UAE sometime soon. Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for the cities of London and Westminster, who reminded me, of course, that at one time, as a young girl, she lived in Bromley. It moves on and on, in a sense. Delighted to see her here. And like her, I started my career in local government. It's exactly 50 years ago since I was elected to Havering Council. No doubt younger, somewhat more acnid, I imagine, and it indicates something of the quality of social life that I had at that time. But I enjoyed it. I was lucky enough to take responsibilities on the council quite early. I was chairman of the Environment Committee, which had a committee system then, and not portfolio holders. I was able to initiate important measures, such as cleaning up the streets in Havering, Romford and Hornchurch, a posher name for them, which triggered a headline in the Romford Recorder, "Dog Mess Neil Steps In." And I think that may have set the general tone for what was the early part of my political career. I then found myself briefly on the Greater London Council. That was useful because I managed to keep pace with Ken Livingstone from time to time in the bar, which came in handy to me later when I became the London Assembly member for Bexley and Bromley and leader of the Conservative group on the London Assembly. And of course, it's that background in London politics that enabled me to meet many of the friends who are here today. My honourable friend, the member for Cities of London and Westminster, being one. My honourable friend, the member for Wimbledon, who's sitting next to me, being the other. As I was doing that, of course, I was also practising as a barrister, perhaps more of that in a moment. But at all events, that journey that started those 50 years ago comes to an end today, and it's been an amazing privilege to have had a chance to do that. What my maternal grandfather, staunch trade unionist, would have made of it all, I'm not quite sure. But I hope he's looking down favourably at the end of it. So then, of course, I was fortunate enough to be elected eventually. After a couple of mishaps, I stood for Dagenham twice, fought Dagenham twice, Dagenham fought back, of course. It is perhaps the only election campaign where one of my former clients volunteered to deliver leaflets for me. I did have when I was elected at the by-election in Chislehurst, I did have another former client come up to me and say, "Oh, Bob, I voted for you." Given I'd just got him acquitted about a year or so before of a £250 million bearer bond fraud, I thought that was perhaps the least he could have done. But in the end, Bromley and Chislehurst, I came along, I was elected at the by-election. I'd become the London Assembly member under the usual circumstances that we find. I didn't live in either Bexley or Bromley. The people in Bexley didn't want anyone from Bromley, and the people in Bromley didn't want anyone from Bexley. So I arrived, served on the London Assembly, and I paid tribute to the work that's done, actually, in local government, right across the piece, at every level. I had the privilege thereafter, of course, as you know, being local government minister for a time too, and I learnt, again, just how important that is. But having been elected for Bexley and Bromley, a wonderful Bromley and Chislehurst, a wonderful constituency that I've represented now for the past 18 years, I've made many great friends there. Bromley, of course, was Harold Macmillan's constituency. And I've always felt that very strongly because I will see myself in the Macmillan tradition of one nation conservatism. I'm a politician of the centre-right, and in my book, the centre in that phrase is as important as the right. And long may we continue to hold to that tradition of pragmatism, compassion, and sensible moderation that has been the hallmark of our party over the years, of which Macmillan epitomised and I think inspired many of my generation. It's a seat which has changed over the years, but still a wonderful part of London to live in, as I do. and I intend to continue as well. It's being split up in the Boundary Commission, and that perhaps, amongst other things, has triggered my decision to leave, even a possible passing of the years, but not really. I wish both Charlie Davis in Chislehurst and Peter Fortune every good fortune in carrying on the fight, if they're successful, as I hope that they will be at the election. Having arrived here, I served as a Shadow Minister, and then in 2010 was appointed a Junior Minister at the Department of Communities and Local Government. And again, my honourable friend, the member for Tunbridge Wells, and I arrived at the department the same day. I seem to recall it took 24 hours before the civil service would actually let us into the building, because they needed to have a fax message, or a fax, would you believe, sent to confirm we were who we were and that we'd been appointed as the ministers. And of course, lo and behold, who was the then Secretary of State? Eric Pickles, the noble Lord Pickles, Parliamentary Private Secretary, but my honourable friend, the member for Wimbledon. It was a privilege to serve as a minister, as well as local government. I dealt with the fire service, and interestingly, Eric asked me to become Minister for Community Pubs. I can't think why this came about, but I did notice that whenever I did official visits, there are always far more of my officials were willing to come with me when I was doing a community pubs visit than if I was going to do a visit about the local government pension fund. And of course, in the course of that local government work, I met the Deputy Chief Whip, who's now sitting on the front bench. It was a privilege to serve as a minister. I appreciated David Cameron giving me that opportunity. He once described me at a Conservative Councillors' conference as Eric's mini-me. Somebody said junior ministers are there to be the Secretary of State's human shield. Well, I don't think I was much good at that. But at all events, that time in government passed, and for the last 9 years, I've had the greatest privilege of my career in Parliament, which has been to chair the Justice Committee.
Beautifully.
The law has been central to my life, and it always will be. But to be able to deal with those issues in this House, and perhaps to remind people that a functioning justice system is as important a social service as a functioning education system, health system or care system matters. To remind people that my brand of conservatism, and indeed all safe form of constitutional government, depends upon respect for institutions, respect for the checks and balances, respect for the independence of our judiciary. And I just gently say, anyone in politics who has attempted to attack lawyers for doing their job, or judges for coming to their independent decisions, isn't understanding the checks and balances. Not, I think, constitutional, not really, I'd say, gently, very conservative either. But I hope we've done my best to make that case, and I hope there'll be other ways which I can continue to do that from outside this House. I want to thank all the members of the committee. We've had a magnificent team over the years. When I started, 2 bright young backbenchers came on the committee. One is now the Attorney General, the other is the Lord Chancellor. So I rather feel I've become a sort of illegal political banquo. Not king, but father of kings. And it's a great source of pride to me to see that there are serious lawyers still who are prepared to come into Parliament and carry out what is essential public service. Frankly, we need more of them, because to scrutinise legislation, a forensic mind and approach is of genuine value. I also want to thank the committee clerks. They have been absolutely brilliant. We've had numbers of them. Most recently, Rob Cope and his team, David Wyre, many of you know here, before him. I want to thank everybody that's worked with me in that role. I like to think we've been consensual. We've always dealt with things on a cross-party basis, and I hope in a number of areas we've made a difference. My only regret, perhaps in my farewell being brought forward somewhat unexpectedly, is that there is still business undone. Still things I would like to have returned to, things like the probate situation, the service that work with the probate registry, the situation in our prisons, and the pressures in our courts. Still much more to do. But the people who work in the justice system at every level provide a very great service to our country. I've also had the chance to pursue some other causes that have been dear to my heart, and I hope to be able to continue that too. I've chaired the all-party parliamentary group on Gibraltar. That's a matter of great pride to me. Gibraltar is a proud part of the British family. And we owe it to them to make sure we have a good deal with the European Union to ensure the free-flowing border, which is essential, absolutely essential to Gibraltar's well-being. It was our choice, not my personal choice, it was our choice, for example, to leave the European Union. That was a democratic decision. But as many people will know, that placed Gibraltar under particular pressures. We owe it to them not to obstruct any sensible deal. And I'm sure in the hands of the current government, and I'm sure any future government, that will be the case, because we have built a cross-party consensus on supporting Gibraltar now. I've also been able to do that very dangerous thing in politics, sometimes own up to an interest in the arts. I've chaired the all-party parliamentary group on opera. Delighted to have worked with cross-party with the Mother of the House and the Honourable Member, Right Honourable Member for Barking, in our campaign to at least rescue some of the damage that was done by the cuts by the Arts Council to great institutions like the English National Opera. And I've never understood the inverted snobbery that we sometimes have about public figures talking about an interest in the arts. I got interested in opera when I was a teenager. I did amateur acting, would you believe? And I never saw any contradiction in going to Sadler's Wells or Covent Garden up in the Gods on a Friday and going to Upton Park to watch West Ham on a Saturday. It ought to be perfectly possible to enjoy the both. And I hope we'll have a future generation of politicians who will be just as willing to talk about their interest in theatre, music and all other art forms as they do about sporting activities. They're all part of what enriches our souls. Finally, the other thing, of course, I've dealt with is stroke care. And I very much hope to continue with that. That's very personal to me, as you will know. And for Anne Louise's sake, and for many others, I want to continue to make sure that we get better stroke care. We're great at the life-saving bit, but we do an awful lot, we need an awful lot more to be done on the therapy and the recovery thereafter. And so, as it comes to the end, to quote those immortal words that you used to get on the I'm sorry I haven't a clue, as the electric hair of destiny, the greyhound of destiny catches up with the electric hair of fate. I better sort of draw my remarks to an end with some thank yous. Particular thank yous to my office staff, who looked after me throughout. Vanessa and Rory, who are up in the gallery, to Jane, to Lewis, to Sam, who was with me for many years, to Joanne in the constituency office. They have all been stars. They've been very tolerant of me. They have picked up and collected things that I have left in all manner of unlikely places. And I could not thank them enough. They're like a second family. I too want to thank all the members of staff of the Commons at every level, from the doorkeepers right the way around. All of you have been magnificent. I do hope that as things move on, that the smoking room will remain financially viable. Now I've gone. And I shall always miss all of you. But the final thank yous are to my family. To Anne Louise, who has been always there for me, and now it's my turn to be there for her. To my two wonderful stepchildren, James and Victoria. Now to my little grandson, Nyrin. We're a very ecumenical family, as you can tell from the names, in political terms, who will be one, who's won this week. And I want to make sure, in whatever way, that the world's better for him when he grows up than perhaps it is in some respects at the moment. That's an ambition that we all have. And maybe at some point, watching this at some point, will be my old mum, who is 100 in September. Wow. And I just hope it's in the genes. What the future holds, we will see. My practice was, of course, always in the criminal bar. I found that useful sometimes when the witnesses couldn't see where the cross-examination was coming from. And anyone that knows the criminal bar will not be surprised to know that I had a message earlier today from my old head of chambers, Jim Sturman, KC, saying, ring the clerks about coming back. So, who knows? But it's been the privilege of my life to represent Bromley and Chislehurst. It's wonderful people, it's wonderful constituents, my friends and my neighbours. Privileged to have had the chance to do the jobs that I have done. But now it's the right time for me to go before, as always happens with all lawyers, old lawyers, I lose my appeal.
And Sir Robert, or Bob, as you're known to everybody, we're going to miss you, and love to Louise. You've always been there for her. We know that. Maybe a bit more time now for opera, but we wish you incredibly well. David Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a huge privilege to follow my honourable friend, the member for Bromley and Chislehurst. And it's sobering for me to reflect that almost precisely 19 years ago to the day, in fact on the 23rd of May 2005, I was sitting on the benches opposite, waiting to make my maiden speech. And all colleagues will know what a fraught moment that is. It's a bit like standing for the first time on the high diving board. You're hoping to make a bit of a splash, but not so that you damage yourself in the process. And now at the end of those 19 years, I'm finally bidding farewell to this wonderful old place. It was my ambition to come here from the age of 9. When I visited here with my father, and I fell in love with the Palace of Westminster and decided that I wanted to become a Conservative MP. And you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will know how remarkable that is, because of course I'm Welsh. But though I am Welsh, I'm also a Londoner. I was in fact born in the London Hospital, which is within the sound of Bow Bells. So that makes me the rarest of beasts. I'm a Welsh Cockney. And my entire life has been lived in two places, here in our capital city and in North Wales. I love them both. And it's been the greatest privilege of my life to represent the interests of the people of Clwyd West in this House in 5 successive parliaments. I want them to know that they have my deepest thanks for the confidence that they have placed in me over the last 19 years. My association with Clwyd West, in fact, began in 1974, when I entered articles with the firm of William Jones and Talloch Davis, St Peter's Square, Ruthin. For those who don't know it, Ruthin is arguably the finest small town in Wales. Its medieval centre is an outstanding collection of buildings, which includes Nant Clwyd House, Nant Clwyd Adre, which is reputedly the only edifice that was left standing after Glyndŵr put the town to the torch in 1400 at the start of his rebellion. And almost opposite Nant Clwyd is Sir John Trevor House, which takes its name from a former Speaker of this House. John Trevor was in fact simultaneously Speaker of the Commons and Master of the Rolls at the end of the 17th century, and he was impeached for taking a bribe. He was banished from the chair of the Commons, but remarkably enough, he was allowed to remain as Master of the Rolls, which just goes to show that in those days higher standards were expected of politicians than they were of judges. And Sir John Trevor was notorious for the fact that he had a very pronounced squint, which, as Speaker of the Commons, was something of an occupational hazard because, of course, people never actually knew when they'd caught his eye. And several honourable members would stand up at the same time, and Trevor used to get terribly upset about it. Ruthin, over recent years, has experienced many of the difficulties that other small market towns have experienced up and down the country. So it was an unequivocal boon when it was awarded the sum of £11 million, almost £11 million, under the Levelling Up scheme. The award will benefit not only the historic town centre, but also the nearby villages of Bryn Eglwys and Gwyddelwern, which will have new community centres. And the award will also mean that we will have a new, much-needed visitor centre on Moel Famau, which is the great hill that overlooks Ruthin. The award will help restore civic pride, and it will, of course, also act as a boost to the visitor economy. And most importantly, and personally, may I say, it will result in the removal of the roundabout, the ugly, intrusive roundabout that has been a carbuncle on the otherwise virtually perfect St Peter's Square since the 1960s. I was pleased to work closely with Denbighshire County Council under the leadership of my friend, the excellent councillor Hugh Evans, in producing the levelling up bid, and I was delighted when it was granted, because towns such as Ruthin, and indeed many others in North Wales, have in many respects been forgotten about over recent years. The Levelling Up Fund was developed to address the needs of such places, and I very much hope that other North Wales towns, such as Colwyn Bay and Abergele in my constituency, will also benefit from them in the future. Over my years in this House, I have tried my utmost to advance the interests of North Wales as a whole. The Levelling Up Fund is a great initiative, but much more needs to be done, and in particular, transport links need to be improved. Pleasingly, the government has allocated £1 billion to the electrification of the North Wales Coast Main Line, and that is indeed welcome. But we do need to see more flesh on the bone, and my plea is that whoever is in government next should press ahead with that project to ensure that North Wales has the sort of rail infrastructure that is needed in a 21st century economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been privileged in my time in this House to serve twice in government. My first ministerial roles were at the Wales office, where I was ultimately appointed Secretary of State. And in that capacity, I, of course, had many dealings with the Welsh Government. Many of them were positive, but my experience was that there was an unfortunate and undesirable tension between the two administrations that are responsible for the governance of Wales. Too frequently, that relationship is perceived as a competition, and that is probably the result of an inherent fault in the structure of devolution. I believe that it needs re-examining, so that both of Wales's governments work in cooperation, whichever party is in power, for the benefit of Welsh residents. I would therefore recommend that the next government conducts a review of the constitutional settlement with the aim of replacing the current state of affairs with something that is more beneficial to Welsh citizens. Such a settlement would require a recognition that some things are done best here at Westminster, some at Cardiff, and some indeed at local government level. Indeed, Welsh local authorities should be trusted more in the administration of their areas. If they were, there would not possibly, for example, have been the problems that we've seen as a result of the unpopular decision to impose a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit across all built-up areas in Wales. My second ministerial position was at the Department for Exiting the European Union, and I'm very pleased to see my former colleague, the Honourable Member for Worcester, in the Chamber today. That was the most challenging and, in many respects, the most satisfying experience of my time here at Westminster. I had always felt that the United Kingdom was an individualistic country, and it was very different from the continental nations, and therefore not really fitted to be part of a supranational organisation such as the EU. And I therefore campaigned actively for Brexit, and I was delighted when the British people voted in favour of it. And the proudest moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, of my time here at Westminster was when I took the European Union notification of withdrawal bill through this House. It was that bill that triggered the legal process of withdrawal. We have, of course, now completed that process. We're once again a sovereign nation, an independent nation, though I do retain concerns about Northern Ireland under the Windsor framework. I do recognise that Brexit has been controversial, and I recognise also that some divisions have been caused by it. But nevertheless, I believe that Brexit was ultimately the right thing to do and in the interests of the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, anyone who spends any time at all as a member of this House is hugely privileged. We are supremely well served by erudite and brilliant clerks, both in this chamber and in committees. We have the benefit of one of the finest research libraries in the world. We have the services of the immaculate doorkeepers. We are fed and watered by excellent catering staff. We're kept secure by brave police officers, one of whom, Keith Palmer, gave his life for us and was quite rightly, though sadly posthumously, awarded the George Medal. And we all have our own teams of bright, highly motivated, talented and sometimes very young people, all of whom will go probably very far in life. And at this stage I want to mention my own team of Ted Wilson, Greg Wynne, Leanne Kennedy, Isabel Barrett and Isabel Turnbull, who are known in the office as the two Izzies. We are highly blessed in this extraordinary community, and I want to thank each and every member of it. And finally, may I thank the staff of Hansard, who record our every utterance, no matter how profound or banal, with absolute accuracy for the benefit and probably the bemusement of future generations. Indeed, such is their accuracy that I have no doubt that they will faithfully transcribe the names of some of the loveliest villages of my constituency. Llanrhaeadr, Llansannan, Llangernyw, Llanarmon yn Ial, Claudd Newydd, Cloceinog and Cyfalliog. Madam Deputy Speaker, whose people I have been privileged to serve and who I will miss so very much.
Stephen Hammond.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you so much for giving me the honour to speak this afternoon. And can I start by thanking you and your colleague, the fellow Deputy Speaker, for all the service to this House that you have given. And can I thank Mr Speaker for the kindness he's shown me over so many years. It's a pleasure to follow my right honourable friend. We came into the House at the same time, and as he remarked, he and I probably shared different views on what he regards as his greatest triumph. It's also a great privilege to follow my friend, my great friend, although there was one moment where I thought I wasn't his friend. When I had the honour to be PPS to Eric Pickles, he said to me one morning, "Will you come in on Friday, Stephen? There's a meeting I want you to attend to." It was a particularly tricky negotiation with the Fire Brigades Union. Bob opened the meeting. He then said, "I brought it on the PPS to the Secretary of State today. Stephen, what would the Secretary of State like to say?" And at which point I was completely blank-sounded, a bit like much of his cross-examination. I realise that as I stand today, it's 19 years and 5 days that after my maiden speech in this House. I was elected on the 5th of May and I spoke on the 19th. I said then, and I still believe, Wimbledon combined with Raynes Park, Motspur Park, Morden is the best place in the world to live. We have a unique suburban village, a revitalised town centre, and a business community which I described then as lively, but is now vibrant. The tech sector in Wimbledon is thriving and is home to many brilliant companies, but I think particularly of various companies like Rockbone and a medtech company that is changing the way we can treat arthritis. Wimbledon has many small businesses and is often portrayed as the leafy suburb, but the reality is that as many people commute into Wimbledon as commute out. And I still believe it to be the best place to live, and it's been an honour to represent them. One of the things I found as you announce your standing down is people say, "What is your greatest achievement whilst you've been in Parliament?" I suspect, like all colleagues here, we can think of a few. I am particularly proud of the fact that I've been part of a government that has transformed school standards across Britain. That gives life opportunities and life chances that weren't there before. I'm very pleased to be PPS to the inspirational Eric Pickles, and it was a great honour to serve with my right honourable friend from Suffolk in his team as a Minister of State. But what I particularly remember was on the 13th of May 2005, I held my first surgery. A constituent came to that surgery, and the flat above her had flooded her flat. For 6 months, she'd wanted for a piece of carpet to replace the carpet that had been taken away. That piece of carpet cost £77. She had come to me as her last resort. She'd been to Citizens' Advice, she'd written to the local council, she'd begged her local councillor. I took up the issue with the local council, and 2 weeks later, the cheque for £77 arrived. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, friends, is actually part of my proudest achievement. The service that I and my team have given to thousands of people. Because we should never forget that in this place, when we're here, the excitement, the pressure, the gossip, the chance to have a drink with a friend, but it's our work, it's our help to our constituents that changes their lives. And I believe that we act as the advocate for our constituents against authority in the widest sense of the word. And we should never forget that, for that is the power of good. I reflect I was telling something similar on the Ian Dale show about 2 years ago, and Valerie from Wimbledon phoned in, and she said, Stephen Hammond is a wonderful MP. You know, he's really great for the local community. And Ian Dale said, well, I'm sure he's pleased to hear that. And she said, I doubt it. She said, I'm a Labour voter and I'm never going to vote for him. But actually, that's the whole point, isn't it? Once we're here to represent all of our constituents.
Absolutely right.
We'd like them all to vote for us, but we know they all won't. And for those of you going out on the fight, I say to my colleagues, remember that. Go out and fight for every vote, for you know not where it may come, and it may well serve you in time. I think of a lot of things that I've heard in this chamber today, and I'm pleased to have sat through so many wonderful speeches. One of the things that I think is important is that as members of Parliament, we should remember compassion. What we do and how we help is hugely valuable. And a bit like my great friend here said about the centre-right, compassionate conservatism is the way forward for our party. And I tell you, it is the way back for our party back to government. I remember particularly a few years ago, a constituent came to me. His wife had had a child born in Greece, something like 13, 14 weeks premature. She was airlifted back to St George's via various methods. The son was treated at the wonderful neonatal unit at St George's that I've had the pleasure and the honour to visit on several times. But I then met that constituent a few years later, and then I have been really proud to campaign for summer-born children. I believe that summer-born children have the right to start school a little bit later. It improves their lives, it improves their life chances, it will make them happier, more confident, more academically successful, and more likely to achieve their real potential in life. And I'm grateful to successive ministers at the Department for Education who've listened to that, changed the guidance to local councils on at least 3 times, so that, although it is not a law, is now guidance, and up and down the country, summer-born children have benefited from that. Over the 19 years, much about this place has remained constant. And I think that particularly, as many colleagues have reflected, the camaraderie of friendship, the wisdom and knowledge of colleagues. Also, to be fair, I do remember on my first 2 days in the House, I got 2 colleagues, meaning very well, came up with me and said, this is the way to run your constituency office, this is the way to organise yourself. It was completely contradictory. And what, of course, it tells all of us in this place is that it's the camaraderie that binds us, but we each represent individual and different constituencies. And I've always believed that we do represent individual and different constituencies, but everyone in this House, of what political colour, I found comes here for the right reasons. And I think that people forget all too often that people are in this for the right business, and though, as some colleagues have reflected today, politicians are maligned, the reality is that what we do in this place is important, and what we do for our constituents is important. And almost everybody I've met has come into it for the right reason. I would like to say, but I think the role of MPs has changed quite dramatically. When I arrived, there was a postbag every day. Now I'm lucky if I get one letter. But I do get well over 100 emails every day. And that has placed a huge, I think, expectancy of a faster response and a greater response. And yet the reality is sometimes the local council, the housing authority, and dare I say even government departments, frustrate our ability to provide that for constituents. We also have a much greater local role, I think, than we've ever done before, and I think that is hugely important. But we should not forget that we are elected to this place to contribute to national life as well. And I worry that we must, in doing that important local role, remember that we are here to scrutinise and to hold governments to account. And that is becoming increasingly important ever since we have left the European Union, because there is a greater burden of scrutiny on this House. I would join with several colleagues in just mentioning, I think, that the coarseness of political discourse is a concern and should be a concern, not just for the future, but particularly for the next 6 weeks. And people should, if possible, talk about hope and the sunny uplands and what you want to do for your constituents, rather than bad-mouthing opponents. For remember, they are in this for the right reasons. You may not share the right role there. And I think in social media, we need to... I'm very pleased to see the government has actually made some real steps forward. But some actors on social media still engender political hate, and we must remain vigilant against it. Like so many colleagues, I'd like to use this Oscar moment to say a few thank yous. Said my thank you, but I'd like to thank the clerks, the doorkeepers, the policemen and the security men who keep us safe. Many colleagues have commented on the wonderful people in the tea room. I think I should acknowledge the people in the Fusion room who always used to say, Mr. Hammond, white burgundy family size. And it always seemed to arrive. I have been fortunate to have a wonderful political Conservative association in Wimbledon, and to all my friends there, I thank them. I recognise, like so many colleagues, that we are only here because we're part of a team. This is the Conservative team. But actually what I do for my constituents is because of a team of people I have. And over the years, Jerry Sharman, Ben Carlton-Jones, Charlie McLennan, Alice Hopkinson, Paul Holmes, who I can say, even though he is now the Honourable Member for Eastleigh.
It's a dark time in your office.
Yeah, our productivity went down.
So did your majority.
Can I just gently advise the Deputy that when he's thinking about future government appointments, Jay Crush, Miles Jordan and Louise Stevens, who have worked with me and put in extraordinary efforts. My biggest thanks, as ever, like so many here, is to my family, to my wife, who is looking after her father today, and to my daughter in the gallery. No one could have wished for a more supportive family through the ups and downs, mainly downs in my case of political life, and put up with it so tolerantly. And finally, to the people of Wimbledon who, for the past 19 years, have put their trust in me to represent them here, to serve their interests, to look after them in this House. And it's been a huge and extraordinary privilege to be a member of this place for 19 years, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as I go with, like many, regrets that I'm going. It's the right time to pass on the torch, and I'm hugely privileged and thankful for having had the opportunity to be here for so long.
Tim Lawton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a great pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Winterton, who has been my good friend for many years before he became my honourable friend, and our long-standing shared interest in his wife. She's watching. Perhaps not the appropriate thing to say with his daughter and my goddaughter in the gallery now, but we've been chums for a long time. Now, I have to admit, Madam Deputy Speaker, unlike many other honourable colleagues, I have had no hugs in the last few days. Oh. That may be because I've been in the mountain kingdom of Lesotho, far away from this place, watching the events, the incredible events of the last few days unfurl. And so I was able to get back here early in time to join this last hurrah, to be able to vote on something, goodness knows what it was just now, and to be able to speak in this valedictory debate. It's interesting about Lesotho, which many honourable friends may not have been to, but the former Prime Minister was earlier speaking about the importance of defending democracy. And there is a small, close Commonwealth country friend of this country who absolutely, the respect and love they showed for this House, and the Speaker of the Lesotho Parliament said to me that whenever he is vexed by something, by procedure or what they should do, he always turns to the House of Commons. It is a different end of the planet and another hemisphere, but so many people around the world look to this place, and what we do here matters beyond our walls here, or beyond our shores, or beyond our constituencies, and it's really important we should all remember that. So I apologise, Madam Deputy Speaker, I look slightly dishevelled and below par today, but I've spent the last 20 hours on a series of planes to get back here today. Now, I'm not going to give any anecdotes. Earlier, people promised anecdotes about various trips. I'm not going to talk about going to Syria with the now member for Rochdale, good grief, or going to Yemen with Keith Vaz, or going to Greenland with the other Deputy Speaker who's in the chair just now, so it's probably just as well. But I, in my now 27 years that you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I have served in this House, 2 life sentences, as my wife constantly remind me. We have seen great events over those years, some better than others. We have seen the Iraq War, we have seen the financial crash, we have seen Brexit, we've seen COVID, we have seen the transition of monarchies, of monarchs as well. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, when you and I were elected on the 1st of May 1997, we were elected with 33, I think, first-time Conservatives, those of us who scraped through the battle of the 1997 election, 176 first-time Labour MPs, and 1 DUP new member. Out of those numbers, today, some 13 Conservatives remain, including you, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady, Right Honourable Lady for Maidenhead and various others. Out of those 106 Labour, only 18 have survived to this day, and 1 what was Ulster Unionist and now DUP. So the 1997 intake was resilient on our side, Madam Deputy Speaker, as you and I know only too well. So I became an MP on the 1st of May. I will cease to be an MP on the 30th of May next week, which happens to be my birthday as well. And what a birthday treat that's going to be. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think, first of all, I probably owe the Speaker an apology. As one of the longest-serving members of the naughty corner, or the rough trade corner, as it has been known, the source of much heckling and noise and verbal exercise, the source of that one famous quote when the member for Islington North, when responding at Prime Minister's question time, made the rookie mistake of leaving a question open-ended when he said that he'd just been with his comrades in the European Socialist Group in the European Parliament, and guess what they said to him, to which the heckle from this corner was, "Who are you?" and various other ones aside. So I apologise for the heckling and the noise that's taken place over the years. But of course, during the tenure of the previous Speaker, we wore, and literally, I've tried to find it, had a badge of honour to be a member of the BBB Club. the, I hope this is an Erskine May, Bollocked by Burko Club, of which there was a league table in the Sunday Times that ran a story of those of us who were upbraided by the Speaker on the most occasions. And it certainly was a badge of honour, and thank goodness that things have moved on and the quality of the chair has improved hugely in the last few years. So, fired by jelly babies in this corner, good banter and good camaraderie, I do hope, and I should leave a little note, that whoever occupies the naughty corner, be it on that side or this side after the election, upholds the best traditions that we have tried to uphold. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, as you and I know, it is a privilege to be in public service. It is a privilege to be a Member of Parliament, a privilege to serve this House, a privilege to serve as a minister for those of us who've been given the opportunity for however fleeting a time, a privilege to serve on select committees. And I think the select committees, of which I've been the Deputy Chairman of the Home Affairs Select Committee for 10 years now, is one of the great strengths of this House. The Home Affairs Select Committee that was described by Quentin Letts as probably the best committee in Westminster. So in response to my honourable friend from Norwich in dealing with Quentin Letts, I had the great advantage because when I first arrived, and he was a sketch writer, I think, on the Telegraph, he and I were often mistaken for each other. In those days, certainly, we looked quite similar. So when he wrote up any references to me, they were usually prefaced by the Adonis-like Tim Lawton, or the epitome of charm and handsomeness, or whatever. So try looking like people who write the columns rather than others that are written about in the columns. But the greatest privilege, Madam Deputy Speaker, is of course to serve one's constituents. And as the Right Honourable Lady from Maidenhead said, and others have echoed, the reference point of being an MP should first and last be our constituents, because their problems are our nation's problems, and we need to understand those problems to provide the solutions for all of our country. Now, as many of us know, and goodness knows it can be the case this time round, it's something of a lottery as to the seat for which one is selected. And indeed, the Honourable Lady for Maidenhead was going to be the candidate in East Worthing and Shoreham, because they rather preferred her to me in the shortlist, but then she got selected for Maidenhead, and so the way was clear. But for me, Sussex was where I was born, where I grew up, where I went to school, and the constituency was a constituency where my relatives lived and my father went to school to. So have that sort of connection with your constituency is particularly special, and many other colleagues today have pointed that out. So it's been a joy to represent the best county in the United Kingdom as its Member of Parliament for 27 years. And I'm grateful to my constituents in a completely unchanged for boundaries constituency who have had the foresight to re-elect me and elect me in 7 elections. Back in 1992, where I pitched my tent in the Soviet Republic of Sheffield Brightside, unless I narrowly lost on the day by 22,500 votes due to the inclement weather. But we've all been through that. So I want to thank my constituents, first of all. And like everybody else, I want to thank my staff, starting with Fiona Chadwick, who I inherited in 1997, who'd worked for Terence Higgins from Worthing, who'd worked for MPs in the House of Commons back into the 1980s. She was part of the coven, as it was called, down in the basement here. Great expertise, and still works for me part-time today. To Kari Sargent, who's worked with me and run my office since 2015. To Justine, to India, to Ellie, to Lisa, and others in my office. I only employ women. I know my place. They run a very efficient office. But I have employed a number of researchers over the years, many of whom have gone on to greater things. Some of them have become millionaires. Some of them have become ministers for the Cabinet Office. With disgracefully larger majorities than I have in my own constituency, as the member for Brentwood and Ongar will testify to here today. So I thank all my staff, the many researchers and others who've worked for me over the years. I've never actually had to sack anybody, which is quite a surprise, isn't it, the member for Brentwood and Ongar. And I thank, like everybody else, all the staff in this house who make this place tick. I'm not going to read them all out. I'm certainly not going to mention the bar staff that seem to get the biggest cheer from all my colleagues who've mentioned them. But they are the unsung heroes who make democracy work and tick so that we can do our job. I thank my civil servants in my time at the Department for Education. The secret of having good civil servants is to have happy hour. So at 6 o'clock, the drinks cabinet in my office was always open for those members of private office who were still around. I don't think you'll be allowed to do that these days, but it worked really well. And if you had a particularly difficult subject, you wanted a civil servant to have a meeting with you on, you invited them during happy hour, gave them a very large gin and tonic, and you always got your way. That is what good government is actually about. And I can thank, as well as all my colleagues have done, to thank all those Conservative Party officers and the volunteers who do all the work behind the scenes in all types of weather that make it possible for us to get elected and to our job. And most of all, and I'm glad so many other honourable members have mentioned this, to thank our families. This is the most family-unfriendly job. It was a particular irony for me, having been Shadow Children's Minister for 8 years and then Children's Minister, that my job did not enable me to be as good a father as I would like to have been. And when I was first elected in 1997, my son Hector was under 3. Frere, the gobby one, to whom the member for Wimbledon is the godfather, was just 1, and Tilly was minus 6 months when I was first elected. And we give up so much, but our families give up so much more to enable us to do our job. So many other members and the Honourable Lady who started this debate from Camberwell and Peckham said that this place has changed a lot and that it's changed for the better. And I agree. Back in 1997 when we came in, I remember the security chat, the security briefing we were given was 5 minutes with the police officer who gave us our locker key and said, right, Mr. Lawton, you better put your name on everything because crime happens in this place as well, you know. That was the entirety of the security briefing. The only other briefing we got was a very nice 20-minute video from then Betty Boothroyd with wonderful vistas of the river and the palace. That was all the preparation that we had. Things have moved on greatly, I'm glad to say, in that time. In those days, we had all-night sittings. The best place to sleep was under the tables in the strangers' dining room. Fortunately, those have got. In the first Finance Bill committee I was in with the Honourable Member for Bognor Regis, we had to keep the business going until 5 o'clock in the morning, and so he and I spent several hours reading out the southern train timetables between Worthing and Bognor Regis and related matters in order to keep that committee going. That sort of thing was a bit silly and doesn't happen anymore, so things have got better. And can I echo also the words of my right honourable friend from Maidenhead, who said, don't want to go back into opposition. We were elected in 1997, Madam Deputy Speaker. Only on the 1st of May last year were we in government for longer than we had been in opposition for 13 long years before it, and government is better. So can I end by just urging future governments on a couple of issues on which I feel strongly. I've championed the cause, I hope, of children and young people, and particularly disadvantaged children in the care system. My work as Children's Minister on reforming children in care regulations and on adoption, although I was surprised to read in the former Prime Minister, now Foreign Secretary's biography that the whole work on adoption was actually his idea and only started after I'd left office, but hey, that's politics. But we should never forget that children and young people are 20% of the population, but 100% of our future, and we lose sight of that at our peril. And we have not done enough on children's social care, and it is a false economy not to be doing it as early as possible and not to be working on prevention rather than have to firefight the symptoms of the neglect, which is why the Best Start in Life programme, championed by my honourable friend for South Northamptonshire, that first 1,001 days in which I've been so involved, is so important because it's life-changing if you actually deal with children and their parents at the beginning of their life, not later in life. Future governments need to remember that. So the work we did on child sexual exploitation on those early years is really important. There's one piece of unfinished business, Madam Deputy Speaker. My private member's book, which I'm very proud, and I have a copy here. I always carry it around. Civil partnerships, marriages and deaths. That enabled now more than 25,000 couples to have a opposite-sex civil partnership since 2019. It's enabled people getting married to have the names of their mothers on their marriage certificate, something that hadn't happened since 1837. It was brought home to me. That may seem a little thing, but I got a wonderful letter from somebody I've never met before, whose daughter had just got married in Bath, in the same church where he and his late wife had got married. And he said, we were able to put his late wife's name on the marriage certificate, and that made such a difference that she was actually there, although she wasn't there physically as well. But the bit of unfinished business is Clause 4, giving powers to coroners to investigate stillbirths. As vital and as important now as it was when it became law back in 2019 that the government should get on with it and issue the regulations. And I do urge the next government to treat that as a priority. So the job has changed. The job, I think, has got harder. 3 people have been murdered in my time here: Joe Cox, David Amos, and the police officer Keith Palmer. Social media has made our job harder. It's divided society. It's promoted hate and the cancel culture. But those of us who work here, those of us who work together across the chamber, across committees, across all party groups, we all share the devotion to public service, to making the lives of our constituents and our nation better regardless of party difference. So I will continue to work with friends across the political divide on other platforms outside of Parliament. And so after 47 years as a party activist, I joined at the age of 15. After 8 elections, 12 years on the front bench, I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I made a bit of a difference in legislation here. I made a bit of a difference to my constituents, and that I've gained a bit of respect for what I've tried to do. And my final point is there is an old adage that poses the question, the conundrum in fact, what is the difference between knowledge and wisdom? Knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit, not a vegetable, but wisdom is knowing not to put a tomato in a fruit salad. This place is full of knowledge. But I think we've also seen today, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we are losing a lot of wisdom from this chamber. And that is a great sadness for various colleagues moving on for whatever reason. But this is a source of wisdom. And when we use that wisdom wisely and with consensus and across the floor of this House, we can and we have achieved great things. And I'm glad to have played, and proud, a small part in that.
Yeah. Mark Mayers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And after 14 years, I still haven't worked out how to write a beautiful speech. And listening to my honourable friend, the member for Worthing, reminded me just how eloquent indeed he is, and you will be a sad loss to this House. But my entry into politics as a wee boy from Ardrossan, and Madam Deputy Speaker will appreciate that coming from Paisley herself, was something from an unconventional background. I was influenced by the colossus that was Margaret Thatcher, but I was also influenced by a grandmother who would shout at the television when Ted Heath was on. I was influenced by a mother who would walk through picket lines in order to get to work because she had to keep a roof over her head, because she was a single-parent family, she was a grafter, and she always did the right thing. I was influenced by the Scottish Nationalist councillor across the road, a woman called Marjorie Forrest, who's still alive to this day. And I was influenced by something because I used to see election posters appear in the window, and I wondered what it was. I would see loudspeakers appear on top of our car, and I wondered what it was. And I thought politics and campaigning was something that everyone did, because I saw it in the house opposite. But what I also saw in the house opposite was people in desperate states going to her to get help with simple matters, but for that person in desperate need, it was life-changing. And that was something that I have carried with me ever since, that desire to help people. And like many other members in this chamber, that is something that is not always seen by the press, by the media. We don't often share it publicly because we often see people at their low point, the most vulnerable, the most frightened, the most scared. We see people often when we are the last port of call. And because we are the last port of call, each and every one of us does everything we can to turn that situation around for that person. And we can all think of situations where we have done that. And that makes me incredibly proud. Mm-hmm. I also think of how I got here. And following the path of least resistance, I would have joined the Labour Party in Scotland. Because by that time we were down to 10 seats and then down to none. But I was a Conservative. And so I was my association deputy chairman. I was president of Glasgow University Conservative Club. I fought with Michael Forsyth in Stirling in '92, again in '97 when we lost. And that defeat in '97 hurt. It really did. And I thought, never again should we see that. But my first seat was Glasgow Govan. And it was, the phrase, I fought Dagenham, and Dagenham fought back. Well, trust me, there's a thing called a Glasgow kiss. And it involves the forehead and no other part of the anatomy. I luckily avoided the Glasgow kiss, but I had a few close shaves. But the day after the election, I woke up in the hotel room at the SEC in Glasgow, pulled back the curtains, and I said to my mum, that's my constituency over there. She said, not anymore, it's not. She said, it was your constituency yesterday, but the election's been and gone. You have no connection with it anymore. And that was not the first time that my mother has brought me back down to earth with a bang. That reality, the relationships that are built up as the result of the campaigning we do, we are identified as being the Conservative candidate or the Conservative MP. We take on issues that we would never otherwise do, but we do it because of our role. And when that role gets taken away, by the very nature, that some of those relationships will change. And that, for me, will be one of the things that I find very hard. But I fought Selby in 2005. I was supposed to win. Michael Howard even came to Selby to close the national election. That same night, Tony Blair went to Scarborough to close Labour's campaign. So my advice to any candidate in this election is, on eve of poll, don't have Keir Starmer in your constituency if you're a Labour MP that thinks it's going to win, and don't have the Prime Minister in your constituency if you're a Tory MP who thinks he's going to win, because we lost Scarborough, we gained Scarborough and we lost Fylde. So, take it from me, sometimes you're best just left on your own. But I failed to get reselected for Selby, and I was supposed to be fast-tracked and all the rest of it, and that didn't happen. And that, for me, was a painfully low point. And again, my mum came in to my bedroom one Saturday morning. I had my duvet was over my head. I've been having my duvet over my head a lot recently. And she said to me, listen, you fought 2 parliamentary seats. Most people never get to fight 1. And that was words of wisdom, and she was trying to be helpful, but I responded by saying, no, I fought 2 parliamentary seats, and the next one I'm going to fight, I'm going to win. And so that became my sole focus, my drive, my determination. And I was blessed that I got Fylde, a seat that, to be honest, I'd never been to before in my life until I applied. But it was a seat that I naturally fitted with. It is a beautiful constituency, and one where there are just so much diversity within it. everything from BAE Systems, that building the Typhoon fighter jet, Westinghouse Nuclear Fuels, that makes nearly all of the UK's nuclear fuels, and so many other diverse businesses. But it's also a very beautiful town. You know, people look at it on a map and think Lytham St Anne's next to Blackpool, it must be a challenging place, shall we say. But it is not. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, you have talked about your visits to the Clifton Arms Hotel in Lytham, which is certainly a very fine establishment. And, you know, even to this day, you know, Lytham and St Anne's continue to go from strength to strength. It isn't posh Blackpool, it is Lytham St Anne's. But there are many other fine towns in the constituency. Kirkham, where I was very proud to be able to secure regeneration money and see that town, you know, on the up. The M55 link road. I had leaders of the council and various other people at various times tell me it was never going to happen. It was too complicated. There was just too many different funding pots that kept flooding about. I said, I will get that link road built. It nearly killed me. It took me 10 years, but that link road is opening next month. It was something that others found too complicated, too boring, too detailed, but that is my legacy. Because sometimes boring and detailed is what makes the wheels turn. And that M55 link road, when people drive over it, just spare a little thought for me. But what I do want to say is that, you know, my timing of my departure, unlike some people, was not entirely of my choosing, and there was much work that I intended to have carried on. So I say to whoever succeeds me that, you know, I will stay out of their way or I will give advice. It's entirely up to them which one they wish to take. And that applies to whether that person is from my party or from another. Because when I became a Member of Parliament, I got no support, and to be frank, from my predecessor. I came in here one night, I felt like Cinderella. I had 3 big bags. I'd been invited to a reception, first of many, and I was sat up in a committee room with 3 giant sacks of mail. And the only reason I knew I had 3 giant sacks of mail was because I saw people come in with these green envelopes. So I went down to the post office that used to be down here, and I said, have I got any mail by any chance? He said, oh yes, Mr Menzies. He said, you've got a lot of mail. I said, how much? He said, all this much, 3 sacks. So I was sat up there opening this. So I know what, you know, that feels like. So my advice to any new member starting is find that mail as soon as you can. But we talked about campaigns and the things that we have secured. We've talked about casework. The people who delivered that, and others have talked about that, are our parliamentary staff. And I have been blessed with having some of the most outstanding, loyal people for the last 14 years. And, you know, now more than ever, I've appreciated that. Shirley, who has been my office manager from day one. I've had Adam, who's been with me for the last 5 years. Liam, Roger Small, Max Smith. You know, these are the team who go out there day in, day out, do the detailed work and make me look good. They allow me to go on foreign trips when casework is being done. They allow me to do stuff on a select committee while casework is being done. They allow me to sometimes to not have been here, but to be looking after my mum, but casework was being done. Some of my earlier staff are now earning multiple times what I earned. Now, maybe that is because I recruited very bright, talented people, or maybe it's just that MPs, you know, are not destined to earn a lot of money. But the one thing that is sure is that all my staff will be earning a lot more money than me in a few weeks' time, you know, even the most junior member. So with that in mind, you know, I have to think of looking to the future. And I just say to my staff, you are brilliant people. Whatever you go on to do, you will be, the people will be very, very lucky to have you. But also within this place, we are lucky with the people who support us in a role. Be it the doorkeepers, who are incredibly polite, who know more that is going on in this place than anyone else. The people that work in the tea room, that keep us fed. And I think back to the horrible day of the murder of Keith Palmer and the terrorist attack in Westminster Bridge. And myself and the member for Romford were leaving here in small groups, and we left and we got to the far line. And Gladys, the elderly lady from the tea room, was waiting behind the rope line at Lambeth Bridge because she wanted to make sure that her members were okay. And that is a level of dedication. It's not about making bits of toast. It's about caring. And by goodness, the staff in this house care. But I would also just like to, point out that the people in health and well-being, something that's not always talked about, and that until recently was not always as good as it should have been for members, have helped many people, many people, including myself, especially myself. And the pressure that is on MPs is extraordinary, whether it comes from the long hours, being away from family, the demands that are on us, social media, and so on and so forth. That pressure is huge. And so I would urge the parliamentary authorities, keep investing in health and well-being. Look after those MPs, be it people who are currently serving or those who will come into this House after the next election. Nurture them, cherish them, because they are people who want to do good, but they are also fragile souls. So I just also want to say that my time here, I have never been a minister. I started off being a PPS. My first minister got sacked. My second minister got sacked. So when I was then appointed as Sir Alan Duncan's PPS, he was frightened because my track record was not a good one. But where I sort of came into my own was being a trade envoy. And it came about, and again my advice to colleagues who are coming in the next election, sometimes be polite, but also know when to stamp your feet. Because occasionally, just occasionally, the squeaky wheel gets oiled. And it was after the 2017 election, I thought, stuff this, or something stronger than that. I want to be doing something. And so I created Merry Hell about the desire to become a trade envoy. And Gavin Williamson, to be fair, phoned me up the next day and said, I know you want to be trade envoy for Argentina, but we're going to appoint you trade envoy for Colombia, Peru and Chile. How do you feel about that? So I bit his hand off. Argentina was then added a year later. And I've served as trade envoy for 7 years. And at a time of Brexit and huge change in this country, it was something that was incredibly relevant. And I felt really privileged to be out there batting for British business, sometimes really small business. And the member for Ribble Valley, the Deputy Speaker, when I was in Colombia in February, we're helping one of his cheese suppliers, hopefully enter the Colombian market. That's a small supplier, as a result of what we do, now entering the global stage. But as trade envoy, I also secured the largest ever infrastructure deal in Latin America. I was the chairman of the UK-Peru Infrastructure Task Force, and we secured £1.7 billion infrastructure deal, the largest in living memory. We also, with the help of Sir Mark Kent, who is now the Chief Executive of the Scottish Whisky Association, got Argentina to unilaterally drop its whisky tariff, boosting Scotch exports. And experts, and you always be careful of experts, told me that it wouldn't happen. They had been working on it in years. Argentina would want something back in return for this. But sometimes you draw upon your past experiences. And my past experience of working in retail was sometimes you put forward a simple offer, a simple ask, and you make them see that the numbers stack up. We did that, and 3 weeks later, Argentina signed the unilateral dropping of Scotch whisky tariffs. So again, my advice to people is if someone tells you something is too difficult, too complicated, don't believe them. But some of the best piece of advice that I ever got in my early days as an MP was be kind to the House, and the House is kind to you. And I've seen people who, on occasions, have not been kind to the House, and they have fallen by the wayside. And my dear friend, and someone who I miss terribly to this day, Sir David Amos, was someone who was incredibly kind to me. And he was someone that I would go and see often on a daily basis, and we would chat things over, but he was always there as a stalwart support. And he said to me, don't try and be too clever, never be too political, because sometimes that boot will be kicking your backside. And he was right. So what I would just say is that, you know, sometimes we are on strongly different views on issues. Take Brexit, not just the party opposite, but often on our own side. But there is much more in common that unites us than divides us. Just bringing this all to some sort of natural conclusion, and this is where I wish I'd allowed Adam to write my speech, Madam Deputy Speaker. The one thing that has kept me going has been the privilege of serving Fylde. They are fantastic people. They are kind people. They are Lancashire people. They are people who want the best for their communities, and I always strove to deliver that for them. And so the Fylde that I leave behind is a better Fylde than I inherited. And many people will be able to say that about their respective constituencies. I would also like to thank the people who took me on the many trips over the years. I was once accused by the media of being the second most travelled MP in Parliament. I objected strongly from Gibraltar because, in actual fact, a lot of the travel that I did do was not always, things that would appear on the Register of Members' Interest. My trade envoy work, for example, my IPU work, and so on. So, in actual fact, I got more than my fair share of trips. But as a result of that, I became a more rounded and a more well-balanced Member of Parliament. It allowed me to see a broader view. And I would like to thank, Sir Mark Kent, who I met in Argentina, who's now Chairman of Scotch Whisky, for seeing how ambassadors, top-quality ambassadors, work. I'd like to thank people like, His Royal Highness Prince Sultan and Prince Khalid at the Saudi Embassy, for opening my eyes to a country that I knew nothing about, but which my constituency depended upon for jobs, and who I have more people working in that kingdom of Saudi Arabia than any other member in this House because of the aerospace defence relationship. I'd also like to thank the IPU for inviting, for opening my eyes to some of the most interesting things in the world. Anyone who's ever been on an IPU or a CPA trip will come away always much better informed. And so Rick Nimmo and Dominic Rees and the team have done a tremendous work in that field. I've served as Chairman of the Latin American Group for the last 7 years, and Saudi Arabia also for the last 7. So it is something where I leave this House feeling fulfilled. My time in select committees, I joined the Transport Select Committee thinking we were going to get lots of travel. The furthest we got was Vauxhall Bridge, and that was after 2.5 years, and that was to check vehicle emissions. But we did go on DFID with the member for Ribble Valley, and we also, on the Scottish Affairs Select Committee, I went some great people off to New York a few weeks ago, and we were flying the flag for the UK. But in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, it has been the greatest honour of my life to serve in this place. The wee boy from Ardrossan, where people told me when I was growing up, just don't get carried away. If you ever become a councillor, you're doing well. People like you don't become MPs. People whose mum works in an explosives factory for 32 years, who's a member of a trade union, who was widowed a month before I was born, who brought me up on her own. People like that don't have sons to become Conservative MPs. Well, I did, and I have. I've served this place well, I think, for the last 14 years. I will miss it terribly. I do intend to be one of these sad gits you see walking about on Orange Pass. So, you have not seen the last of me. But I also want to say that I wouldn't have been here without my family. And my family is my mother. She encouraged me when I was growing up. She encouraged me when the chips were down. And the last 3 years, she's been in hospital 38 times. She's almost died 5 times and officially been put on end of life twice. She's 89, but she is still going strong. And so if my mum can cope with all that and get through adversity and demonstrate what true resilience looks like, then so too can I. I don't know what the future holds for me, but I'm actually optimistic because the experiences and the friendships that I've earned in this place will do nothing but stand me in good stead. There's some things I would change for sure, but in the majority of it, I wouldn't. It has been an honour and a privilege. You are my friends, you are my family. I will miss you, but I will see you around. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Robin Walker.
I shall be brief. I have mainly because I have to leave shortly to go and collect my son from nursery, and like many other members here, I want to start by thanks to family. I think the immense patience of my wife over the last 14 years with my career in politics has been something to behold, but actually my mother has dealt with 45 years of having a husband or a son who was Member of Parliament for Worcester. She has done immense service to the constituency, and she has done immense service to our country from the way she supported my father and has been an inspiration to me. I want to just very briefly talk about education and my passion for education. I made my maiden speech on the importance of education. It was great to hear from my honourable friend for Shoreham and Worthing, and indeed my honourable friend for Wimbledon, who spoke about what we've been able to do as a government for education. I've been banging on about school funding for my entire time in Parliament. It's a deeply nerdy subject, but I think it is vitally important, and I know colleagues from all sides of the House have engaged in some of these debates. We have made some real strides, but there is much more to do. And I would point to the recommendations of the Select Committee with regard to properly funding the work of teaching assistants in schools as a key objective for the next Parliament. The importance of special educational needs, and we've heard some fantastic debates from all sides of this House about the importance of meeting special educational needs. This House passed fantastic legislation in 2014, but it has not achieved its objectives. We need to make sure that those needs are better funded in the future. I've been honoured for the last year or so to chair the Education Select Committee, and I pay tribute, as everyone else has, to all the staff in this House, but particularly the clerks of our Select Committees, who work incredibly hard behind the scenes to make sure that we can produce great recommendations cross-party. They helped me to produce this report just last week, and I commend it to the House, but particularly, actually, and given some of the things we've heard from honourable members on all sides of the House about the challenges of social media, I'm delighted that we were able to hold a meeting just yesterday in the Reasons Room of the committee with the brilliant honourable gentleman for Gateshead being able to give his support and deliver cross-party support for our report on screen time. And I would seriously commend to the next government, from whichever side that comes, to engage with the recommendations of that report to better protect our children from the perils of social media. I think there is, across all parties in the House, real concern about this issue, and there are strides that can be made. But I just want to end by thanking my constituents in Worcester for giving me the privilege of my life for being able to serve such a wonderful constituency, and thanking colleagues across the House for being great friends.
Deanna Davison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, alas, we find ourselves here. I never thought that I'd be speaking for the last time in this chamber, let alone at the age of 30. I never thought I'd even make it here before the age of 30, and yet here we are. And my former boss, the Right Honourable Member for North East Somerset, often tells a story about how I make him feel exceptionally old in that his former intern has not only made it to Parliament, but is now retiring before he did. But my thanks to him for all his wisdom he's passed on over the years. There's an irony, isn't there, in this place being a place where words are of paramount importance, and yet standing up today, finding that words are really difficult to find to really express the bittersweet nature of not only having served in this place, but of leaving this place. I mean, so many people today have said that being an MP is an honour. I think it's horrendously one of the most cliched words that we can use, and yet also one of the most true words that we can use, because it is an honour and it's a privilege. Because as MPs, we have the opportunity to really make a difference. To make a difference for those individuals who we help through casework, to those families whose lives we touch day in, day out. To make a difference for whole communities, but of course to make a difference for our entire country. And I think all of us, if we search deep down, know that the reason we want to be here is to make a difference and try and make the world a better place. And I say that not just of colleagues on this side of the House, but right across the House, because I think we are all united in good intentions for wanting to come here. But it's also a huge responsibility, isn't it? That you stand up every day and you have to search your soul to do what is right. Sometimes it's very easy to know which way you're voting. Other times it's really difficult. And it's really difficult especially when you find yourself on the opposite side of these arguments and debates to friends, to family, to colleagues, and to a lot of your constituents. Though constituents will definitely be the ones to let you know when you are on the opposite side to them. But ultimately, we all have to look ourselves in the mirror and know that we have made the right decision. And I have to say, most of the decisions in this place I've been proud of, but there are some, I think we can all say we're human, we've made mistakes, and there may be things that we would change. But as I say, I'm proud of most of the work. I've said I a lot already, I'm probably going to say I a lot more, but so many colleagues have expressed a sentiment that this is not a single-man sport, this is a team sport. And I would not be able to have achieved anything, and I mean anything, in this place without my incredible team. Joanne Howie, Nikki Trotter, James Middleton, and the two up in the gallery, Jack Bell and Ellie Varley. Now, I'm an only child. I've never had siblings, and yet through doing this job, through hiring those two incredible people up there, I have gained a brother and sister. And just know that they are not getting rid of me just yet, only as a boss, but never as a sibling. Now, we've achieved some incredible things here. I think the thing that I am the most proud of on a national level is, of course, the awareness that my team and I have managed to bring to the issue of one-punch assaults. And I was here in this chamber only last week making an emotional speech, one of the few emotional speeches I've made where I was tearing up a little bit, not expecting to have to make another one for a while, where I talked about the impact of my dad's death through a single punch, how that's motivated me, but all the work that I have done and the incredible people I've met, be it One Punch UK or other families, campaigning to improve awareness and improve the outcome for victims. And I did secure some brilliant commitments from government, which is now quite a laugh, isn't it, given that I'm going to have to fight the next government to make sure they carry those over, but I'm sure they can rest assured that I will not be off their backs until I do get that commitment once the election has passed. Now, I really do want to thank all of those activists and local volunteers who put in so much effort to help me get to this place, particularly to Councillor Richard Bell, the Conservative group leader in Durham, but also now Deputy Leader of the Council, because back in 2021, through a massive effort of all our volunteers and activists, we actually secured the massive feat of knocking Labour out of power in Durham for the first time in over 100 years. Richard Bell now serves in that brilliantly, and all those new councillors that were also elected. And to the three chairmen that I've served under in Bishop Auckland, to Ted Henderson, to Philip Leach, and of course to Luke Allen Holmes, who's actually standing at the ripe old age of 21 in this general election in the city of Durham, and of course I wish him well in that feat. But of course, as so many colleagues have expressed, the biggest thanks has to go to my constituents, to the brilliant people of the Bishop Auckland constituency who put their faith in me, not just a young woman who wasn't even from the county, but put their faith in me as a Conservative the first time they had ever done so and elected a Conservative Member of Parliament since a seat was created in 1885. And I'm so grateful to each and every one of the 24,067 who did put their cross in the box next to my name. And there are so many tales I could tell, I won't, but all I will say is that meeting so many constituents over the years, there have been moving experiences, there have been incredibly supportive conversations, there's been a lot of fun. There's been a lot of heated debates at points, but I particularly pay my gratitude to those constituents who may not have agreed with me, may not have agreed with some of the decisions that I've made, but but have handled all of the communication and all of the debate well and with respect, and I do pay my gratitude to them. This place is such an adventure, isn't it? And I don't just mean getting lost on the first few weeks here and finding myself sort of accidentally in the kitchens or on a rooftop I wasn't supposed to be on. And being here as a young woman, I'm finding particularly funny, because this isn't the face of a sort of traditional MP, as most people like to point out. I have been quizzed so many times on whether I'm an intern, whether I'm here on work experience, which now that I'm 30, I find actually incredibly brilliant to know that I still have a youthful face. And even today, in my final day in this place, I was quizzed by security going out on the terrace with my lunch. Excuse me, madam, do you have a parliamentary pass? Which, wonderful to know security are doing their job so diligently. And also nice to know I've clearly made a substantial impact in my 4.5 years here, isn't it? But no, I must pay tribute to all of the staff in this place, as so many colleagues have done before me today, because they are nothing short of exemplary. And the service that they offer to us to make sure the wheels of democracy can continue to keep moving is second to none. I will always remember one of my first interactions with the brilliant doorkeeper, Wayne, who took me on a tour on my first day. And I remember walking through those doors, eyes lit up, wandering into the chamber on a Sunday evening, wearing, I think, a T-shirt, bother boots and a woolly hat, saying, oh my gosh, I'm in here. Standing over there because I hadn't quite got my bearings on which side was which at that point. And saying, sort of like a schoolgirl, am I allowed to sit down on these benches now? He said, madam, the benches are yours now, of course you can. And that'll be a memory that stays with me right until my final days. But to all the doorkeepers, to the catering team, of course to Anthony and Richard at Strangers for always letting me know when the new ciders are coming in stock, they know me well. To all of the team from the Speaker's office, of course to the Speaker and the entire Deputy Speaker's team, the Clerk's Public Bill Office, security cleaners, I've probably forgotten lots of people, but to everyone, as I say, who makes the wheels of this place operate, a very huge thank you from me. And I'm surprised no one has mentioned them yet, but of course to Kelly and Jackie downstairs for helping keep so many of us looking tame. You can't tame this mob, but they do their best job, and I'm so grateful to them. Not just for making my hair look swish, but also for the friendship they've offered over the years and the amount of service and dedication they've offered to so many members from right across the house. I mean, this is an incredible workplace, but it's not just a workplace, it is like a huge family. And obviously I did a short spell as a minister. I managed a year, which is more than a lot of colleagues in this place, given how tumultuous it's been in recent times. But just to pay a very small tribute once more to the brilliant team at DLUC for all of their support, to private office and all the civil servants who worked so well with me to give me advice, honest advice, to challenge me at times when that challenge was reasonable, but ultimately to serve the people of this country and make their communities as best as they could be. But of course, colleagues. Colleagues make this place. It is coming in every morning, seeing colleagues, sometimes smiling faces, sometimes grumpy faces, but knowing that we are here as one team, as comrades, to really try and make this country as best it could be. And there are too many memories to share, and I don't want to name too many individuals for fear of offending many others. But I do want to pay tribute to this man sitting right beside me, the Honourable Member for Milton Keynes North, who I have fond memories of being our first rebellion together. First of not too many, you'll be very pleased to know, but we basically egged each other on and only admitted, once we were out of the voting lobbies, I wasn't going to do it if you didn't. No, I wasn't going to do it if you didn't either. So to the whips, I'm sincerely sorry for that. But I have no regrets about sharing that very special memory with one of my closest friends. And to all colleagues, whether departing through choice, departing not through choice, or staying in this place, the genuine best of luck for whatever comes next. And I know with the breadth of talent that we have right across these benches that people will go on to brighter and better things and continue to play their part in serving the country and making individuals' lives and communities' lives better every step of the way. This place sometimes feels a little bit like battle, doesn't it? And certainly the bits that you see on TV look like battle, the Punch and Judy of Prime Minister's questions. But the battle of ideas as well, that we fight often so well and so constructively, regardless of when we disagree. But I also think back to the battle against COVID, when this House really came together in the best possible way. Not fighting ourselves at that point, but fighting that horrendous pandemic to really try and keep our constituents safe. And so if you'll indulge me, Madam Deputy Speaker, I must quote Taylor Swift just one time in this speech. And this is to colleagues of all colour rosettes, which is just to say that given the battles that we have faced together, I did have the time of my life fighting dragons with you. So thank you for picking up your swords and fighting so diligently. Now, I didn't anticipate that my time here would be so short. As I said, I didn't anticipate being here so soon. I thought it'd be in sort of 10 years' time if I ever made it at all. But leaving here now means that I can fulfil probably my key responsibility, which is my responsibility to my friends and family, who I regret to say I probably have neglected a little bit over the past 4.5 years. We all know how intense and all-consuming this place can be, and we all know that it is our friends and family who do deal with the most. They deal with the backlash, they deal with our grumps when we come home after late night votes, they deal with seeing all the vitriol that we get on social media, and in many ways it impacts them more indeed than it actually impacts us. So to my dad, of course, my wonderful dad, who is no longer with us, but who has inspired me to make it to this place, and of course my late nan, who inspired me to be the sort of strong independent woman that I always aspire to be in making it here to Parliament. To my mum, of course, who is tuned in somewhere on the airwaves, I hope, right now. But the person I most need to thank of all is my absolutely brilliant, inspiring, dazzling partner, Tony, who makes sure that if I get home after a late night vote, there's always food on the table. He picks me up on my darkest days and really lights me up on those, but also makes me want to be the best that I can be. And I'm looking forward to joining him on his next adventure. So, colleagues, thank you and best of luck for whatever comes next.
Yeah. Will Quince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my honourable and dear friend, the member for Bishop Auckland. Madam Deputy Speaker, it has been the honour of my life to serve as Colchester's Member of Parliament for the past 9 years, the last 4.5 years of which as a Government Minister at the Department for Work and Pensions, the Department for Education and the Department for Health and Social Care. And I'd like to put on the record my sincere thanks to my superb, hard-working constituency team, the brilliant civil servants with whom I had the pleasure to work, my local Conservative association, and all those who have supported me in so many ways over many years. Together, and I genuinely mean together, we have achieved so much. Locally, over 70,000 cases on behalf of local residents on a wide range of issues. £40 million of government town deal and levelling up funding secured to regenerate our city. Over £75 million of investment into Colchester Hospital, including an upgraded accident and emergency department and a new orthopaedic surgical centre. Multi-million pound investment in the arts and road and rail infrastructure, and city status for Colchester. Britain's first capital city under the Romans, a city once more. Nationally, all war graves now falling under the Commonwealth War Graves Commission in perpetuity. The tampon tax fund that led to over £86 million of funding going to support women's health charities. Establishing the Baby Loss all-party parliamentary group. Introducing groundbreaking parental bereavement leave legislation. Helping create the Household Support Fund, which has made over £2.5 billion available for families in need. Introducing reforms to childcare, children's social care and special educational needs and disabilities. And working alongside brilliant NHS staff to reduce waiting lists, improve urgent and emergency care, and cementing the UK's status as a life sciences superpower. Madam Deputy Speaker, this job, for all of its challenges, does give you the opportunity to bring about change and make a difference. And I feel deeply honoured to have been able to work to improve life chances, in particular for children. Of course, I'm sad to be leaving Parliament and politics today. And despite knowing that this is the right decision, without doubt, for me and my family, there is so much that I'm going to miss about serving as Colchester's Member of Parliament, not least having the opportunity to meet and help so many local residents and working with parliamentary colleagues on both sides of this House. I'd like to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, with just a handful more thank yous. To all the staff and security here at the Houses of Parliament. To my wonderful, supportive family, with whom, quite frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would not have been able to do this job, in particular and especially my wife, Eleanor. And last but by no means least, the people of Colchester. I thank them for electing me, for putting their trust in me, and for giving me the opportunity to serve them in the best job in the world. I wish my successor all the very best.
James Doddridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I first express sadness you're also standing around the coterie of Essex MPs, and thank you for your part back in Melton Mowbray, recognising the talents of a young James Duddridge and rubber stamping me over a glass of white wine to go on to serve as a Member of Parliament. Comrades, time flies in this place. I remember in 2004 around my dining room table or kitchen table with Ian Robertson, my chairman, who was a great sage, late Tony Smithson, who was my first agent, and Tony Cox, who's now leader of the council, and said, I'm really ready for the general election. And we named it 555 because we predicted a year in advance the date of the election. At the time, it wasn't that difficult a thing to project. He said, a year will go quickly. Well, 20 years has now passed. It's absolutely amazing. I want to thank the people that selected me, the people that elected me. I must have been doing something right because at each election, more people have voted for me than the previous election. I did jot down a few bits of advice and then reread them after I heard the former Prime Minister talking about democracy, the Secretary of State talking about the state of defence and defence spending, and they seemed a little low level. But this is my advice anyway. Let someone else manage a bloody email. It's absolutely dreadful and drives you mad. Eat less, and perhaps more importantly, drink less. Join the Armed Forces scheme. Absolutely amazing. To find about your colleagues, the services, absolutely superb. Value family over politics, and don't covet others' success, help them achieve that success. My team have been fantastic. Pindi Finibe, who runs my office, who I call the boss. Once every now and again, I'm allowed to make a decision. Marcus Llewellyn Rothschild, who, Freudian slip, Marcus, sorry, he is very flamboyant, my Marcus. But he's registered blind. He goes into hospital every other day on dialysis, and he still carries on as my caseworker. Wow. He's absolutely amazing. And before me, he served another Member of Parliament. To James Moyes, who's an exceptional individual, he stood against me twice as the UKIP candidate. He then became my agent, and now he's my employee. Thank you very much, and I'm sure he'll carry on. To Sam Pettigal, who I hope to see leaving politics and join the Royal Navy, certainly as a reserve. And to Cheryl Gardner, whose son Luke hopefully will be coming to this place as a Member of Parliament in Derbyshire.
I can thank him for giving way. Today in this chamber we've spoken a lot about how important it is that women come to this place, but women don't come to this place without good men behind them. And this will do nothing for your reputation, but you are that good man that brought me to this place. And I know sometimes you may regret it from time to time, but there are few people in this world that meet a young woman twice, and when the election is announced, despite having only met them twice, each time for less than half an hour, move them into their house the next day, their home, and open that home and fight every single day and put their entire life to one side to fight for that other person. So can I just say, it is no surprise that you have such loyalty from your team, because your heart is so enormous. And without you, I wouldn't be here, and I'm so grateful to you, and I'm also grateful to Katie and your kids, who allowed that to happen. You are a phenomenal man, and I will very much miss you in this place.
You're not going to make me cry. It's not, isn't it? But I do thank the Honourable Lady. I do think we need to change who we elect as candidates, and I hope I'm replaced by a woman in Rochford and Southend East for a number of reasons. Or Southend East and Rochford, as it's now called. I would like to mention Lucy Payson-Brown, who was with me for 10 years, absolutely fabulous, and Philippa Buckley, who's now in Zambia, but did a great job for me. I also want to mention my wife because A, she worked for me, and also I'd get in trouble if I didn't mention her. We've got 3 lovely children. I'm going to spend more time looking after our new arrival, the 1-year-old. It happens to be a Labrador dog, which is proving to be much harder than the children. I wouldn't recommend coming to this place, and it's the best job in the world. I have no regrets. I served 19 years, 9 years on front bench, 5 different departments under 3 Prime Ministers. I particularly enjoyed the camaraderie of the Whip's office. At one point I had the title of the most sacked minister in the Conservative government. I like to think of it as the most reappointable minister in troubled times. Others may disagree. Probably most people, if it looked through, I was the minister that took through the Withdrawal Act, having voted 3 times against that as a bill, having never voted against the government before. I'm actually particularly proud of my time as Minister for Africa, something I got to do twice, and building on my work previously as a banker in Africa, and that's something I'd very much like to do. For me, I thought I was going to do at least another 10 years. That's not the right thing for me now, but it's been brilliant. I look at everyone, or I would do look at everyone if I kept my glasses on and look in my eye, and I can think of something, a moment, I could say a moment of joy with them, a moment of sadness, an embarrassing moment, a revelation. I thank the Honourable Member for the words. It has been absolutely superb. I'll miss this place, and thank you for everyone that served in the broadest way this House.
Just before I call the next gentleman, the Honourable Lady made an impassioned intervention, and a correct one, I'm sure, making an excellent point. But she kept referring to the Honourable Gentleman as you. This upsets me so much. I can't let it go. Because what if, when I'm not here, which will be very soon, nobody bothers? And what if we descend into just an ordinary place where people use first names, nicknames, you, or sloppy language, and, wear white trainers? It just wouldn't be right. This is a very special place, and the fact that we call each other the Honourable Member, and the fact that we use the third person and not the second person, is part of the way that we do things here with dignity and precision, and by stepping back from the personal. Because I appreciate that what the Honourable Lady has just said is personal, and this is a personal debate, and there's nothing wrong with that. But in debate about political topics, it's very important to keep the personal out of it and stick to the facts. And that's why it's so important that we respect the rule of speaking through the chair and refer to people not as you, but as the Honourable Gentleman or Honourable Lady. And I simply can't miss my last opportunity to say that. And I so hope it won't be forgotten. John Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank you also for allowing me to catch your eye for perhaps the last time, or will be the last time, in my 23 years in this place. And like all members who have spoken in this wonderful debate today, it's going to be a great wrench to leave the House. The only person who may have a slight skip in his step will be Mr. Speaker, who will no longer have to consider the many applications for UQs over the years that I've submitted. But it's been a wonderful time, and I want to thank all those who've made it possible, as briefly as I can. I want to thank, as I think everybody else has done, I'll keep it very short, but I do want to thank everybody who works here, who, little do they realise, but they're supporting a great parliamentary system. I want to thank the doorkeepers, I want to thank the caterers, I want to thank the security, I want to thank the librarians, I want to thank everybody who works here without exception. They keep the show on the road and support, they may not realise it, every single one of them, but support our parliamentary system, and we thank them for that. Reflecting for a moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, I suggest much has changed since I joined the House in 2001, and almost all for the better. The hours, for a start, are much more family-friendly. As a Green MP in 2001, there was no briefing. I think the Right Honourable Member for Sheerman I forget the second bit of his constituency. Thank you, Sean. Was basically made the point that you were thrown into the chamber, I won't say literally, and told to get on with it and learn. And I think things have changed for the better also, in that we have many, many more female lady MPs, which I think has been a great improvement to the House. Things have changed for the better. But what has not changed, Mr. Speaker, for the better, has been a narrative which has grown stronger in recent times and in certain quarters, that our parliamentary system is broken. It's not actually performing as it should. And I would contend that that is not true, whilst accepting that it is not a perfect system. But I do believe our system is representative and effective and is respected around the world. For example, it managed to contain the most passionate debate we've probably had in a generation in this country, and that was Brexit, the Brexit debate, and channeled it accordingly in an open way that I think few other countries could have pulled off. This chamber remains the crucible where the matters of the day are debated and resolved. Its fulcrum is the obligation that we all tell the truth in this place. And we should never forget that MPs can still affect great change. And I, like other colleagues, look back with fondness and satisfaction at the campaigns and good causes that I've participated in, whether it was campaigning for our 2015 manifesto to contain the promise of an EU referendum, against arming the Syrian rebels, for official recognition and support of our nuclear test veterans, greater funding for the British Council, or securing a focus on outcomes when it comes to cancer, as was embodied in Section 5 of the Health and Care Bill 2022. And I thank all colleagues, and many in this place here, who supported that effort. Of course, one hasn't always been successful. None of us are. We can all also list our somewhat disappointments. My opposition to our Iraq, Libya and Afghan interventions, despite the passionate debates we had on the occasion, we still intervened. And trying to get the government to think again about defence cuts was another sadness to me, that we didn't manage to do more at the time, Mr. Speaker. My amendment in 2019 on the Northern Ireland backstop was defeated by the largest recorded parliamentary majority in history, 600 to 24. It is still fresh in the mind. And I would remind colleagues that, you just got to keep going on. Perseverance has a quality all of its own, and there are times in those years when, my goodness me, we needed it. I would also suggest to colleagues, and I've heard so many interesting debates in this chamber this afternoon, it's been a real pleasure to be part of this debate, but I would also suggest that humility is a great quality as well, and we should never forget that. And I was reminded very recently by my constituency team that actually, if you looked at all those elections I had fought since 2001, they put it to me that the less time I spent in the constituency, the more my majority went up. And actually, that's true. I've had an increased majority in every single general election. And I won't say that I am a very diligent constituency MP, but perhaps I've just eased off a little bit since 2001. Yet overall, what I would say is, with hard work, perseverance, the gathering, the garnishing of support when needed, MPs can still affect change and truly help their constituents, occasionally with the help from the Speaker's chair. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, it's nice to see you in your place. And can I just say, now you're there, can I thank you personally for everything you do for this place. You are the guardian of something that is very precious in that chair, and your presence there has been a real source of strength and support 4 members across the House to make sure that this parliamentary system remains true to itself, and doesn't meander. And I would like to say thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I've enjoyed my time on select committees and all-party groups, and that is where we see the best of cross-party work, something which we all value in this place. And I concur with the many observations by colleagues that we are at our very best if we can foster a consensus across the divide and move that issue forward. And I've certainly, as have many other colleagues, benefited from that cross-party consensus when we've been able to actually engineer it. So, coming back to the point about the effectiveness in this place and that minority of individuals, increasingly noisy though they are, who say that this place is broken or it's not effective, it needs to be improved because it's not representing its constituents, I say that is completely wrong. And as somebody who's been in this place for 23 years, and there have been, colleagues here have been here much longer than I, but it is effective, and we should remember that. And I would therefore caution against ill-thought-through sweeping reforms which will harm our democracy. Past innovations, such as the Fixed-Term Parliament Act, have served to highlight the wisdom of convention, I would suggest. And we should be wary of talk of, for example, a written constitution or proportional representation or House of Lords reform. Just be very careful what you wish for. We are here courtesy of the accumulated wisdom of previous generations, and we discard that experience, that wisdom, at our peril if we don't consider things very, very carefully. So I wish all colleagues, past and present, well, and for those staying on, good fortune in the next Parliament. Now, I will certainly be keeping in touch with many friends. I had a very close friend sitting next to me for most of this debate, a member for, right on member for New Forest East. He's had to go. But there are many colleagues here that I look forward to keeping in touch with after I leave. Naturally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my constituency association, councillors, activists, and the many friends I've made in the constituency for their contributions and friendship over so many years. The association stood by me on a number of occasions when I did not always agree with my party. The closest I came to being removed as an MP was in 2003, not an election year, but there was an extraordinary general meeting I was going to say deselect me. I think that's what it was in effect, because of the way I voted on the Iraq War. Opinion was very divided. Those colleagues may remember. I see a good friend sitting in the front there who remembers that moment in particular. And having voted against my whip, I had to resign from the front bench, and it caused a stir in the association. But we got through it, and since then I've had no issue at all with my association when not always agreeing with, well, not agreeing, I should say, with our interventions in whether they be in Libya or Afghanistan post-2001. They understood that MPs are representatives, not delegates. I would also like to thank my constituents for their support and ensuring my majority, my increased majorities over the years. I'm going to stay connected with my wonderful constituency of Basildon and Billericay, which it has been a great honour to serve, by participating in the annual Fun Walk I founded. It is now a charity. I founded it in 2002, since when it has raised around £1.5 million, £1.5 million for good causes across the constituency and beyond. So I may be stepping back as the MP, but I'll be certainly staying connected to the local area by staying involved in that charity event as chair of the trustees. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my staff, to whom I owe so much. My constituency team, Joe Turner, Annie Akinnin, have been with me since I became the MP. And my London team, Claire Lumby, Selina Short, and Benjamin Yates, who's sitting in the gallery, who've been with me for up to 16 years. 80 years of service between them is a rarity in this place, and I think my constituents, our constituents, have benefited as a result. I am very grateful to them and am proud of them for everything we have achieved together. Finally, I would like to thank my wife Thalia, daughters and wider family, whether still here or not, for their support over the years, which has always added perspective and balance to my endeavours in this place. I shall miss this place. It has been a great honour to serve, but the time has come to move on, and I do wish you all well. My one remaining message to my party is please stay wedded to the centre ground when fighting general elections. I'm an old-fashioned one-nation Tory. Compassionate conservatism is the way forward. I don't want us wandering off to the right. I don't think we're going to, but we must stay centred. The whole point of economic efficiency and strong finance and robust economies and all the rest, that's not an end in itself. It's a means to an end to help the less fortunate in society, and we've got to remain wedded to that idea. The Prime Minister understands this, and I also wish him well at the next general election.
Brian. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's nice to see you in the chair, and thank you for all of the service and the kindness that you've shown me since you've been in that chair. When I was in my early teens, I had a day out in London, Mr. Speaker, and I sent my parents a postcard that day of this building, and I wrote on the back, rather arrogantly and presumptively, I guess, my future office. And I'd forgotten all about it. And when my father passed away just a few days after the last general election, I found that postcard in his house. And I guess the dream came true, and they kept it all those years. Now, I've won 4 general elections, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be the first and I'll be the last MP for Winchester and Chandlersford. Boundary changes break us up, of course. And I said from the very start, nobody owns Winchester. I like to think I won it because I worked so hard to get it, and I like to think I kept it because I did the job to the best of my ability every single day. Equally, if I may just gently say, nobody owns the keys to number 10 Downing Street. The future isn't written yet, and this election, contrary to what you may read, is not over. I want to, like many colleagues, wish my Conservative friends standing on July the 4th the very best, especially my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, who, in my opinion, is a hard-working, decent man we are very lucky to have as our country's leader. I won't detain the House, but I just want to reflect on 2 things and to say some thank yous. For me, just being an MP was enough. It was clearly a mission of mine from a very young age, but to work with my dear friend, Right Honourable Member for South West Surrey as his PPS at the Department of Health, to be a government whip, which is the only team game in this place, to be a health minister myself, and now to chair the Health Select Committee is a record of which I'm proud. In government, as that health minister, I began what would become known as Pharmacy First. I wrote the cancer plan, so it's timely that I should follow the Honourable Gentleman from Billericay, and we urgently need a new one of them from the next government. I established the HIV Commission. Alongside the Shadow Health Secretary, we worked to produce the roadmap to get England to 0 new transmissions by 2030, and we will. And although not entirely something my teenage son thanks me for when he had to have it the other day, I extended the HPV vaccine to boys. And that may seem like a small technical thing, but it's a move that I know will save tens of thousands of lives. And sooner rather than later, we will eradicate cervical cancer from our country. Clearly, there is so much more, Mr. Speaker. Over a good number of years in government, you do so much, and frankly, I can't remember the half of it. But working alongside 2 Secretaries of State, the now Chancellor, who I've just mentioned, and my right honourable friend, the member for West Suffolk, I think we did some good things. And I'm so grateful to my right honourable friend from Maidenhead, who spoke at the very start of the debate many hours ago, who as Prime Minister asked me to serve in her government. And of course, being elected to the chair of the Health Committee was a huge honour, and I've worked with some fabulous officials and some fabulous members cross-party, which is the great secret of this place, to produce some really important reports on prevention, on assisted dying, on dentistry, on digital, on integrated care systems and pharmacy, and I think they'll stand the test of time. And I can't let this moment go without mentioning the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, which has just been mentioned, which for all the amazing things and experiences I've had here is one of the best things I've done. I recommend it highly to returning and new members. And finally, just a few important thank yous to my staff present, Alice Hammond, Toby Colehan, Alex Pinney and Helen Hill, and past, especially Russ Norton and Jeanette Munro Ford, without whom I'd never have won in the first place. Obviously, like everyone, to the good people of Winterton and Chandler's Ford for giving me 4 in a row. Thank you so much. That has been a great privilege to represent you, and I've always done my best to put the constituency first. And of course, to my wife Susie and my children Emily and William, who allowed me to do this in the first place. Finally, Mr. Speaker, and to repeat something I said in the House a few days ago, there's a maxim that I try to live by in my life, and I've certainly tried to live by in the House of Commons, and I hope those coming after me will. It is nice to be important, but it's much, much more important to be nice. Thank you very much.
Under Carter. I'm delighted you've come back into the chamber because it gives me an opportunity to start by saying how delighted I am that your team and my team are in the Challenge Cup final in a few days' time. And I know your father, in particular, would have been delighted at the Wyre taking on Wigan Warriors in a few days' time. I've been incredibly humbled this afternoon to sit here amongst colleagues, friends, and people that I remember watching on TV when I was, well, not a lot smaller than I am now, that have been fantastic servants to this house, truly fantastic servants to this house. And I feel I'm a bit of a fraud, really, because I've only been here for 4.5 years. But it's a remarkable place. And I listened with great interest and genuine fondness to the references that have been made today, to the support that exists within this place, cross-party, the camaraderie that exists, and the wonderful spirit that occurs every day when people come to work in this magnificent place. And I'm regularly stopped when I'm in the Warrington South constituency by constituents who say to me, what's it like to be an MP? What does it feel like? And I can genuinely say that it is the proudest thing that anybody can do every day when you walk into this palace and walk past the statues of great people of our history. You remember that you are here serving the people that have elected you. And in my case, the 86,000 people that I represent in the Warrington South constituency. As I've only been here for 4.5 years, I will keep my remarks relatively short. But I wanted to just go back to before I was elected, because I never planned to get into politics. In fact, I took the view that having spent 20-odd years in business, getting into politics, well, I would probably never get anything done. And actually, that's not the case. You can make a difference. You have to focus your energies, and you have to be certain about what you want to achieve. But I've looked back over the last 4.5 years at the work that this government has delivered for my constituents and the work that I've done to ensure that the people that I represent have better lives, and I'm incredibly proud. We focused on improving access to public transport, and we have 105 new zero-emission buses in Warrington paid for by this government. And I am incredibly proud that people today travel on public transport in Warrington at levels that they haven't done for many years. Healthcare, broadband, securing a broadband delivery service for the people of Higher Walton has been an incredible achievement. We've campaigned to strengthen flood defences following a terrible flooding of Storm Christoph in 2021 in the Dalham area. I've held an annual jobs and apprenticeship fair to help young people find jobs. And that has been one of the most rewarding events on an annual basis, to see each year 1,000 young people come and meet more than 40 local employers and talk about their future with their parents. And then to get the emails afterwards that say, I've had an opportunity given to me, I'm going on an apprenticeship. Thank you for that opportunity. That's brilliant. And I'm so pleased that we used the town deal cash, not simply to build new buildings, but to help people in the constituency gain new skills. We opened a next generation health and social care academy that is training healthcare assistants and social workers
the future at the Warrington and Vale Royal College. And we're about to open an advanced construction academy to help the future builders of our homes and settlements get the skills that they need for the future. I've managed to get round every single school in my Warrington South constituency over the last 4 years. I've met with every head teacher. I've spoken in every school to a group of children about democracy and the importance of them getting involved with politics as they grow up. And I thank the teachers for their efforts. I am genuinely appreciative of the work that they've done, because today every school in my Warrington South constituency is good or outstanding, and that wasn't the case in 2010 when this government came to office. I haven't always pushed things forward. Sometimes I've pushed to stop things in my constituency when my constituents have asked for my help, and I've opposed development in the Greenbelt on schemes like the 656 distribution centre, and Stobart's, who wanted to build a ginormous distribution centre on the Greenbelt. And both have gone to a public inquiry because I raised those issues here in the chamber of the House of Commons. So I proved myself wrong very, very quickly, that you can come to Parliament and make things happen. I want to particularly say thank you to the local councillors in my Warrington South constituency. When I came to office, we had one councillor, one Conservative councillor on Warrington Borough Council, Councillor Kath Buckley. She retired a few days ago. A remarkable woman who fought cancer twice and flew the flag for Conservatism in Warrington for many, many years. And I thank her greatly for all the support that she gave me. To Councillor Ken Critchley, Mark Jervis, Linda Butler and Ghazala Chapman, my Warrington South Conservative councillors, thank you for the work that you've done over the years to fly the flag in Warrington South. Here in Westminster, I am particularly pleased to have played a small part serving on a couple of committees that I have had some involvement with outside of this world too. The Media Bill, the Digital Markets and Competition Bill and the Online Safety Act are all areas that I think we've legislated in this Parliament to set the course of this country for the next 20 years. And I want to mention one particular group of people at this point, because as I've listened to every speech, nobody has mentioned this group of people. It's the group of people that make us sound great and make us look great on the TV and on the radio every day. In fact, the people that turn on the microphones, that twiddle the knobs and push the faders, these people, and they've probably cut me off now, these people do the work to make sure that our constituents at home can see and hear the work that goes on here. So I pay particular tribute and thank the team that work behind the glass in this chamber to make sure that our constituents can see us at home. My first question to the Prime Minister back in early 2020 was about funding for the Peace Centre in Warrington. It was set up by Colin and Wendy Parry following the Warrington IRA bomb that took their son Tim and also killed Jonathan Ball. It was tragic circumstances. This speech wouldn't be complete if I don't mention the Peace Foundation as the Peace Centre moves into a new phase, and I am incredibly grateful for the work that they have done in the town that I represent. I want to say thank you to my team in Warrington and here in Westminster, Stephen Taylor, who also served as my agent at the last election, who stayed with me all the way through as my office manager, Stewart Gardner, my senior caseworker, Lindsay Olson, who gave up being a teacher to come and answer letters from parents about schools, and I couldn't have asked for somebody who has more detailed knowledge to help people navigate their way through the SEND system than Lindsay has. James Parker, who's ran my office here in Warrington, Julie Groom, who's joined to make sure that I turn up at all the right events at the right time, and most recently Alec de Jong, who's joined and is a bit of a technical whiz, and I've discovered I can do things on Facebook that I never knew I could do because of his work. They have been an inspiration and support, and I thank them for their hard work, and I also thank them on behalf of my constituents for all the casework and responses that they've given to the 31,000 emails that I've received, or piece of casework that I've received over the last 4.5 years. I want to finally thank my wife, Aggie, and my son, Harry. Couldn't have done it without them. They've made a world of difference. And standing up for your constituency, I think, is the greatest honour that you can have when you're here as a Member of Parliament. And I'm looking forward to getting behind whoever the Warrington Conservatives choose as the new parliamentary candidate for the new Warrington South seat, and putting the Prime Minister's clear plan for securing Britain's future as we move forward to the general election. Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to say thank you to the voters in Warrington South that sent me here. The former Defence Secretary, the Right Honourable Member for Preston and the Wyre, said that if the electorate don't get you, the boundaries will. The boundaries have got me this time. I hope they don't get me next time.
Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Do well, doubt not, is the motto of the Borough of Tunbridge Wells. And it was my theme when 19 years ago in this chamber, from the other side of the House, I made my maiden speech. Not a bad piece of advice and encouragement to a new Member of Parliament, and I tried to take it to heart during these 19 years. In my maiden speech, I said we needed to get the A21 dualled, we needed to get a new hospital built at Pembury, and that we needed to help the many people in Tunbridge Wells, a place associated with prosperity, who are in need. 19 years on, well, we've got the A21 duals, we've got a new hospital, and it's been my privilege as well as pleasure to help many thousands of people with their difficulties and to help them solve some of the problems that they've faced in their life. Tunbridge Wells is a town of a vigorous voluntary sector. I'm proud to be the patron or president or vice president of many, such as the Tunbridge Wells Mental Health Resource, the Sea Cadets, and the Hospice in the Weald. I'd like to thank for my ability to do all of these things the people of Tunbridge Wells, who for 5 consecutive general elections have returned me to Parliament. I couldn't have been standing for election without the support of my marvellous Conservative Association, who first selected me and have been staunch in their support throughout. They are friends as well as colleagues, and I'm very grateful to them. I would like to say a big thank you to my office teams who supported me. My current team in the gallery with us today, Diane Talbot, Oliver Gill, who remarkably, as a very young man, helped draft and get passed a private member's bill to make for the first time it a criminal offence to sexually harass women and girls in public. A remarkable legislative achievement for someone very early in his career. We send our love to Fiona Lloyd-Williams, who is currently battling with some health difficulties when she's battled herself on behalf of constituents as my caseworker. To Annie Jack and to Sam Howard, the newest members of my team, and in the past, Rachel Godfrey, Matthew Dickens, Adam Hignett, Peter Franklin, David Mercier, Alexine Bullitt and Joanna Garner have supported me marvellously. Mr. Speaker, can I thank you for your kindness and that of your staff over the years, all of the staff of the House, particularly the Select Committee staff. I've had the privilege of chairing, I think, what's been the most stimulating and exciting committee in Parliament, this Parliament, the Science, Innovation and Technology Committee. Our hearings weekly during the height of the pandemic were broadcast live on all of the national TV channels, and some of the hearings, a certain one that lasted 7 hours, attracted an audience in millions. I'd like, having had the privilege of serving the country in government, to thank all of the brilliant civil service that we have in government. I benefited in particular from 2 marvellous principal private secretaries during my time as Secretary of State, Alex Williams and Jackie Ward, and special advisors Jacob Wilmer, Glenn Hall, Meg Powell-Chandler and Will Holloway. And finally, can I thank my family. My parents, John and Pat, were at the count sharing my excitement when I was first elected to this place. My wife, Helen, my amazing wife, Helen, and our 3 children, everyone unique and talented, everyone very different. For Allegra, Layla and Peter, their whole lives almost have been spent with me coming to this place, weekends being taken up with constituents. I couldn't have done it without them. It's been a huge pleasure and an honour to serve the country as well as my constituents. It couldn't have been done had it not been for the people of Tunbridge Wells returning me to this place. I'm the son of a milkman from Middlesbrough. I'm the first person in any generation of my family to have been educated beyond the age of 16, to have been able to do what I've been able to do in this place and in government is entirely down to the people of Tunbridge Wells and the gratitude that I have for them returning me to this place. There are many constituencies, 650 constituencies in this country, but I defer to the words of H.G. Wells, who, when he contemplated Tunbridge Wells, said, "Tunbridge Wells is Tunbridge Wells, and there is really nothing like it on our planet." Thank you very much indeed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as you slide so effortlessly and smoothly into your chair, I'm pleased to see you there too. Before you disappear, Mr. Speaker, may I thank you for everything you've done. You've been a tremendous speaker during my time here, and I, like many others, are very grateful to you. I hope we see each other again before too long. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's an enormous pleasure to serve under your chairmanship. I know I can't now say Madam Chairman, as I know you would have liked me to have done yesterday, but we like to do things properly in this House. If I say you, I will be referring to you and not to anyone else. I would like to thank my South Norfolk constituents for sending me here at 6 successive general elections, and I want to thank my private secretary and office manager, Tracy Reeve, for 27 years of outstanding service, both to me and to my South Norfolk constituents for all of my 23 years as an MP, and also for some 4 years before that as private secretary to my predecessor, John McGregor, now Lord McGregor of Pulham Market, whom you, Madam Deputy Speaker, know well because you served as Lord McGregor's special advisor many years ago before either of us was in this House. You know Tracy Reeve, my private secretary, for many years after Lord McGregor left the Commons. And you know my constituency, South Norfolk, very well for the same reason. So it's a great pleasure to finish this debate with you in the chair. Nothing I've done in the last 23 years for my South Norfolk constituents would have been possible without Tracy Reeve, and I am enormously grateful to her for her service. The second thing I wanted to say is that as I lay in bed this morning with my wife Catherine and my dog Beaufort, who, using the well-known commando crawl through a non-existent space technique for which spaniels are famous, until he'd made himself comfortable, and lying there thinking about what I wanted to say today while patting his head, I was... by the way, my wife will get very cross if I don't mention her dog Caluste, so I've just done it. But as I was lying there thinking what I wanted to say, I was reminded of a story I heard from a colleague in the tea room the other day. As a Conservative Member of Parliament, she had attended the Conservative candidates' weekend selection process. And she said she had heard one of the would-be candidates opine that there's no point in becoming an MP unless one became a minister. Now, one hopes that he will learn quite a lot before he ever gets anywhere near this place, if he does at all, because plainly that is completely incorrect. But my colleague's story reminded me of another one, particularly in this week when we have finally righted the long-standing injustices of the infected blood scandal. I remember at the end of the 2017 Parliament, Alistair Burt standing around here talking about it, and that was very recently in terms of the length of that scandal, and how we've also corrected the Post Office Horizons scandal, which I remember as I left the Public Accounts Committee in 2017 after some 16 years. Tony Collins, the renowned computer journalist, telephoned me about. Luckily, because I was then involved in other matters to do with housing, James R. Buthnott and many others in this place took it up very seriously. as we in this week finally correct those wrongs and are reminded of other huge wrongs which were corrected by the work of those such as Andy Burnham on the Hillsborough scandal over many decades, and other great work by many other great colleagues. It reminded me of another story. Consider the following. Investigations into the allegations have revealed them to be a mixture of unsubstantiated rumour, incorrect information, or repetition of earlier allegations, which have been fully investigated and found to be unsupported by the evidence. A question. Was that official statement, aimed at refuting public disquiet about the efficacy of measures taken against foot and mouth, the reliability of the Army's S-80 rifle and radio sets in Kosovo and Sierra Leone, a government order that police should keep protesters out of sight of the President of China during a state visit, the possibility that BSE can cross the species barrier to humans, the loss of an RAF Chinook helicopter and 25 security personnel on the Mull of Kintyre, the existence of illnesses collectively known as Gulf War Syndrome, the export to Iraq of machine tools capable of arms manufacture, the circumstances surrounding the torpedoing of the Belgrano, the radiation sickness claimed by some participants in the British atomic tests of the 1950s, which my honourable friend for Basildon and Billericay has so assiduously campaigned on, and joined by telephone a surgery I had with my constituents, because I knew that he knew more about that matter than anyone else. Or was it experiments carried out at Porton Down during the same period, or the denial of full pensions to thousands of disabled servicemen and their widows over a 50-year period? Or was it the loss of the carrier HMS Glorious and her 2 escorts in 1940? The answer is that it was made by the Ministry of Defence, the statement was made by the Ministry of Defence in December 1994 to refute a body of opinion that there might indeed be a condition referred to as Gulf War Syndrome. But it could just as well have been any of the others, and we all know this. It's a phenomenon which Tim Slessor, in his book Ministries of Deception, which I'm quoting from here, refers to, what he calls the Whitehall loop. At its simplest, this is a closed circuit procedure where, in reply to questions asked of a government minister or department, the answers are put together by the very same civil servants whose earlier judgment is both the subject and the cause of the inquiry in the first place. I remember bumping into Simon Burns, who was at the time the health minister responsible for the National Programme for IT in the Health Service, the NP-FIT as it was called. There were at least 8 other ministers during that period that I tracked it closely from 2002 to 2011. I wouldn't recommend anyone to read it unless they have a particularly masochistic disposition, but in the book I wrote about government, I devoted an entire chapter to the National Programme for IT in the Health Service, where I lovingly detailed the many ways in which what was then called Connecting for Health managed to conceal information about how bad things were going. And one day Simon Burns came up to me in the tea room and he said, "Richard, I am sick and tired of being told things by you and then finding out 6 months later that they're true. And the truth is that whether it's the Child Support Agency or the Criminal Records Bureau or the tax credit scandal or the Rural Payments Agency scandal, or which has led some farmers sadly to commit suicide, or the Student Loans Company or the recruitment of junior doctors, or many, many others, it is our constituents who, through us as their members of Parliament, keep government honest, because they so often know far more about how government is actually working than the government itself does. And this is why we need members of Parliament who see their chief job as representing and protecting their constituents and requiring the government of the day, whichever political party its complexion is, to justify itself and to keep explaining its actions and to keep on doing so. I'm delighted to see my right honourable friend, the member for Barking, back in her place, because of the various things I've done in the 23 years I've been here. I have not found any more consequential, and I have to say with her more fun, than the work we did together when I was her Deputy Chairman on the Public Accounts Committee between 2010 and 2015. She performed an extraordinary service, and by the way, Madam Deputy Speaker wrote a great book called Called to Account about it, which some members may wish to read. It says here, Dame Eleanor, that Dame Eleanor said, but that's because when I wrote it, you weren't in your seat. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, may I say that, as you yourself said yesterday, MPs of all parties are the people who don't just shout at the television, but who get up and decide to do something about it. It is an honourable estate. It's an honourable calling. It's one of the most important things we can do. It's worth devoting oneself to the point of exhaustion, in order to keep our people free and to keep our governments honest. It says here self-commissioned housing, so I suppose I'd better say a word about that before I conclude, because it's well known that for the last 10 years or so, since I steered through Parliament the Self-Build and Custom House Building Act, I have worked very hard to try and implement that, and I see the former Prime Minister nodding. I remember bouncing up to her in the lobby many years ago when she was Prime Minister saying, "Is it true that self-build housing was discussed at Cabinet this morning?" She said, "Yes, there is a report, and I'm sorry to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, still more to do." And I see the Honourable Lady from Manchester Central on her, in her place there. I did nearly succeed in coaxing her into giving evidence to the report that I did for the then Prime Minister. It was several Prime Ministers ago. We've had quite a few. It was in 2021. And there are some excellent recommendations in there, some of which have even been implemented. I wrote to the current Housing Secretary on the 11th of March with some detailed suggestions for how it might be implemented. I just must, because I'm going to sit down in 1 or 2 minutes, I just want to place on record my huge gratitude to the now Culture Secretary, who, as Housing Minister, allowed me to introduce her to one of the nation's leading planning silks. And as silk to silk, they talked through the issues and the things that I was proposing. The Honourable Lady said to her officials, "What's wrong with this?" And they couldn't provide her with an answer. And so that now sits on the statute of Section 123 of the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act 2023, and I hope that a future government will do its best to implement it, and I shall certainly be encouraging them to do so. In conclusion, I'll just say this. It's always been an article of faith for me that there's no they, there's just us. If there are things we want to fix and change, it is we who have to do it. As Karl Popper put it, and I'm not jealous of many things, but I am jealous of the Honourable Lady, the member for Barking, because she was at the London School of Economics at the time he was still teaching there. But as Karl Popper put it, progress depends on us, on our watchfulness, on our efforts, on the clarity of our conception of our aims, and on the reasonableness of their choice. Instead of posing as prophets, we must be the makers of our fate.
Dr. Matthew Offord.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It really is a great honour to be the last speaker on the backbenches in this debate. This afternoon we've heard great emotion from many people, and I realise that this is such a wrench for many people to leave Parliament. But it has been such an honour for all of us, but particularly for me, to serve as the Member of Parliament for Hendon. I've been intimately involved in 8 parliamentary elections in the last 28 years. And in many ways, some of the seats that are here in Parliament, it's no great achievement for people to be elected. It's in the marginal seats that it is the achievement. We are the ones that have changed governments. So I have to thank my constituents in Hendon for electing me on 4 occasions. The last election, I received 26,878 votes, the highest number of Conservative votes since 1935. And sometimes it did irk me that when I was first elected in 2010, I had 106 majority, and over 20,000 people had elected me. And there were others sitting on different benches who received less votes than me, but had huge majorities. And it didn't feel quite right. Now, each and every member here will make a claim that their constituency is different from everyone else's. But Hendon, just like London, is a very diverse constituency. As someone who was born in the south of England and grew up there and never saw a person of colour until the age of 12, being in Hendon didn't come as a great shock to me, but it has taught me a huge amount. I have a large Jewish constituency, a large Muslim constituency, Hindus, the largest Chinese community outside of Soho and Manchester, and the largest Iranian community in the whole of the country. But there are many issues that connect these different religious groups, which I've always campaigned upon. But there's also been a huge amount of diversity in the local economy. And we've seen huge development, which has meant that the boundary changes that now come through will make a difference. But under the previous Conservative Council, when I was a councillor, we made development that created the Stonegrove Estate, the Graham Park Estate, Beaufort Park, West Hendon, Upper Fosters, the Peel Centre,
all made homes for people in the local area, and for that we should be very grateful. But as I said, I have worked on issues that have brought communities together. But the one reason that I have focused upon the Jewish community is because they are a small number in this country, about 300,000. And when we look at the number of Muslims in this country, there's more like 6 million. Their voices will be heard by the different members of Parliament here in this place. And the Honourable Member for Brigham Gaul raised the issue of concern to many of my constituents that remain today. Issues about anti-Semitism, issues about education. But one area that I'm very pleased that this week, Lord Pickles published his report in the Ordinary Expert Review, laying to rest the issue of a concentration camp on British soil during the Second World War. But the Honourable Member for Brigham Gaul also have seen other things as well. A particular issue of concern to my constituents is that of Israel, which is understandable. The Member for Brigham Gaul and I visited Israel a few weeks after the October the 11th attacks. We visited Kfar Azar, and I only wish that each and every member here in Parliament could actually experience what we did. Now, the Member for Brigham Gaul, I haven't said this before, said to me he couldn't take pictures during that day, and I told him that we must do. Just the way as Bert Hardy and other photographers went into Bergen-Belsen and the other concentration camps, I said we had to go there and take pictures so that the world knows this really did happen. And we have had people saying it didn't happen. But I can assure you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it did. Now, I would be one of those hawkish members who wants to see the issue in Gaza resolved. But I don't believe a ceasefire now will achieve that. I don't want to see any deaths on any side. But when members said recently in a debate that there were 30,000 civilian deaths, I tried to challenge that. We don't know how many of those people are civilians. We don't know how many are Hamas fighters. The Foreign Office said they've not made a prediction of that number. But we do know that 80% of all those people in Gaza do support Hamas. And Hamas has got to be removed. Now, the decision of Ireland, Norway and Spain this week to recognise an independent Palestinian state is not only wrong, but also allows the conclusion to emerge that terrorism works, and we can't allow that. It is simply impossible to recognise a state that has never existed in any meaningful form. So what exactly are they recognising? And I gently say to both the premiers of Spain and Ireland, they've never particularly recognised their minority communities. Now, the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead said that you should never ask a question in this place if you know the answer. So there was an occasion when I asked the former Prime Minister, Lord Cameron, if he would visit Israel. And I have to say, one of the best experiences of being in Parliament was the moment when I visited Lord Cameron in his suite in the King David Hotel, as we walked past the guys with machine guns guarding him, and we sat and drank whiskey with him. But I have to say, it wasn't that much difference from sitting on the throne in Saddam Hussein's palace in Baghdad, of course without Saddam Hussein and also the whiskey. But we've lived through an extraordinary period here in this Parliament. But people will often say to me, what is the best part of being an MP? And I find that easy to answer. It's the people, particularly the constituents. The stories that they tell, sometimes heart-wrenching, often annoying, regularly amusing, and always interesting. I've had great people working with me in the constituency, some political, some not. I particularly think of people like Val Jasinski and Hugh Rayner, who work with me in the Hendon Association, but also people like Rabbi Ginsburg, Simon Ray, and Mushtaq Rahman, respective leaders of their religious communities. And there's been activists like Rupert Monoruela, Richard Nash, Manubai Makwana, who have been a great support to me, and also individuals such as Ari Lehman, who has done so much for the teenage community, and Lorraine Bushell for the Grandparents Association. But I'm also asked, what's the biggest mistake I've ever made as a Member of Parliament? And that's easy to answer. So the military action in Libya, when I walked past the Honourable friend from Basildon and Billericay, and I thought, how's he going to explain this, why he's voting against this? But we created not only a failed state, but we also significantly contributed to the current immigration and asylum crisis. So that would be my biggest mistake, and I bitterly regret that. But the member for Barking also said that being an MP is not what it used to be, and she's correct. I was on a boat several years ago, and the skipper said, "What was it you said that you did for a living?" And I said, "I didn't." And before long, one of the other crews said, "Well, it can't be as bad as being a Member of Parliament." But it is still vitally important to be a Member of Parliament, and those that come after us will also recognise that. But I leave on one note that I'm particularly sad about, and it's for 30 years I have complained about sewage in our rivers and our seas. Now, nothing has changed over the last 30 years in that time. All that has changed is this government have implemented a scheme for monitoring the amount of sewage that goes into our rivers and our seas. The Lib Dems are making this a central plank in their election campaign. They should be advised that their MPs actually voted against the super sewer here in London, so they don't have a good record on this issue. In my opinion, the EU directive was never fit for purpose. So while repeated ministers have claimed that water quality is improving, it is simply not. The way that water quality is measured is defaulted. And such claims lead me to conclude that this is the same kind of behaviour that was witnessed by ministers in the contaminated blood scandal. In conclusion, having been elected continuously for the last 22 years, the last 14 as a Member of Parliament for Hendon, it has taken a huge toll upon me, and that is the reason that I've decided to step down. But I wouldn't change it for a thing. And I'm looking forward to Amit Jogia, the Conservative candidate, taking forward what we have achieved. He was not only born in the constituency, but is a local candidate. But in the last few years, I have to thank my staff for the work that they've undertaken. In this Parliament alone, they've undertaken 60,884 pieces of casework. And I've had a good staff who have remained friends, beginning with Laura Pike, Hannah Evans, Ness Hurst and Catherine Toon, and now with Eamon Walsh, George Bowes, Carolyn Fisher and Steve Martin, of course, who volunteered, and Hilary Smith, who's been with me for the last 16 years. They have really been the true public servants, and as the former Deputy Speaker said, they're the ones that ensure the work is actually completed, and they really are. And of course, I can't forget Maximus Decimus Meridius, my Jack Russell Max, who still attends Parliament on occasion, and for all his work that he's been enabled me to concentrate on issues of animal welfare. So in the spirit of a Roman language, I will say, Vini, Vidi, Vici.
Just before I call the wind-up speeches, I hope the House will indulge me bending the rules for a moment or two to say a few words just before vacating the chair for the last time. It's a very difficult thing to do. The first time I sat in this chair, one imagined that that would make you feel like somebody with power and grandeur. I tell you, I felt like Alice in Wonderland. You know that picture as Alice shrinks and the chair gets bigger, because I thought this chair is awfully big and I'm awfully small, and it still feels like that. I would like first to say a few words about the other occupants of this chair. The team, the Speaker and the Deputy Speakers, my dear friends and colleagues, the first Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means, the second Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means, and the Honourable Member for Thanet North, who, together with Mr. Speaker, make up the team who keep this place going every day, and it's a brilliant team, and I couldn't have been more fortunate than to have such great people to work with. And not only are they good parliamentarians, great politicians, they're also great fun, and when we have a moment, we have a very good laugh. And I have to say a very sincere thank you to all of them who stood in for me, looked after me, and kept me going when I was seriously ill last year. And thanks to what they did, I'm better. I particularly want to pay tribute to Mr. Speaker. At the end of the last Parliament, this House of Commons was in danger of going the wrong way. And Sir Lindsay Hoyle has restored dignity, decency, kindness, and humour to this place. With a light touch and his own extraordinary personality. I know, because I've seen it every day, how much effort he has put into doing that, and long may he continue. If I may, just for a moment, thank all those who have helped and supported me over 27 years in Parliament. At the moment, the most important people are my office on the Deputy Speaker's corridor, the wonderful Robbie and James. And I'd also like to thank their great predecessors, LJ, Abby, Clemmy, Georgie, Joanna, Sarah, and the magnificent Jojo. I'd also like to thank, as lots of other people have, our brilliant clerks, who are so patient and wise, the doormen and the magnificently sympathetic ladies and gentlemen in the tea room, especially Mary and Godfrey, who always keep me fish and chips on a Friday when the tea room closes before the house does. And of course the ladies and gentlemen in the fusion room. Yeah, because sometimes we are last in there too, aren't we? Don't tell anybody. We could never have managed, I could never have managed, without Jackie and Kelly downstairs. They know who they are, they know how much we rely on them and care about them, and there are quite a few eyes, here's around the chamber, mostly but not entirely from ladies. May I also thank the people who have maintained my constituency office and my private office. I'm lucky to have such loyal colleagues, all of whom have also become great friends of mine and of each other. So there have been very few of them over a span of 30 years, because they have all stayed for a very long time. I really don't know how they have the patience to deal with me day in, day out, because I couldn't do it. But I'd particularly like to thank Debbie, Jess, Karen, Beverly, Carol, Iona, Jilly, Frankie, Tom, Sophie, and Sean. Epping Forest Conservative Association is a brilliant team who work, and I can see that the Honourable Gentleman for South West Hertfordshire, who was once chairman of Epping Forest Conservative Association, is here on the front bench, acknowledging and agreeing with what I have said. The association has actually provided a great many colleagues in this place, and notably, as well as the Honourable Gentleman, our late friend, James Brokenshire. And it's good just to take a moment to remember him and the other colleagues we have lost. And James's wife, I should say widow, James's wife, Kathy, has been an absolute stalwart of my office for the last 2.5 years, carrying on so much of the good work that James started. The team at Epping Forest Conservatives has been led forever, I think, by our wonderful president, the inimitable Valerie Metcalfe, who, having told me what to do for 7 general elections, is affectionately known as my fairy god agent. May I also, many people have said this afternoon that the people who make the sacrifices for those of us who are members of Parliament are our families. And I am so fortunate to have a great family and a lot of very close friends. And I'm thinking particularly of my lifelong friends. I won't embarrass them by mentioning them because they're not politicians. My lifelong friends, they know who they are. They stood by me through good times and bad. May I just mention my brother Robbie and my wonderful son Matthew, who spent his entire life with a crazy mother who's a member of Parliament. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he was brought up in this building, and he was born exactly a week after the 2001 general election. He was very early, something that I have never been. And I apologise to all the people that I've kept waiting over the years. That's most of you. Finally, might I just say a sincere thank you to my constituents in Epping Forest, the people who have given me the chance to be their representative here for 27 years. I have friends in Epping Forest, in every political party, in every town and village, in every walk of life. They are brilliant people. They are the backbone of this country. And I'm sure that they would agree with me that whoever said all that is necessary for evil to prevail is that good men and women do nothing. They, we, and all the people who have been talked about this afternoon are the good people who don't do nothing. And that's why evil won't prevail. Thank you very much.
This has been the most emotional day of my life. You've caused me to cry 12 times, you people, and I'm still crying. We come to the wind-ups. Lucy Powell.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I just say again, as I have done already this week, how much admiration I have for Madam Deputy Speaker and her colleague, the other Madam Deputy Speaker. They are both marvellous, inspiring, incredibly stylish women, and Parliament and the parliamentary hairdressers will be all the poorer for their departing, and I wish them both well in the future. I'm sure we'll see them again. And I have to say, it is my pleasure to wind up this valedictory debate today. Although it is 6:44 on a Friday, it's not something I intend to make a habit of speaking in Parliament so late on a Friday. But we've had, I think, 31 speeches today, all of which have been incredibly moving, powerful and emotional. But I have to say, as the main Labour person in the room for the last 4.5 hours or so, I did feel slightly like a gatecrasher on a private party, but I'm glad that I was here for it, because I think all of us, and what today has really shown, all of us in politics, we know that this is a vocation. It's a vocation for us, it's not a job. It's a life in service, always in the public eye, very, very rarely with an off switch. And we've been reminded today, as we often are, that our constituents are the boss and our families are the bedrock. And we've got a huge amount of parliamentary experience leaving this place today. I couldn't even add up the number of years of collective service between everybody speaking today. It's a huge amount, and I think we should recognise that for what it is. And I think while I personally am excited for the general election, I have felt a great deal of sadness today and this week for so many people departing. And what I've really felt today is how many of my own friends on the opposite benches are also leaving today. So it has been a very emotional day for all of us, and these really are the very best days in Parliament. I'm sure we can all agree on that. It's felt a little bit like, and I know it was for lots of Year 11s and Year 13s across the country today, it's felt a little bit like the last day at high school. So perhaps we can all swap shirts at the end of the debate, and we can all sign them for each other we can all sign each other's shirts, you know what I mean. But yeah, and I think one of the real themes we've heard today is about the importance of cross-party working. So I will try and respond in that spirit. And I think how fitting it was that the two opening speeches we heard from today were such long-standing, powerful women in Parliament, women members, are very different from many valedictory debates that we would have had in years gone by. And those two women, who I'll come on to say something about, inspired many of the other women who spoke today, and that was a real theme of the debates. So my right honourable friend, the member for Camberwell and Peckham, who sends her apologies, she can't be here for the wind-ups. She wants it noted that she had a bit of an accident with an out-of-control buggy while she was on granny duties, but she's very much fit and strong, but she had to leave to go and get some more painkillers for her shoulders. But she really has been an exemplar member of Parliament, the mother of Parliament, the political mother to many of us, and she really did beat down that path for many of us to follow. And the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, real privilege to be here for her last speech. Another fantastic sister to all of us, who has herself been the voice for the voiceless, and she leaves an amazing track record that she can be proud of. And I think her words about democracy and respect for democracy were ones that we will all cherish. And my right honourable friend, member for Huddersfield, who's also not in his place, but it doesn't really matter if people aren't in their place anymore because there's no sanction that can follow this anyway. But my honourable friend, the member for Huddersfield, right to the last, as ever, an enthusiastic, bobbing, always there, not there now, backbencher, here for most oral statements and questions every day, and we shall miss him. And there's lots of people not here actually, the member for Wyre and Preston North, who I think we all recognise was a really exemplary Defence Secretary in very difficult times, and I know the whole country felt a great deal of confidence of him being the Defence Secretary at that time. And my right honourable friend, who is in her place, the member for Barking, she's had a very long career, but she's always been feared and revered and respected in equal measure. And I think tax avoiders and money launderers take note. She's not going very far, so she will still be there. But she's a real example of that joint cross-party consensus working. The member for West Suffolk, who will always have a very long-lasting legacy with the public as being the Health Secretary during COVID, there on our televisions every evening providing that reassurance, and I wish him well with his future career. And the Honourable Member for Ross, Skye and Lochaber, I know this is a very, very sad day for him, very emotional. It's a very sad day for all of us because I'm sure this whole House can agree might be a low bar, but he's definitely the most popular member of this House from the Scottish Nationalist Party. And we all wish him... and we all wish him really well in the future. And my dear friend, the member for Harlow, who's been a great campaigner, a great parliamentarian and a good friend, really strong track record in education, and together with the member for Brigg and Goole, the three of us did our best to try and get this House to agree to Common Market 2.0 and take a slightly more a sensible approach to Brexit, and both of them I regard as friends, and I know this House will be all the poorer without them both here. And the member for Beckenham, who was brilliantly brief and very funny in his remarks, and the member for Bury St Edmunds, what a wonderful speech she gave, very funny, moving, and I completely agree with her that family is everything. And the member for Reading West, who I think will be forever known as the president of COP26 when the whole world was watching, and he did that job absolutely brilliantly, and he's got a strong track record to take with him. And the member for Chatham and Aylesford, who also is not here because she has family duties too. We're both in our 50th year, but I've enjoyed working with her immensely over the years, especially on football. And the member for Norwich North, another strong woman who succeeded in both her career and in motherhood, a great inspiration there. And another friend of mine, the member for the cities of London and Westminster. In one short term, you have achieved a great deal, and I've worked very closely, enjoyed working closely with you on the House of Commons Commission. I really do wish you well. And the member for Bromley and Chislehurst, what a typically funny and very inspiring, thoughtful, informative speech. You will long be known for all your work in justice, and I'm sure that you will be back in other guises. And the member for Clwyd West, what fantastic service you've provided to Wales, and I wish you well. I wish him well, rather. Eleanor Lang here, she tell me off. The member for, the member for Wimbledon, another popular member of this House. So many popular members going, reminding us the importance of that constituency work that we do, although perhaps he might want to have a conversation with the member behind him about other people doing that constituency work for him. And the member for East Worthing and Shoreham, another member I've worked with on the early years and the importance of the first 1001 days. I've really enjoyed the naughty corner he talked about over these last few years, and it will be much depleted after today. But I'm not sure that I'm going to follow his advice and try and make myself look like Quentin Letts. That might be a step too far. And the member for the Fylde, who we've been friends for a number of years, I know it's been a difficult year for him, but I'm sure that we can all wish him well for the future. And the member for Worcester, thanks for being brief as well. I think we could all enjoy that. But his passion for education and the work that he's done as a minister and the chair of the Select Committee, and I think we can all take his advice on screen time, most definitely. And the member for Bishop Auckland, who's not in her place. She might be relatively young, but I think we can all agree she's made a real impact in her time in the House of Commons. And the member for Colchester, what a proud record he laid out for us today, Mr Deputy Speaker. And the member for Rochford and Southend East, I think some great words of advice which I might print out for all the incoming MPs after the election, and who's obviously well loved by his neighbours. The member for Basildon and Bickerilly, no, I've probably said that wrong. Anyway, Billericay. There's lots of Essex members here today, and they know better than me, thankfully. But he's a very independent-minded and strong parliamentarian, and he leaves a legacy that I'm sure many others will want to follow. The member for Winchester, as a health minister, what a great record that is to have introduced those vaccines and a cancer plan, and I wish him well as well. The member for Warrington South, he and I again have worked on a number of issues, and I know broadcasters and those in the media will miss him greatly in this place. And as my husband works in Warrington Hospital, he and I keep in touch closely about how well that hospital is doing under his leadership and support there as the local MP. I didn't write down the constituency for the,
Tunbridge Wells.
Tunbridge Wells, sorry. It's very late. The member for Tunbridge Wells has made, I only wrote down his name, I'm really sorry. He has made a real impact in Parliament, both as a minister and as Select Committee Chair, and I know many on this side of the House respect his work greatly. And the member for South Norfolk, what long service, and he did what no one else had done up to that point, which was to get his pet dog mentioned in his speech, only then matched by the member that came after him, the member for Hendon, who spoke very well about the importance of the different communities that we all have in our constituencies. So I just want to say, in summing up as well, a couple of other things. For one member who's not here, but who announced that he would be standing down during our debate, the member for South Thanet, who I'm sure we can all cheer along with his recovery in the coming months. And also, during this Parliament, we have lost some good friends. I'll just quickly name them. Tony Lloyd, Jack Dromey, of course, without whom the Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham would not be able to have been a member, Sir David Amos, who we all miss greatly, James Brokenshire and Dame Cheryl Gillan. This is a remarkable place to work, and this has been a remarkable Parliament where we've had Brexit, COVID and war. And in today's debate, there were a few lessons that united everybody speaking: the importance of our constituencies, the importance of our staff, the importance of our family, and the importance of the staff working here. I wish you all well.
Yeah. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm already receiving a note. A note from the whips saying that I've spoken for too long, which is normally often my role in this House. But I'm delighted to be standing in for the leader today, and I do observe week on week that it's tradition that the leader, the shadow leader, Madam Deputy Speaker, quite often spend a considerable amount of time at the parliamentary hairdressers. Unfortunately, I've not made it to the salon today. Before I start my remarks, I would just like to pay tribute to the Chairman of Ways and Means, Dame Eleanor, that is standing down from this House. She's done a fantastic job over a long period of time as both a Member of Parliament and as a Deputy Speaker, and it's sad to see her leave the House. I also pay tribute to Dame Rosie, who is also leaving the House. The Whip spend a lot of time dealing with the Speaker and the Deputy Speakers, and is an important relationship in relation to the workings of this House. I also want to pay tribute to several other colleagues that haven't spoken in the debate about, and I hope you'll give me some latitude, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to pay tribute to our honourable friend for South Thanet, who's a brave man, and sadly he's not re-standing at the election. I also want to pay tribute to my honourable friend for Henley, who's been ill for some time, and acknowledge the work that he has done in this House and on the Council of Europe. I also want to mention the honourable gentleman for Bannock and Beckenham, who's also been poorly. He's re-standing at the election, I'm glad to say, and I want to pay tribute to him and the work he's done, particularly for our fishing industry and several other industries that affect his area. Now, I'm trying not to speak for too long, but I will endeavour to mention as many of the speeches as possible. There have been some fantastic speeches, some very serious comments and points made, but also some very, very good humour. Just firstly, if I may mention my right honourable friend for Maidenhead, and it's been a pleasure to be her whip for the last 18 months, and you could not find a more dedicated public servant. She's had a distinguished career in this House. She's been the Home Secretary, as we all know, the Prime Minister, and despite holding those great offices, she has always, every week, been back to her constituency, knocking on doors and speaking to her constituents. And I know from a friend of mine that she also has had regular surgeries, regardless of the role that she has held in this House. In terms of the way that she has dealt with things since she has been Prime Minister, I would call it, in a crude term, old-school dedication, because she's assiduously attended this House. She's spoken in a number, or a huge number of debates. She is invariably always here to vote, and as I say, it's been a pleasure to deal with her very closely for the last 18 months. I also pay tribute to Philip May, who has been an excellent aid to my right honourable friend. And it was good to hear her talk about democracy and the threat to our democracy and why we should always promote democracy. And the speech that she made was of the highest quality as ever. I also want to mention the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham. She told us that she made 9,800 speeches in her 42 years in the House, and in that 42 years she never rebelled once. Now, that is a whip's dream, and I have every admiration for her, but she's a great campaigner, and she's done a massive amount for her constituents and been a great representative in this place. The Right Honourable gentleman for Ross, Skye and Lochaber also made a very good speech. If he doesn't mind me, and this is meant in the greatest of spirits, if I call him the humble crofter, because that's how we affectionately know him on this side of the chamber. And I always really used to enjoy PMQs when he was the leader of his party. And if I can put it this way, at times it got a bit tasty and a bit adversarial on both sides. But what I can attest to is in the tea room, you can always have a very good, civil and pleasant conversation with the right honourable gentleman, and I thank him for that. And he was absolutely right in saying that we're all here to try and improve the lives of our constituents here for the right reasons. And he was also right to say that leave whipping to the whips, which I think is a very good principle. I also want to talk briefly about my right honourable friend for Wyre and Preston North. He was an excellent defence secretary. He saw the problems in Ukraine with the invasion of Russia into Ukraine coming a long, long time before it happened. He did a massive amount of groundwork that was under the radar at the time. He also reminded us about the members of Parliament and their families and the part that they play, and I think that's really, really important. And I'd like to thank my wife Suzanne, my son Oliver, and daughter Martha, who've been huge supporters to me over the last 14 years and will be huge supporters of me, no doubt, during the general election campaign. I also like to make reference to a speech from the Right Honourable Lady from Barking. She told a lovely story about being chastised by the great Betty Boothroyd, and was right to mention about the conventions and protocol of this House, because quite often those conventions and protocols can be easily forgotten when we're in the heat of battle, and they are important. They're important for the workings of this House, but also important that this House shows how to operate democracy, not just in this country, but across the world. My right honourable friend for West Suffolk also talked about how he overcame his dyslexia to become a Member of Parliament and a Cabinet Minister. And I think that's really important, that people can inspire future generations to overcome adversity to get here. He also talked about what he did during the pandemic in terms of the challenges, massive challenges across the country, and I thank him for the work that he did. And he also mentioned the importance of special advisors, and I'd like to pay tribute to the Chief Whip Special Advisor, Emma Pryor, who's done a massive amount for this government. I also want to mention my right honourable friend for Tunbridge Wells. I had two stints with him at Department for Communities and Local Government. And my abiding memory of that was the second stint was only, unfortunately, for 2 months. And I remember I was doing the levelling up bill, and in 40-degree heat in the committee room. And I remember both of us knew that we were on our bike, so to speak. But I remember going to the committee on the final day of the bill committee, and I remember my right honourable friend actually coming and sitting in the gallery and watching the whole thing. And that's the mark of the man. And I thank him very much for all the support and guidance and help that he's given me over my time in this house. I would also like to mention my honourable friend for South Norfolk. And clearly he went through the importance of the work that he's been doing here over many years on the Public Accounts Committee and holding the government and public services to account. I also remember spending many a happy an hour with him on the Housing and Planning Bill, where he showed the depth of knowledge about self-build housing. And I do hope that over time more of those things that my honourable friend has advocated for do actually come to fruition, because I think that he's very, very valid, the points that he's made. My honourable friend, my right honourable friend for Reading West, I thank him for his speech and the leadership that he's shown on climate issues and the work as COP president. My honourable friend for Chatham and Aylesford made an excellent speech as well. And sadly, football governance, or the football governance bill that she has championed, has not made it through the wash-up, but I hope the next government will take that up and deliver on that. She was very kind to me. I gave her, when I was the pairing whip, I gave her a slip to go and speak to Manchester United, and she turned back up at the whip's office with a signed Manchester United football, which I gave to the Warwickshire Air Ambulance charity, who raffled it off for 400, or auctioned it for £400. So I was very, very grateful to my honourable friend for that. My honourable friend for Brigham Gall, I think forthright is probably the word I'd use to describe him. But he's been an excellent member of this House. Usually members of Parliament come in here and they display a great deal of loyalty because they want to get preferment and a ministerial role. Well, my honourable friend spent a lot of time rebelling, but despite that did secure a ministerial role. And having worked alongside him when he was the Northern Powerhouse Minister, I can say what an excellent job that he did during his stint as a minister. My right honourable friend for Harlow made a characteristic speech. The man is the most expensive MP in Parliament, and the MP for White Van Man, quite literally. His work on fuel duty that has been frozen and actually reduced since 2011 has been phenomenal, but he has cost billions of pounds to the Treasury, but he has done a massive service to his and my and all of our constituents in terms of them coping with the cost of living. My honourable friend from Winchester reeled off a huge list of achievements, particularly as Health Minister. And I thank him for the work he did. My honourable friend for Bury St Edmunds, and it was a pleasure to serve with my honourable friend in the Whip's office. She doesn't look like it, but she is a true grafter. She is a real grafter, not just for her constituents, but the government, and particularly in a role as Vice Chamberlain of a household. But also, she has spent, in the time that I was working with her, a huge amount of effort working to support the welfare of many of our colleagues, and I thank her for that. And she also did a huge amount when the country was in the pandemic, when she was a health minister, and it was good to hear from her reflecting on that difficult period for the country. My honourable friend for Bromley and Chislehurst, he didn't actually speak for as long as I expected. He obviously wasn't charging by the unit today. But But I just got to say, and I was lucky enough to be the Minister for Local Government for 2.5 years, and I know my honourable friend was, and how much he enjoyed that role and the work and the good work that he did. And I know that he was also the Pubs Minister, as I was, and as the Deputy Speaker has always wanted to be. But if he will indulge me in this, I recall a debate in Westminster Hall where he was described as the pint-sized Pubs Minister, and he took it in great. He took it all in his stride, and in great characteristic heart. And since again, once you've been a minister, it's quite easy to sort of drift away, but he hasn't done that. He took on the role of the Select Committee, and he's one of the most assiduous and prolific contributors in this chamber, and he will be missed. My honourable friend for Wimbledon also talked about the changing nature of the work of MPs and how it's changed since he came into the House, and it's certainly changed in the 14 years that I've been in the House, but I know how much he's worked for his constituents, and a friend of mine was eternally grateful to him when he managed to save the ground of old Emmanuel RFC, rugby football club in his constituency, and that is the type of work that is invaluable from a constituency member of Parliament. My honourable friend for East Worthing and Shoreham, he talked about the huge events that have taken place since he's been in this House, and rightly mentioned the Iraq War, the financial crisis, Brexit and COVID, and he highlighted the world-changing events over this last 20 years and what those governments over that time have had to contend with. He also mentioned the importance of children's social care, and I completely agree with him, particularly in terms and the development of children, particularly in the first 1,000 days. My honourable friend for Fylde talked about his achievements as a UK trade envoy, and I thank him for his service and dedication to that role over a number of years. My honourable friend from Colchester reeled off a catalogue of achievements, particularly in terms of his work on baby loss, parental bereavement, and his work in terms of children's services and special educational needs, which is so important to many young people and families across the country. My honourable friend for Rochford and Southend East mentioned a very pertinent point about members of Parliament gaining experience, and the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, which gives a great deal of value to members of Parliament who haven't been in the forces but understand after they've been on that scheme more about what our forces and being a member of our brave armed forces is about, and how they have to work quite often in difficult circumstances. My honourable friend for Basildon made a very self-deprecating speech, and I do recall working with him very closely when we tried to stop the disbanding of the 2nd Regiment of Royal Fusiliers. Sadly, we were not successful, but my honourable friend did a massive amount on that particular subject. My honourable friend for Cities of London and Westminster, well, all I can say to her is pedicabs. And congratulations to her on that act, because it will make central London safer and more welcoming for visitors to central London. So I thank her for that. My right honourable friend for Norwich North, she, and I think we all want a legacy from our time here in the House, and certainly she has that in terms of the work she's done in terms of British Sign Language and the British Sign Language Act. And I think she was right to point out for this and the next government the importance of making sure that these things and that support for people who are deaf is accessible. My honourable and gallant friend for Beckenham, who I always recall that my abiding memory of him when I was growing up was him with his head out of a tank. I think it was in Kosovo or Bosnia, and he's a very gallant gentleman, and his own inimitable style. He talked about his 14 years in this place and the hazards of Hansard, which I'm sure he may have had issues with at times. But he is a true friend to so many and a very loyal colleague to many. Just to sum up...
Will he give way?
Yes, of course.
Whilst he's been on his feet, the Right Honourable, my Right Honourable friend for Surrey Heath has announced that he will not be standing again. He served almost entirely within the Cabinet in the last 14 years, and I'm sure he would have been in this debate had he almost entirely. He would, I'm sure, have been at this debate had he had the opportunity to, and I'm sure that the Minister will want to make some remarks about him too.
I thank my Right Honourable friend, and I pay tribute to my Right Honourable friend for Surrey Heath, and would just like to actually say that he has a significant legacy in terms of his work as Education Secretary. He wasn't always popular, but we now have significantly more good and outstanding schools in this country after 14 years of a Conservative government and his work. And we have gone up the league table in terms of English the English education system. We now got the best readers in the Western world, and we've gone up the league tables in reading, writing, maths, and I think he can be very proud of that record, as can this government. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to just say, first of all, before I make my final remarks, that I would just like to thank MP's staff. They do a huge amount of work over the year and over the Parliament. A lot of work that people don't see, people don't acknowledge, but they give a massive amount of support to members of Parliament. I'd like to thank Jeff Clark, Alan Farnell, Martin Punyer, Jonathan Collett, Laura Thurston and Steph Henslow that work in my offices. I would also like to thank the House staff, the security here, the police officers that keep us safe, the doorkeepers. If you want to know anything that's going on in this place, ask the doorkeepers. They are a reliable source of information, but also they're a very important part of the work that we do here, because just like working with the Deputy Speakers, just like when we work with the opposition parties from the Whip's office, they are an integral part of running this place. And that was particularly important when we packed most members of Parliament back off home during the COVID pandemic lockdowns, and we ran a virtual Parliament from here when that cooperation was at its most needed, and that happened. I would also like to thank our officials that support the Whip's office, and I would like to thank the Leader's officials as well on her behalf today. So just to conclude, I would like to wish those standing the next election, or the election that we are now in, a very safe campaign, and I hope my colleagues on this side of the chamber that are standing again in the election are returned, and I wish them the best of luck. And I also want to say to those that are standing down, give them my very best wishes on behalf of the House in whatever they are going on to do once they leave this place, and I thank them for their service and dedication to their constituents and this place over the time that they've been here.
And can I agree with the Minister as well that I was the best pubs minister this country has never had. Can I also say how much I'm going to miss both Rosie and Eleanor? It's been an absolute privilege to be working as a team on the Ways and Means corridor. It's been absolutely superb. And also, Mr. Speaker, has been absolutely fantastic with us and indeed with the House. It's not been an easy year for Lindsay. As you know, his father was ill, and the great Doug Hoyle passed away earlier this year, and I'm sure many of us will remember Doug with huge fondness. You mentioned John Howell and David Duguid. I want to wish both of them well in their recovery. But I visited Craig McKinley about a dozen times in hospital. I have to say, his positivity, if you could bottle that, he'd be a billionaire. Literally, he was amazing with his resilience and his inner strength. And I wish him Coty and Olivia the very, very best for the future. And can I wish you all, as you have said, all of you who are standing down, you've all been my friends, you've all touched me over many, many years as great friends. I've been an MP here for 32 years, and I know some of you have been longer and others shorter, but you've all been great friends during that time, and I wish you all the very best for the future. And for those who are standing, I wish you the very best of luck. As you can see, there is no adjournment debate today, and that's why Jim Shannon's not here. And so, the question is that this House has considered matters to be considered before the forthcoming dissolution. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Good luck, everyone.